Holy Moses. Sorry I've been so late all weekend because I have been running late for my own streams all weekend. So if you follow my schedule, which I don't know that anyone does, but if you do, I'm sorry. If you don't know me, I'm Avers. I play video games sometimes. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes together. So that's what this is. Villain, hi, welcome. Anyone else who's here, hi. Welcome. I don't know what it is, but I do this for the show. What did you say? I do for this show. Oh, you follow my schedule for this show. Sorry. Thank you for that. I'm sorry I'm like 2 hours late. I don't know. I was just going to say, Villain, I don't know what it is. I've just been so tired this weekend. And generally speaking, on the weekend, I don't believe in setting alarms. Unless I have something I have to wake up for. I kind of just let my body sleep because I feel like I need to let my body sleep and catch up on sleep from the week, you know what I mean? But what that has meant yesterday, so on Saturdays I do Skyrim streams. Supposedly I start in the morning, early in the morning, because usually I wake up early. But yesterday I woke up super late. And then today, again, woke up super late and was like, well, this is what your body needs, apparently. And the other thing that kind of fucked me over schedule-wise was that I want to go through everyone's Bob Ross artwork. And so I was trying to create a survey that people could vote on, right? Oh gosh.
A year of S-tier content.
Aww, Marley! Cheers! Thank you for the resub. 1 year. 1 year. Marley, thank you. I was just going off about how I'm running late all weekend. Thank you, Marley. That's very sweet. What are you up to? Villain, what are you up to today? Yeah, I don't know. I've just been really tired this weekend. So I have let my body sleep. Oh, and then the other thing, which we're going to do right now, is that I want to go through people's Bob Ross art. So I was trying to create a survey, a poll that people could vote on, you know? And the website that I normally use to make a poll just was not working this morning. And so then I tried to go to other websites to make polls. And one of them, the way that the art showed up, it was all tiny. And I was like, well, you can't see people's artwork. So what's the point? So then I had to make it again. So in other words, I have a million excuses, but I'm also very sorry that I'm running late today. Thank you for being here and for understanding. I appreciate it. We're very late. We're into 2 hours late today. And usually running a half hour late is my style, and I feel okay about running a half hour late. But when I'm running an hour or more late, I do feel kind of bad. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do the whole schedule thing, and it's nice because it gives me structure, but it also means that then I end up running late and feeling bad about it. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Shout out Haley for rating you while you were level 20 on bumpers. Oh my god, is that how you found me? I love Haley, by the way. Haley is fucking fantastic. I was gonna say, yeah, Haley and Red both have rated me a couple times, specifically on the Bubbers journey, and so a lot of people have found me through Haley and Red, which is really sweet and really nice. It's very nice. Happy Sunday! Won't suggest a topic because I'm in and out all day, but wishing you luck. Thank you! I appreciate that. I mean, if you do have a topic, you're welcome to suggest it regardless. I do have a few topics already, just because people have told me. Villain, same to you. If you've got a topic, this is N week. Welcome to the letter N. This is the 14th episode, which is this is wild to me. First of all, Marley, it's wild that you've been following me for a year, and thank you for that. Thank you for the sub. You've been subbing to me for a year. It's wild that we've been doing this for 14 weeks, because when I started it, I didn't know how it would work out. But the fact that it's worked out really well, and that you all are into it and here for it, it just means so much. Strawberry Shortcake, hi, how are you? It's good to see you. So yeah, welcome to N Week. If you have topics that start with the letter N, let me know. I've got a few already, but by all means, let me know. Let's see. Being sad, why are you sad? P5 prep. Is this a World of Warcraft? P5, patch 5, patch, what? Has killed my counterfeiting ring, lol. Repair bots now cost over 50 Gs to make and have the chance to only print 20 Gs. Oh, for TBC. I'm sorry. Sad day. F's in chat for Villain's TBC dreams. Sad. Strawberry Shortcake, what are you up to today? It's good to see you. Guys, do you want to go through this amazing Bob Ross art? So every time we do a Bob Ross paint along, I invite everyone to like make art along with me. And so the way that this works is that anyone that participates gets stickers if they so choose. And so if you made art and you want to claim your stickers, I'll DM you. And if you feel comfortable giving me your address, I will send you stickers. If not, I fully get it and I can send you a picture of the stickers. I don't know. So if you participated and you made art, you get stickers. If you are in the top 3 as voted upon by your peers, aka the people that hang out and chat and lurk, top 3 get gifted subs from me. And then the number 1 painting artwork person will win the painting that I made, which is right here. Do. Cameras, things, there. Boom. Ish. So that's what's happening. And so I want to go through everyone's artwork real quick and celebrate what you all made because you all are beautiful and fantastic. Marley, thank you for contributing to the Mama Science Challenge. I can't believe we're already 50% of the way there. I was like, 200,000 points is plenty. That'll take us some time. And you all were like, nope, we want this now. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm sure my mom appreciates it too. Let's see. Doing stuff around the house and then a meeting for D&D. Ooh, fun. Do you know what your character is for D&D? I think we're playing D&D in 2 weeks, my group. Just we haven't played in a minute because we try to get together at least once monthly, but sometimes it just like doesn't happen with everyone's schedules. So it's been a minute since we've played. I'm excited. Sliced Raven, hi! Oh my god. Strawberry Shortcake, thank you for contributing to the Mama Abers Science Challenge. Sliced Raven, hi! Oh. Okay, Raven, not to like blow up your spot, but I'm gonna blow up my own spot. My period has made me so fucking tired this weekend. I don't know what it is. It's just like knocked me flat. So I feel you and I'm with you. And why are our uteruses just the fucking worst? Anyway, stunning streamer. Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks. It's actually a dress. Do we wanna, you can't see, oh, hey, you can't see my head. This is probably TOS. But anyway, it's a dress. It's a maxi dress. So thank you. Appreciate it. I like this dress a lot. It was actually a hand-me-down from a friend of mine, which is fucking wild. I know, fucking periods, right? Having a uterus is not all it's cracked up to be, I'll tell you that. Right? We love a good maxi dress. All right, do you guys want to see some art? Are you ready? Let's see. Gonna be a live stream game. Ooh, okay. Had to duck out last minute. Oh, that's right, I remember. Character is a halfling, Circle of Dreams druid. Fun. I've never done a Circle of Dreams. I feel like everyone goes for wild shapes, so they do Circle of the Moon, right? I think so. So that's cool to do something different. Let's see. Brother IRL was gonna play my little bro in the game. That's cute. I love that. Worth the TOS. I don't know. Is it TOS to like show your body with no head? Asking for a friend. It's just because of my camera. Hopefully coming in for part 2. That'll be so fun. Whose stream is that on? If you want to shout them out, go for it. So that we can all come and hang out later, because that would be really fun. All right, team. Let's look at this Bob Ross art. eBoss91. Guys, if you want to watch an awesome streamer doing doing some D&D later, is that gonna be later today? Whenever it is, go follow eBoss, and then you can see Strawberry Shortcake and other folks play D&D, and it's going to be real cute and exciting, and I love it. Late May, okay. All right, see? So follow now, so that when they start, you don't miss it. Bob Ross art! Are you ready? Are you prepared? I'm not ready. I'm not prepared. I've got some of the artists in chat right now. And don't be bashful. You can vote for your own art. That just means that you love yourself, and I deeply respect it. Okay, so first piece of Bob Ross art that we have on the docket is by Zenith. Zenith made art on a cardboard box because Zenith has a toddler and wanted to keep them occupied while watching the stream. And so they went outside and painted on a cardboard box, which is incredible. Yeah, get in early. That's right. Did not vote for my own art because I didn't. Listen, okay, it's so funny. Strawberry Shortcake, I went back and watched the VOD. And I realized that you were trying to ask me several different times, like, hey, do I have to like make something along with you? Can I do whatever? And I was just so busy in my Bob Ross zone that I did not explain it. So like, I love yours personally, and I think it's fun. There's no brief. I mean, theoretically, like, yeah, make your own version of what Bob did, but I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Make whatever you want, and yours is great. Okay, but yes, proper canvas. We love a cardboard box. We love ingenuity. We love the mountains and the trees, and there's like a river, and I think it's beautiful. I'm very proud. So this is Zenith's. Love the ingenuity. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, no, Strawberry Shortcake. I still love yours. We're going to talk about it because it's fantastic. So if you like Zenith's, again, !Bob if you want to go vote on them. And I will announce the winners next week on Wikipedia with me. I know, Zenith's is so good. Okay, well, ready? This is Zenith's kiddo. Where is it? Oh, wait, nope, wrong. Wrong! Why is it doing it in the wrong order? It's supposed to be in the order that you guys did them in. There we go. Here's Zenith's kiddo painting on the opposite side of the cardboard box. If that is not the most wholesome shit you have ever seen in your life, it's so cute. It is so cute to me that they painted on opposite sides of the cardboard box. I know, right? Okay, so this is what I did. I labeled them. And for Zenith's, I named it Nature on cardboard box. And then for his kiddo, I named it Abstract Nature on cardboard box. So good. So if you love Zenith's, go vote for Zenith. If you love Zenith's kiddo, go vote for Zenith's kiddo. They're both amazing. They're incredible. They did a great job. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I voted for Zenith, but I want to vote for both of them. I know, right? This is why I don't vote. Honestly, Terrell on the first Bob Ross was like, I thought that you chose the winner. I was like, absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Like, how do you expect me to make that choice? Nope, I absolved myself of all responsibility. I wash my hands of it. I let you all do my dirty work. All right, so this is Zenith's kiddo. Next one. This is Strawberry Shortcakes. Okay, so I know it doesn't fit the brief, but also this is your first time doing a Bob Ross paint along with us. You asked during the stream several times, and somebody was like, just do whatever you want, which probably would have been my response too, honestly. And what you did is so gorgeous, Strawberry Shortcake. I don't care that it's not modeled after Bob's. I don't care. By the way, Strawberry Shortcake is also a streamer, and if you don't know her, you're missing out on a wonderful, beautiful, amazing human being, and I highly recommend you go follow her right now. And or vote for her. So Strawberry Shortcake did a Japanese storefront, like little sketch. I love the simplicity of pencil sketches, first of all, but here's what's so cool about this. There is so much detail. Like the more you look at this, the more you realize all of the little details here. Like, okay, the roof tiles, chef's kiss. We have this little plant over here. The tiny detail of like the good luck cat. There's a hose. She drew a hose, okay? Incredible. Amazing. We love to see it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You did so good. I'm so impressed. So if you like Strawberry Shortcakes, go vote for her. Vanaria, you're here just in time. We're going through everyone's Bob Ross art. I'll do this again at the end of stream too for anyone that missed it. But yeah, so feel free to go vote for your faves. It's so fun. There do be some happy little plants. I see them. It's real cute. You did a great job. Yeah, do what you want. Do what you want. I'm not gonna give you restrictions. All right, next. We've got some ringers here. So this is not Pip's first time at the rodeo. Pip has participated in... Has Pip participated in all of them, Fun? I think so. Well, no, you've participated in all of them. Maybe Pip didn't start until the second one, but Pip has been here. He has done all of them. Okay, that's right. I got Pip to vote as soon as I saw the poll was up. Nice, that's awesome. So this is Pip's. This is Fanaria's kiddo, and this is a scene from Minecraft, specifically a swamp biome, which I love, done with crayon, which I love. So a latecomer to the first one. That's right. I remember the crab in the cave. Okay, now I'm remembering. Fun. There we go. Thank you for jogging my memory. Yeah. So Pip has participated in all of them, which I love. Right? GG's, Pip. So we can see the like block trees from Minecraft, which are delightful. We've got, I believe this is Steve. Is Steve the main Minecraft boy? It's delightful. It's beautiful to get this kind of like color gradation with crayons. Chef's kiss. We love to see it. Zenith, we just showed your art and we showed your kiddos' art. We were just talking about how great they are. Maybe I'll go through them one more time now that people are here. Again, apologies to everyone for running a couple hours late today. This weekend, I've just been exhausted. Like, I was telling Villain, I was like, I don't believe in setting alarms on the weekend. I just let my body sleep. And so what that has meant this weekend is that I have slept in like a lot, and it has taken me forever to get my shit together. So thank you for understanding, and thank you for being here. Pip is the coolest, right? Oh my god, so imaginative. Pip, if you're there, this is great. This is fantastic. Let's see. Next. Again, a ringer. Fenaria has participated in all of them, which is amazing. So thank you to the people that are participating for the first time. Thank you for people that come back and participate. Y'all are beautiful. Fenaria did a scene from Stardew Valley, as you can see by the little, I think these are grapes, right? And then, oh man, fun. Remind me, what is this, a blackberry? We've got fall foraging happening. So these are the different fruits and things that are available during the fall. I believe this is an acorn or perhaps a hazelnut. From having played, you know what? We just started. We're in fall now in my game that I'm playing with Sliced Raven and T Miller. I believe this is a hazelnut, not an acorn, but it looks like an acorn in the game. Am I right? Blackberry bush. Yeah! Fun. Beautiful. I know you didn't love the way that the ground in the front turned out, but let's blame Bob for that, because that's what Bob did, and we were just listening to his instructions. That's on Bob. That's not on you. And also, I think it looks great. Your trees are amazing. Your river is good. And I'm always impressed by people that use things like crayon or like colored pencil. Like, crayon is tricky to be able to like get like detail with color. Fun, beautiful, amazing. Everyone's is beautiful and amazing. You all are beautiful and amazing. Damn you, Bob. Son of a bitch. I'm just kidding. I love you, Bob. Curse you, Bob. I like how everyone in chat is like, damn it, Bob. By the way, Fenaria is another amazing streamer. Highly recommend. If you do not know her, you should go follow her. Go hang out. She plays Skyrim. She plays WoW. She does. Okay, fun. Did you ever complete your hardcore Stardew run? Because I know you started a hardcore run. But I mean, yeah, fun's great. Go follow her. She's fantastic. All right, our last one, and then we'll go through them one more time. Last, but certainly not least, Sliced Raven with the acrylics. Again, I think, Sliced Raven, have you done all of them? I know you did the most recent. I think, yeah, you did, because you did Tits Handis for the first one, right? Another ringer. Sliced Raven has done all of them, which is amazing. Again, thank you for the people that like keep coming back and participating. It makes me so happy to see what you come up with every time. And I also love, Raven has taken the plunge with me and decided to do acrylics every time, which is so cool. Can we talk about this tree for just a minute? Can we talk about this tree? Let's talk about this tree. It's fucking gorgeous. I haven't played is it Fran Bow? But you nailed it. Like, it looks so good. It looks, I mean, Raven, this is gorgeous. This is incredible. This is my favorite of the ones that you've made by far. And all of the ones that you've made are fantastic. But this one, like, as soon as that's out, I was like, this is fucking badass, Raven. You should be so proud of yourself. This is so good. The tree is so good. Again, amazing streamer. If you do not know Sliced Raven, she actually does art on stream. So you should go follow them. They're fucking fantastic and amazing, incredible artist. Does a lot of acrylic pours and then also some sculpting, some sculpture work. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. All of you did amazing. Thank you so much for doing this. This would not be nearly as fun if people didn't make art with me. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So once again, a little rundown here. We've got the fantastic Zenith, who is here in chat now, working with amazing cardboard box mixed media situation. Beautiful, delightful, the lovely. We love to see it. The mountains, the trees, the river. And I believe Zenith only had 5 colors available to him, right? Delightful. Next, Zenith's kiddo. Again, the fact that you all decided to paint on opposite sides of the cardboard box, it just makes my heart so happy, Zenith. You know what's funny too? Zenith in chat when I was doing the Bob Ross thing was like, me and my child's are separate entries, I'll have you know. So you have to choose. Are you voting for Zenith or are you voting for Zenith's kiddo? Or are you voting for someone else? Yeah, black, white, and 3 other colors. Fantastic. Incredible. Amazing. Next. Strawberry Shortcake. Again, the unconventional. This is the dark horse, the wild card, and I fucking love it. Just going off the beaten path. Who doesn't love off the beaten path? I love it. So this is a Japanese storefront. Gorgeous. Incredible. The detail. I know Strawberry Shortcake said that she was playing with like perspective in this. It's so good. It's so good. You all did so good. Next, Pip. Pip coming in with the Minecraft. You love to see it. Pip's a badass. I probably shouldn't use that terminology for a 6-year-old, but I know that Fun gets it. Pip's great. Pip's art is great, and you all are great. But yeah, this is a Minecraft swamp biome situation. 6 years old, right? Is that right, Fun? 6 years old? I believe so. You can't have that punk weigh you down. That's right. I thought that, Zenith. That's so funny. Yeah, Raven, yours, I mean, all of yours have been good, don't get me wrong, but of the 3 that you've made, this one is my favorite. And they're all fantastic. 6 years old. Yeah, oh no, he's a total badass. Anytime I'm playing Mario 64 and I don't know what to do, Pip's like, okay, so here's what you gotta do. The 6-year-old can school me in making art and in playing Mario 64, which is a game that predates him by like 20 some odd years, right? Mind starts quietly melting. 7 in June. Oh, do we have a Gemini on our hands? You love to see it. Next, Fenaria's with the Stardew. Beautiful, amazing. I also just want to shout out to the parents making art with their kids. I love it. I love Fenaria and Zenith. You are badass parents. Can I just say? You really are. This is so cool that you're encouraging your kiddos to make art and that you're making art alongside them. That is some S tier 200 IQ parenting that I deeply respect and admire. Y'all are fantastic. He does. He gives me those hot tips on Mario. Oh, it's so good. Okay, so yeah, Fenaria's with the fall foraging in Stardew. Beautiful, amazing. Last but not least, Sliced Raven with the Franbow. Now I'm curious. Okay, how spooky is Franbow? I wanna play it now because the art style is really cool. And your painting is beautiful, beautiful. So, if you want to vote on your favorites, you have a week to go vote for people. You can use that link once the Nightbot situation decides to participate. You know what I'm saying. Go vote for people, and then next Sunday, at the beginning of Wikipedia with me, I will announce the winners. So go do it. Go vote, okay? Okay? Okay. All right. Questions? Concerns? Comments? Right? The kiddo art. The kiddo art is amazing. The adult art is amazing. It's all amazing. It's all incredible. Y'all did the damn thing, and I'm always impressed. So thank you again for showing up and having a willingness to make art. I think too, I talked to Terrell a little bit about this the first time that I did one of these. There's something about as we get older, we kind of one of my favorite quotes ever is the fear of looking stupid holds us back. And so there's something about growing older and over time deciding that we can't do art or that we're bad at art and that we're not able to do certain things that we loved when we were children. And it's such bullshit, right? So it gives me such joy to see everyone decide to be fuck it, we're making art anyway. I can be a grown-up child and enjoy doing this thing that we should have never lost our love for anyway, right? It's really sad to me that it gets beaten out of us. So again, thank you for participating in it with me. It means a lot. That said, it's N week. Y'all ready to jump into some topics? Ooh, Nara Park, specifically the deer. Got it, on it, typing it. Nara Park, specifically the deer. I'm not gonna type in specifically the deer, but I wanted to. Strawberry shortcake. Okay, we got it. We're on it. All right, so far it's so fun to participate. Thank you all for doing it. Spooky subject matter wise, but point and click, so no jump scares. Okay, see, I think I can do that. I can handle that. Even if it was jump scares, maybe I could handle it, but it all depends on the type of jump scare, I guess. I don't know. Yes, Fenaria, yours is up first, actually. Since you're here, I was gonna say, so here's what we've got on the docket so far so that people know. Nudie Bronx, tell me if I'm saying that right, Fun. Nara Park, Nahuatl, Emmy Noether, Nocturnal Bottleneck, and Nicaraguan Sign Language. That's what we've got so far. So if anyone else has an end topic that they want to investigate, let me know, and we will look into it. Yeah? Everyone's got a beverage? Everyone got a snack? Everyone's ready to go? Let me get some, I love the funk, and also it's not going to work as background music. Let me find us some chill hop, some lo-fi, some of that good. What am I saying? I don't know. Please don't listen to me. Or do. It's your choice. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. Okay, here we go. Well, this. Here, a little lo-fi. Are we ready? I want to say it's Nudie Bronk, but I could be wrong. Nudie Brank? We're going to find out. We're going to find out together. Thank you for holding space for art. You're so welcome. It's my pleasure. Like, all of these things, I say it a lot, but I feel the need to continue saying it. Like, I've been so tickled. I've been so overjoyed to try new things on stream and have people just be into it. Like, and don't get me wrong, lots of people have done the Bob Ross art thing. It's not like it's like reinventing the wheel by any means. But having you all like participate in it with me has been so fun. So thank you for doing that. Wikipedia with me, another one that's like having you all participate and be into it. Like, it means the world to me. So thank you for like holding space for me to like do different things, you know? It's been a few months now since I played World of Warcraft, and the fact that people still want to show up and hang out with me, even though I'm not playing World of Warcraft anymore, given that I like started out only playing World of Warcraft on stream, it's like, it's really cool. It's really cool. So thank you all. I appreciate it. All right. Wiki time. Okay, wiki time. So, welcome to N Week, episode 14, the letter N. N, or N, is the 14th letter in the modern English alphabet and the ISO basic Latin alphabet. Its name in English is N, pronounced N, plural N's. Here we have the cursive N, which we talked about the cursive M last week, but again, the lowercase n and the lowercase m, they confuse me because of all the humps. You know what I mean? Seems like there's one too many humps on each of them, and yet, what can you do, you know? And here we start with the Egyptian hieroglyph. It's kind of got a snake vibe to it. Here we have Nun, Phoenician, kind of got a lightning bolt situation. Etruscan, also a lightning bolt, but not. Greek, Nu, Alpha, Beta, Delta, Gamma, Epsilon, Lambda, Nu. I can never remember the different Greek letters. But it's fine. It's really fine. And then Latin, N. Nailed it. We're here. Yes, the earliest form of the letter N was a snick. Hi, Star Knuckle. What are you up to? Happy Sunday. Welcome to N Week. Guys, if you don't know, my little brother Star Knuckle is going to do a special stream in a month. He won't even tell me what is happening in the special stream, so you should go follow him so you don't miss it. Yes, the earliest form was a snick. Naturally, obviously, we all know. But yeah, they do show how to cursive, which is actually kind of fun. I was thinking of making a list of cursive letters for Pip. Oh, because there was cursive in Plants vs. Zombies. Yeah, that would be confusing if you're not used to reading cursive. I didn't even really think about that. Interesting, because they don't teach kids cursive anymore, right? Which I don't blame them. It's just, I don't blame them. But also, I'm just kidding. There's not a but also. That's not a thing. Do I even remember them all? I kind of do, purely because I've always kind of enjoyed calligraphy. And so, and then I also bullet journal. And so a lot of times in my bullet journal, I use cursive rather than print. Part of why I use it is because my handwriting is terrible. So if I use normal print letters, it's not pretty. Whereas cursive is like a little bit more pretty, I guess. I don't know. They might, but not in first grade. Right, because he is only 6. Okay, that's fair. All right, this is fun's topic. Look at how cute these guys are. Okay, Nudie Brink. I think you're right, Fun. Based on this. Wait, hold on. It said, Nudie Brank. Nudibranchs are a group of soft-bodied marine gastropod mollusks which shed their shells after their larval stage. They are noted for their often extraordinary colors and striking forms, and they have been given colorful nicknames to match, such as Clown, Marigold, Splendid, Dancer. Dragon or sea rabbit. I've heard sea rabbit before. They're really cute and they're really pretty. And I would have never, again, I love the Wiki Weeks because like I would have never known about these guys. I without you, Fun, I would have had no idea what these dudes are. Currently, about 3,000 valid species of nudibranchs are known. The word nudibranch comes from the Latin nudis, naked. Do you like how I winked? Naked. And ancient Greek, branchia, gills, naked gills. The more you know. Nudibranchs are often casually called sea slugs, as they are a family of apistobranchs, sea slugs, within the phylum Mollusca, mollusks. But many sea slugs belong to several taxonomic groups, which are not closely related to nudibranchs. A number of these other sea slugs, such as the photosynthetic Welcome to Wikipedia with me. I don't know how to pronounce words. Sacaglossa, and the colorful Aglagidae are often confused with nudibranchs. Let's take a look at this boy. Whoa! Sacaglossa, commonly known as the sacaglossans or the solar-powered sea slugs. Guys, I got a topic for S Week, and it's called Sacaglossa. I'm probably not saying it right. I'm writing it down. Hold, please. Sacco. Glossa. Okay, done. Look at this weird thing. So weird. Look at this weird thing. Okay, anyway. Also, in terms of where to focus, anywhere. There are pretty pictures for us to look at. Love that. Love that for us. We also have this Aglagidae. Ooh. Another fancy sea slug. All of these sea slugs are so fancy fun. A family of often colorful, medium-sized sea slugs. We love to see it. And then I wanted to look at these pictures. So this guy, Bergia corulescens, very cute, very pretty. We have Cremodorius loki in Puerto Galera. I can read. It's fine. I can read. In the Philippines. Okay, so there is a gallery. So that's going to be a thing that we do for sure. Distribution and habitat, anatomical description, defense mechanisms. I mean, I'm kind of just into it. I'm kind of just ready to read about nudibranchs, really. So let's just dive into it. Look it! They're so weird. This one's name is Genolis. This one's name is Kalinga ornata. Okay, here we go. Nudibranchs occur in seas worldwide, ranging from the Arctic through temperate and tropical regions to the Southern Ocean around Antarctica. They are almost entirely restricted to salt water, although a few species are known to inhabit lower salinities in brackish water. Nudibranchs live at virtually all depths, from the intertidal zone to depths well over 700 meters, 2,300 feet. The greatest diversity of nudibranchs is seen in warm, shallow reefs, although one nudibranch species was discovered at a depth near 2,500 meters, 8,200 feet. That is deep. I feel like I have an eyelash situation happening, and I'm not pleased. There we go, I got it. Okay. Anyway, nudibranchs are benthic animals. What? The benthic zone is the ecological region at the lowest level of body of water, such as an ocean, lake, or stream, including the sediment surface and some subsurface layers. Organisms living in this zone are called benthos. Okay, now we know. Benthic animals found crawling over the substrate. The only exceptions to this are the Neustonic glaucus nudibranchs. Whoa, look at these ones! Spiky boys. Neustonic? Crickets? What? Neuston, known as Plouston. Organisms live at the surface of the ocean. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. So there are some that live at the surface, and then most of them, though, live at the bottom of the ocean, essentially, right? Is that the TLDR-ish? Float upside down. They float upside down just under the ocean's surface. Wild. The pelagic zone consists of water column of the open ocean and can be further divided into regions by depth. Okay. Pelagic nudibranchs, cephalopyge, trematoids, swim in the water column. And Philerobucephalum. What's this guy? Oh, no pictures. Boring. Picture. Here's a guy. So they swim in the water column. Interesting. Look at their anatomy. I'm so fun. These are great. I'm real excited. The body forms of nudibranchs vary a great deal, but because they are opistobranchs, unlike most other gastropods, they are apparently bilaterally symmetrical, externally but not internally, because they have undergone secondary detortion. Torsion is a gastropod synapomorphy, which occurs in gastropods during larval development. Torsion, right. Okay, so the rotation of visceral mass, mantle, and the shell. 180 degrees with respect to the head and the foot of the gastropod. Secondary detorsion. Okay. In all nudibranchs, the male and female sexual openings are on the right side of the body, reflecting their asymmetrical origins. They lack a mantle cavity, so no jaw. Is that the idea? Mantle is part of the anatomy of mollusks. Just kidding. It's in the dorsal body wall, which covers the visceral mass, usually protrudes in the form of flaps. So beyond the visceral mass themselves. They are so fancy. These are the fanciest sea slugs. Marine invertebrates are honestly just so cool. They really are. They're fascinating. I know nothing about them. This is one of those where I'm like, I know nothing, and I'm excited to learn. Let's see. So they lack a mantle cavity. Some species have venomous appendages. Fancy and scary, huh? Serrata. Whoa! Look at these! Okay. Horn. It's these horns. Okay, neat. On their sides. So, venomous appendages, serrata, on their sides, which deter predators. Many also have a simple gut and a mouth with a radula. What is that? Anatomical structure used by mollusks for feeding, sometimes compared to a tongue. I don't know why that creeps me out. It is minutely toothed. Tooth tongue? Chitinous ribbon. A minutely toothed chitinous ribbon, which is typically used for scraping or cutting the food before it enters the esophagus. They have a tooth tongue. Looks like a Hollow Knight boss. This guy? This guy right here? Or this previous dude? This guy? I want to play Hollow Knight Strawberry Shortcake. I was just... Chitinous. Thank you. Chitinous. Okay. Yeah, no, Hollow Knight is one that's like on my list. Another friend of mine has been streaming it lately, and I'm like, this looks like a game that I could get into. It looks real fun. Hollow Knight slaps? That's what I've heard. Okay, so maybe... Because I love a platformer, right? I'm like, right? You know me. All right, Hollow Knight. It's on my list. Maybe I'll have to get it. How much does Hollow Knight cost? Why do I need to Google it now? Who knows, but I'm gonna. Real quick. Hollow Knight, how much are you? Hollow Knight Steam? Stram. It's spelled Stram instead of Steam. I don't know why I'm doing this now, but my brain is like, you have to do it now, otherwise you won't remember to later. You know what I mean? Oh, it's only $15? Okay, cool. All right, cool. That'll be a thing. That'll be a thing later on for sure. I have it, but I'm scared. Okay, fair. Why are you scared? I will get spicy. Okay, no, I feel that. I mean, you've seen my Cuphead streams, so like I surely will get spicy as well. I'm not a stranger to the spice. Platformer fighter. Okay, real difficult, but you've been playing Cuphead. Exactly. See, I've been playing Cuphead. I've been afraid to go back to Cuphead though, because we're in the end game. And it took me so long to defeat the robot boss that I'm scared. But I need to do another Cuphead stream. I was watching Red again. Fenaria and I were both watching Red the other day. She was doing speed runs just for fun. And every time I watch her play, I'm like, how? Even when she's doing like a bad job, she's incredible. What's up, Link? It's good to see you. Thank you. Thank you for the robot, Link. I appreciate it. Let's see. Either now or not now, because who knows when not now would be. Me. That's my brain. Yep, exactly. All right, more about these nudibranchs. Okay, so Bergia Stephanie. That's what I'm not going to pronounce it any other way. I don't care that that's not correct. This is now Bergie Stephanie. Note the oral tentacles. The oral tentacles here. The foot tentacles. Why is this a foot tentacle right here? The eye. Rhinophores. Rhinophores, is that like a nose? One pair of chemosensory club-shaped, rod-shaped, ear-like structures. Okay. Prominent part of the external head anatomy of sea slugs. Weird. And the serrata. Those are that's the poison. You know? And the nidosacs at the serrata tips. Slugs are weird. Such a good clip, dude. But I need to go back at some point and like figure out how many hours it took me and how many attempts. Like I would love to go back and like edit it down to just be like every single time I die, basically. I probably won't do that, but in my mind I would love to do that. It would be really cool. I am not good at editing. And I theoretically, if I put like the time and patience and energy into it, I believe I could be okay at editing. But I just am not, it's probably not going to happen. Good old Bergie Stephanie. Dude, that's right. I did read you after. I couldn't believe it. That was one of those where I was like, well, this is where my Cuphead run ends. So again, I think that's why I'm scared to play it, is because I'm like, well, shit. Now I have to continue. I will play Cuphead again. I will at some point. You have to put the time into it. Right. I think if I was more interested, then I just would, because I'm interested, right? Unfortunately, editing is one of those things that for me, I'm like, I want to be good at it instantly. And that's not how anything in life works, you know? Like, it's just not. Like, if you want to be good at editing, I'm going to shout out Star Knuckle again, because you should go check him out, because he's a great editor. But you have to put time and energy into actually learning how to do it. You know what I mean? Like, it just is. It's one of those things that takes a lot of skill. And it takes a lot of patience when you're, like, not good at it. Because, like, in order to edit a thing that is only 5 minutes long, for me, would take like 10 hours. And so there's something about that process that I'm just like, ugh, you know? Have is an awkward word. It is. Yeah. Isn't enough time in the day. Exactly. There's really not. Again, unless it was something I was like super interested in or passionate about, which I love the idea of the end result. I don't like the idea of the journey getting there. And I have tried. I tried really hard to edit down the second Bob Ross, and I was like, I can't. I can't. It took me so long, and I was like, this is still like an hour long. I'm also like too attached to my own brilliance, if that makes sense, where it's like, it's so hard for me to be like, okay, edit this out, get rid of this. Just like, I've gotten better at like being like, okay, you don't need the like full 5 minutes. You can just like just get to the punchline kind of a thing. But like, it's hard, man. So shout out to all the people that are good at editing, because it's not easy. Okay, what are we talking about? Nudibranchs? Stephanie? Okay, the eyes in Nudibranchs are simple. Simple and able to discern a little more than light and dark. Okay. The eyes are set into the body about 1/4 of a millimeter in diameter. Consist of a lens and 5 photoreceptors. Nudibranchs vary in adult size from 4 to 600 millimeters, so 0.16 to 23.62 inches. Wow, that's a big range. That's a really big range. From very small to surprisingly big and kind of scary, yeah? That's, 2 feet is like, that's a big boy. The adult form is without a shell or operculum. In shelled gastropods, the operculum is a bony or horny plate, nice, that can cover the opening of the shell when the body is withdrawn. In most species, there's a swimming veliger. Hold on, I want to see what an operculum is. Oh, wow, cool, weird. Okay, sorry. Operculum is a cordious or calcareous anatomical structure like a trapdoor. That exists in many groups of sea snails and freshwater snails, also in a few groups of land snails. The structure is found in some marine and freshwater gastropods. Okay. There is a swimming veliger. What? Planktonic larva. Okay. So swimming veliger larva with a coiled shell, but the shell is shed at metamorphosis. Oh, when the larva transforms into the adult form. Some species have direct development, and the shell is shed before the animal emerges from the egg mass. Interesting. Very interesting. The big ones are huge. That's what I'm saying. I'm like 2 feet. Like that's, it's not this big. I'm like, it's like this big. But like, I would say like, this is like 1 foot, right? Maybe ish. Hold on. How, like a ruler like that. Yeah. So double that. That's a big boy. All right. The name nudibranch is appropriate. Shut up, Wikipedia. What do you mean? Since the Dorids, infraclass Anthrobranchia, breathe through a naked gill. Anthrobranchia. Look at this weird guy. Oh my god. Sea slugs are so weird. I like them a lot. Breathe through a naked gill, shaped into branchial plumes in a rosette on their backs. By contrast, on the back of aeolids in the clade Cladobranchia. Oh, look at these weird guys. Taxonomic clade of nudibranchs, sea slugs, marine gastropods. Okay, so the clade Cladobranchia, brightly colored sets of protruding organs called serrata are present. Aha! So these ones are naked. You can't see them. I guess the name is appropriate. Who knew? Nudibranchs have cephalic head tentacles, which are sensitive to touch, taste, and smell. Club-shaped rhinophores detect odors. I knew that meant nose, but they said something about ears. Ear-like structures, but they smell things. Okay, look at this guy, this spiky boy. A Glaucus atlanticus is an example of a nudibranch that has its serrata positioned like wings instead of on its back. It's really pretty. It's really cool. I'm fascinated. The blue boys are my favorite. They look like little sea dragons. They do look like little sea dragons. They do. They're very pretty. If you had shown me like a picture of this, I wouldn't like be like, oh yeah, slug. Like I would have never like thought that. Okay, defense mechanisms. Look at these guys. Okay, hold on. So the blue ones, Glaucus. Oh wait, we read that. Glaucus atlanticus. These guys, look at they have these little antennas. They look like moths almost. Yeah. Nudibranchs, Nembrotha kubariana. These are cool. The dusky Nembrotha. Wow. Wow. And they're eating stuff. They're eating. Look at this guy. He's eating stuff. Sorry. Eating Clavelina tunicate colonies. Why am I so excited about these? I can't tell you why. What is this? But I'm like very into these. Weird. Weird. Okay, anyway. In the course of their evolution, nudibranchs have lost their shells while developing alternative defense mechanisms. Some species evolved an external anatomy with textures and colors that mimicked surrounding sessile invertebrate animals. Often their prey, sponges, or soft corals to avoid predators. Camouflage. Evolution's really cool. Looks like it could be a Pokemon. They 100%. This guy, even this guy, honestly, yeah, they have very Pokemon-like, a Pokemon-like feel to them for sure. Let's see. Camouflage. Other nudibranchs, as seen especially well on chromodorids, have an intensely bright and contrasting color pattern. Let's look at these ones. Nope, does not exist. Just kidding. Intensely bright, contrasting color pattern that makes them especially conspicuous in their surroundings. Nudibranch mollusks are most commonly cited examples of aposematism. Aposematism. Advertising by an animal to potential predators that is not worth attacking or eating. Yeah, bright colors mean poisonous, theoretically. Or am I tricking you into thinking I'm poisonous? Nature. Yeah, unprofitability may consist of any defenses which makes the prey difficult to kill or eat, such as toxicity, venom, foul taste or smell, sharp spines, or aggressive nature. Cool. So cited examples of aposematism in marine ecosystems, but the evidence for this has been contested. Really? Mostly because few examples of mimicry are seen among species. Many species are nocturnal or cryptic, and bright colors at the red end of the spectrum are rapidly attenuated as a function of water depth. Huh. For example, the Spanish dancer. Fancy. These are fancy boys. The Spanish dancer nudibranch What a name. Hexabranchus? Look at this Spanish dancer. Okay. I can see it. Like it looks like the skirt maybe of like a flamenco dancer, perhaps. Someone very imaginative named that one. Um, Among the largest tropical marine slugs, potently chemically defended and brilliantly red and white, is nocturnal and has no known mimics. Other studies of nudibranch mollusks have concluded that they are aposematically colored. For example, the slugs of the family Philididae, Philididae from Indo-Pacific coral reefs. Yeah, the way colors don't work in deep ocean, that is wild to me. I didn't know that, first of all. So like the deeper you are in the ocean, the less colors work. Is that how that works? Fun. Can you explain more about that? Because I don't know about this, but that makes sense. That's wild. Nudibranchs that feed on hydrozoids can store the hydrozoids' nematocysts, stinging cells, in the dorsal body wall, the serrata. These stolen nematocysts, called kleptocnidae, stinging cells. Okay, wait. So kleptocnidae wander through the alimentary tract without harming the nudibranch. Once further into the organ, the cells are assimilated by intestinal protuberances and brought to specific placements on the creature's hind body. Nudibranchs can protect themselves from hydrozoids and their nematocysts. The specific mechanism is yet unknown, but special cells with large vacuoles probably play an important role. Similarly, some nudibranchs can also take in plant cells, symbiotic algae from soft corals, and reuse these to make food for themselves. Wild. That's wild. That's wild. Okay. Hold on. Am I reading that right? Take in plant cells, reuse them to make food. That's wild. The related group of sacoglossan sea slugs, which stay tuned for S Week, feed on algae and retain just the chloroplasts for their own photosynthetic use, a process known as kleptoplasty. So kleptoplasty, or kleptoplastidy, is a symbiotic phenomenon whereby plastids, notably chloroplasts from algae, are sequestered by host organisms. The word is just derived from blah. The alga is eaten normally and partially digested, leaving the plastid intact. Wild. The C in Nide is silent. Thank you. Can't quite remember the mechanics, just rung a bell. Okay. It's so cool that they're like, oh, you're protecting yourself from predators with these? Well, I'm going to eat you and use them myself. Wild. That is wild. It's very genius. They're very, like, it's wild. They're very smart, very intelligent in their own weird way. Nudibranchs use a variety of chemical defenses to aid in protection, but it is not necessarily for the strategy to be lethal to be effective. In fact, good arguments exist that chemical defenses should evolve to be distasteful rather than toxic. Interesting. Some sponge-eating nudibranchs concentrate the chemical defenses from their prey sponge in their bodies, rendering themselves distasteful to predators. Wild! That's so wild. I cannot believe that. One method of chemical defense used by nudibranchs are secondary metabolites, which play an important role in mediating relationships among marine communities. The evidence that suggests the chemical compounds used by dorid nudibranchs do in fact come from dietary sponges lies in the similarities between the metabolites of prey and nudibranchs, respectively. Furthermore, nudibranchs contain a mixture of sponge chemicals when they are in the presence of multiple food sources, as well as change defense chemicals with a concurrent change in diet. This, however, is not the only way for nudibranchs to develop chemical defenses. Certain Antarctic marine species' defense mechanisms are believed to be controlled by biological factors like predation and competition and selective pressures. Certain species are able to produce their own chemicals de novo without dietary influence. Evidence for different methods of chemical production comes with the characteristic uniformity of chemical composition across drastically different environments and geographic locations found throughout de novo production species, compared to the wide variety of dietary and environmental dependent chemical composition in sequestering species. So this idea of being like, I'm going to be just toxic enough that I taste bad, but I'm not actually bad for you. So then you like play that out. Then the idea is that like a predator tries to like eat them and is like, ew, gross. And then like what? Like spits them back out and they're like, aha, I'm still alive. Is that how that works? Sea slugs. You love to see it. And also the sponge thing, like you said, fun. Like the way that they like take the like toxic part from the predator to then make themselves taste bad. Like that, it's just mind blowing. These are wild. Another method of protection is the release of an acid from the skin. Once the specimen is physically irritated or touched by another creature, it will release the mucus automatically. Okay, nudibranchs. Apparent production of sound. Shut up. What? In 1884, Philip Henry Goss reported observations by Professor Grant, possibly Robert Emmons Grant, that 2 species of nudibranchs emit sounds that are audible to humans. What? 2 very elegant species of sea slug. Aeolus punctata, which is this guy, very elegant, and Tritonia arborescens, also very elegant. Wow. The bushy-backed nudibranch certainly produce audible sounds. What? Professor Grant, who first observed the interesting fact in some specimens of the latter, when she was keeping in an aquarium, says of the sounds that they resemble very much the clink of a steel wire on the side of a jar. One stroke only been given at a time and repeated at intervals of a minute or 2. When placed in a large basin of water, the sound is much obscured and is like that of a watch, one stroke being repeated, as before, at intervals. I'm sorry, what? The sound is longest and most often repeated when the Tritonia are lively and moving about, but is not heard when they are cold and without any motion. In the dark, I have not observed any light emitted at the time of the stroke. No globule of air escapes to the surface of the water, nor is any ripple produced on the surface at the instant of the stroke. The sound, when in a glass vessel, is mellow and distinct. The professor has kept these Tritonia alive in his room for a month, and during the whole period of their confinement, they have continued to produce the sounds with very little diminution of their original intensity. In a small apartment, they are audible at a distance of 12 feet. What? The sounds obviously proceed from the mouth of the animal, and at the instant of the stroke, we observe the lips. What are they? What mouth and what lips? What do you mean? Suddenly separate, as if to allow the water to rush into a small vacuum formed within. As these animals are hermaphrodites, requiring mutual impregnation, the sounds may possibly be a means of communication between them, or, if they are of electric nature, they may be a means of defending from foreign enemies, one of the most delicate, defenseless, and beautiful gastropods that inhabit the deep. I would like a recording of these nudibranch sounds, please. I don't know why, but I have a difficult time believing this. Apparent production of sound. But this guy spent a long time with nudibranchs, so who am I to argue with him? I am just having a hard time believing that these dudes can produce sound, but why not? Why wouldn't they be able to? I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Okay, life cycle. Nudibranchs are hermaphroditic, thus having a set of reproductive organs for both sexes, but they cannot fertilize themselves. Mating usually takes a few minutes and involves a dance-like courtship. Nudibranchs typically deposit their eggs within a gelatinous spiral, which is often described as looking like a ribbon. The number of eggs varies. It can be as few as 1 or 2 eggs, Viceria fellis, okay, or as many as 25 million? Again, that range is absurd. Anywhere from 1 to 2 to a fucking 25 million? I'm sorry, what, nudibranchs? You're out of control. Plistia facetata, not a nudibranch. Look at this guy. Why are they so fancy? The sooty sea hare, or mottled sea hare. Love it. The eggs contain toxins from sea sponges. Wild to me that they use the toxin from sea sponges. Amazing. As a means of deterring predators. After hatching, the infants look almost identical to their adult counterparts, albeit smaller. Infants may also have fewer serrata. The lifespan of nudibranchs can range from a few weeks to a year, depending on the species. Here we have 2 nudibranchs mating. They're touching tips. Don't worry about it. And then here's a guy laying eggs. Nudibranchs. And then here, Pterolia the thinna. It's adapted serrata to house symbiotic zooxanthellae. What? Colloquial term for single-celled dinoflagellates that are able to live in symbiosis with diverse marine invertebrates. Oh, okay. This was the sponge thing they're talking about, right? Obtained from its diet, which continue to be photosynthesized and provide energy to the nudibranch. Wild. Okay, feeding and ecological role. All known nudibranchs are carnivorous. These slugs are wild. Some feed on sponges, others on hydroids. Chthona? Okay. Others on bryozoans. Wow. Bryozoans are a phylum of simple aquatic invertebrate animals, nearly all living in sedentary colonies. This picture is really cool. That illustration is beautiful. Let's see. Some eat other sea slugs or their eggs. Fevernus. Look at this beautiful boy. Fevernus is a genus of small sea slugs, aeolid nudibranchs, marine gastropod mollusks in the family Phaselinidae. What a beautiful boy who also eats other sea slugs. Some occasions are cannibals. Cannibals and prey on members of their own species. Savage, these boys. Okay. I got really distracted by cannibals. Other groups feed on tunicates. Nimbrotha. Look at this beautiful one. Oh my gosh. Gonedoris. Doris. We have Stephanie and Doris. Oh. And other nudibranchs. Also, but we're reading about cannibalism. I'm like, how cute. They eat each other. Roboastra. Okay, all right. Look at this little guy. Weird. Love it. Descended from tunicate feeding species. Barnacles. Okay, so they eat barnacles. That's cool. And anemones. They eat anemones. Anemone would have been a good one for a week. Maybe season 2 we can read about anemones. The surface-dwelling nudibranch, Glaucus atlanticus, which again, so what this means is that it hangs out upside down on the surface of the water. This weird Pokemon guy. Incredible. Is a specialist predator of siphonophores. Siphonophori is an order within Hydrozoa, which is a class of marine organisms within the phylum Cnidaria. According to the World Register of Marine Species, the order contains 175 species. Wow. Okay, so a specialist predator of these dudes, siphonophores, such as the Portuguese man of war. We talked about them on Jellyfish Week. It wasn't Jellyfish Week, but it became Jellyfish Week. Wow. Okay, so these are one of the scarier jellyfish from what I recall because they're very venomous, right? But these dudes eat them. The ocean is wild. This predatory mollusk sucks air into its stomach to keep it afloat. Using its muscular foot, it clings to the surface film. If it finds a small victim, Glaucus simply envelops it with its capacious mouth. But if the prey is a larger siphonophore, the mollusk nibbles off its fishing tentacles. The ones carrying the most potent nematocysts. Like some others of its kind, Glaucus does not digest the nematocysts. Instead, it uses them to defend itself by passing them from its gut to the surface of its skin. I'm in awe. I'm in awe of these weird little sea slugs. Taxonomy, I might skip ahead. But here we have Dorids, Chlormus willani, breathe with the brachial plume, and which project around their anus. Why do we always got to talk about these animals' anuses, though? Why do we always do that? Why, Wikipedia? Aeolids, Hermescendra crassicornis. This guy. Wow. Have many serrata over their back, which are used for defense and respiration. Aloha, Micah. Hi. How are you? It's good to see you. Have an iconic stream. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it. Manifesting many rhinestone Vaselines. That's gonna be our thing from now on. Anytime, aloha, Micah, do you stream? I'm gonna have to follow you if you do. But I was gonna say that's like our greeting to each other is just like Vaseline. Thank you for being here. It's so good to see you. What are you up to today? I hope you have a wonderful day. We're reading about sea slugs right now, specifically nudibranchs. They are wild, let me tell you. Look at these pictures. Wild. Gorgeous. Scary. Marvelous. Okay, we're going to skip through the taxidermy part. Taxonomic part. And then we're going to look at some pictures. Yay! Are you ready for nudibranch pictures? If anyone asks you to send nudes, send them pictures of nudibranchs. Let's see. For sure, of course, I'm drawing and cleaning my AirPods. Love it. Love it. Love that for you. What are you drawing? Okay. Ready, team? Fun? Are you ready? Nudibranchs are wild. I cannot believe. All right. This one is called Trinta. Hold on. I'll get it. Don't worry. I'll get it. Tritoniopsis eleganza. Eleganza. This is Nembrotha cristata in Bunakan National Park. Beautiful. Beautiful. They are so pretty and also so weird fun. They eat jellyfish, some of them. They eat the scary jellyfish. Sometimes they just eat their tentacles. Sorry, I'm amazed. I'm amazed by these weird boys. This is a cloud nudibranch, also known as a Triopha catalinae in Northern California. Wow. Wow. This is a Chromodorus anai from Lembai Straits, Indonesia. This is a Spanish dancer, which we talked about earlier, which I think is the funniest name. Oh, Spanish dancer. Fox Mulder, hi, how are you? We're reading about nudibranchs right now, which is a kind of sea slug, and they're out of control. They're out of control, and I love them. Look at how pretty and weird. This is a Spanish dancer. Also, what are you up to? It's so good to see you. Welcome to N Week. If you have a topic that starts with the letter N, tell me, and we will look into it. This is a Spanish dancer taken at night in the Red Sea. I'll have you know. Look at this guy. This is Nembrotha chamberlaini from Verde Island in the Philippines. They are so fancy. We're sea diving. That's what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. Let's see. Aloha, Micah. This guy from EXO named Kai. Oh, okay. EXO. EXO. What is EXO? Help me. Help. Also, oh my God. What is that? It looks so cool. Right? These are nudibranchs. I'm telling you. Actually, this is Fun's topic. Everyone can thank Fun for this because we would not be here. Also, side note, I just realized that my dress is getting eaten up by my chair wheels and I want to make sure it doesn't get destroyed. Nudibranchs, though, they're sea slugs. They're also cannibals. Yeah, everybody say thank you, Fun. Thank you, Fun. Because these are really cool and really weird. And this was a banger of a topic to start with, I'm going to say. It's going to be... Nudibranchs are going to be hard to follow. I'm just letting y'all know now because I'm very excited about these weird boys. Okay, let's see. Look at this one. Glossodoris atromarginata. Just a weird little ribbony, not ribbon. What is the word I'm looking for? Help me. Ruffle. Little ruffly guy. Brings a whole new meaning to fishing for nudes. That's what I was saying. Dude, Fox, this is what I was saying. I was like, next time someone asks you for nudes, send them some pictures of nudibranchs. See what happens. It's a little bit more inventive than sending a picture of noodles, right? I love that. I love that for us. This is Chromodorus dianae, again from the Philippines, from Verde Island, Philippines. This is a pair. Look at these two weirdos. A pair of Nembrotha milleri mating at Verde Island, Philippines. A lot of these are in the Philippines. What is this guy? The regal sea goddess Felomary picta in the Grays Reef National Marine Sanctuary in Savannah, Georgia. This one's beautiful. They're all beautiful and so weird. Flabellina affinis. Also, this one's very fancy. La Herradura, Mediterranean Sea in Spain. So fancy, so pretty, so elegant. Philippines, PH Iconic Slugs. EXO is a K-pop group. Oh, okay. I think we've talked about this before. I'm not up on the K-pop. I I missed the boat with the K-pop. I'm like 84 years old. I'm like, I'm not up to speed on the K-pop, but I know the kids love it. I love it. Well, I hope you have fun drawing, and thank you for hanging out and having me on in the background. That's so nice. Don't know K-pop? Get canceled. I mean, I know what it is, and certainly I've heard it. Is there Blackpink? Isn't that a K-pop? Zenith, don't cancel me. Letting them down lightly and hopefully teaching them a thing or two, right? Marine biology. Yeah, exactly. This one's in Spain. Let's see. Ooh, Dora Nudibranch egg ribbon. This is just the egg ribbon. Okay, so again, when they lay eggs, it can be anywhere between 1 or 2 and 25 million eggs. Explain that to me, evolution. What? Maybe 1 or 2 eggs, maybe 25 million. Again, that's like the size range. The size range is like 0.16 inches to 23 point something inches. Nudibranchs, man. Wild. This is in Moss Beach, California. No worries, I'm new into K-pop, and also, yes, Blackpink. See, I knew one of the K-pops. Good luck learning on Wikipedia. Thank you. So far, it's going really well. It's going swimmingly. Huh? Because ocean, you know? Swimmingly? Okay, anyway, I don't know what that was. Nudibranch egg ribbon. Here's another egg ribbon. These egg ribbons, though, can we talk about it? Nudibranch egg ribbon at Shab Mahud in the Red Sea in Egypt. These egg ribbons, though. Imagine getting pregnant and maybe having 1 or 2 kids or 25 million. No, absolutely not. I will not imagine it. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. I imagine, I don't actually know Zenith, obviously, because I'm not a nudibranch expert. This is the first I'm learning about them. But I would imagine that that's very, like, species dependent, right? Theoretically. So maybe one species does like 1 or 2 versus another species does like 25 million. But if that's just like, we don't know how many, maybe 1 or 2, maybe 25 million, fuck all that. Like, what? What? I would die. We would all die. Everyone would die. I can't. Well, it's kind of like IVF, right? IVF is one of those that's like either it like really doesn't work and it's very difficult for people to get pregnant, right? Or it's like you're having septuplets. Like, wow. Biological lottery. Yeah, it's a lot. Fox Mulder's just gonna slowly walk away from that one. Yep. Let's see. Here's another egg ribbon. This is at Malahi. This is also in the Red Sea in Egypt. Look at this one. Goniobranchus cunei off the coast of Papua New Guinea. Beautiful. So a lot of them are like Southeast Asia, it seems like, and then the Mediterranean. But also some of them were in California. They're all over the place. Yeah, just the Gandalf gonna dip. See ya. See ya, I'm Gandalf. Chaotic good. Bye. Ooh, look at this one. This one is just labeled nudibranch. So who knows? But beautiful. Beautiful and amazing and cool. That's it. That's our nudibranch gallery, guys. That's a wrap on nudibranchs, guys. First topic of the day. Can we just, again, thank you, fun. What a great topic. These are so cool and so weird. This is everything I hoped for. Good, I'm glad. They're so pretty. Their anatomy is wild. Their carnivorous, cannibalistic nature is wild. The fact that they eat parts of poisoned things to then use that poison against other creatures is wild. These are wild. They're also gorgeous. Very cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yay! I enjoyed it. I had no idea how much I would love these, but they are very cool. I get into the nature ones for sure. I get into the animal ones, but especially like weird shit like this that I'm like, I kind of knew they existed, but I had no idea. I had no idea, fun. I had no idea. Amazing, nudibranchs. All right, we ready for the next one? Next, we have Nara Park, and we're specifically going to focus on the deer. This is Strawberry Shortcake's topic. Okay, so Nara Park. is a public park located in the city of Nara, Japan, at the foot of Mount Wakakusa. Established in 1880, it is one of the oldest parks in Japan. Administratively, the park is under the control of Nara Prefecture. The park is one of the places of scenic beauty, designated by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology. Over 1,200 wild sika deer. Is this what we're looking at? Okay, hold on. Wait, I want to see this picture, please. Wikipedia, let me see a picture. Cute. Sika deer, also known as the spotted deer or Japanese deer, is a species of deer native to much of East Asia and introduced to other parts of the world. Cute. Previously found in northern Vietnam and in the south to Russia as far east in the north. It is now uncommon except in Japan. Okay, I feel like I've heard of those boys before. Let's see. So 1,200 wild sika deer freely roaming around the park are also under the designation of MEXT, classified as a natural treasure, not Nick Cage. While the official size of the park is about 502 hectares, 1,240 acres, the area including the grounds of Todaiji, Kofuku-ji, and Kasuga Shrine are either on the edge or surrounded by Nara Park, is as large as 660 hectares, 1,600 acres. So here's a pond in the park. Very pretty. Very pretty. While Nara Park is usually associated with the broad areas of the temples and the park proper, previously private gardens are now open to the public. These gardens make use of temple buildings as adjunct features of their landscapes. The park is home to the Nara National Museum and Todaiji, where the largest wooden building in the world houses a 15-meter, 50-foot tall statue of Buddha. Oh, okay. Cool. I was hoping that it would specifically show that statue. But yeah, we'll focus on the deer, but honestly, it's a very short article, Strawberry Shortcake. We might just go through it. This is on your list for when you go, ooh, do you have a Japan trip planned? Or just like, is that like a bucket list kind of a thing? Let's see, fun. I think my mom and my sister might have gone here. Ooh, really? Cool. I would love to go to Japan at some point. I mean, there's so many places in the world I would love to go, but Japan is definitely one of those that I think would be fascinating. Yeah, all right, so let's read about it. We'll start with the deer and we'll just go from there. According to local folklore, sika deer from this area were considered sacred due to a visit from Takemikazuchi. Zuchi? Sorry about my pronunciation always. Let's see. Oh, cool. A deity in Japanese mythology, considered a god of thunder and sword god. He has also competed in what is known as the first sumo wrestling match recorded in history. Neat! Look at this painting! This is amazing. That giant koi fish, hold on, we need to stare at this longer. By we, I mean me. So he's like on a giant koi fish. There's a lot happening in this picture. There's a lot. I don't even know. The more you stare at it, the more you realize there's a lot happening. Okay, so anyway, so sacred, due to a visit from Takemikazuchi, one of the four gods of Kasuga Shrine. He was said to have been invited from Kashima Shrine in present-day Ibaraki Prefecture, and appeared on Mount Mikasa, also known as Mount Wakakusa, riding a white deer. From that point, the deer were considered divine and sacred by both Kasuga Shrine and Kofukuji. Killing one of these sacred deer was a capital offense punishable by death up until 1637, the last recorded date of breach of that law. Damn! That's intense. So here they are in the park. The little guy. Very cute. Let's see. Was supposed to be our honeymoon. Oh, student loans. Damn you, student loans. Yeah, I feel that. But one day, Strawberry Shortcake. Japanese art is so good. I love Japanese watercolors. Yeah, Japanese art in general. Yeah. Raven, thank you for contributing to the Mama Aber's Science Challenge. We're over halfway there, you guys. It's gonna happen. It might be a thing we do in May, kind of as a like Mother's Day-ish thing. It probably won't actually be Mother's Day weekend, but I think that's the thing that's gonna happen. So thank you to everyone who's been contributing to that. It's gonna be real interesting. Fox, thank you for contributing to the Mama Aber's Science Challenge. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing. Let's see. Mikasa es tu casa. How dare you, sir? How dare you come into my house and make a Japanese/Spanish joke at me? I did hear it though. Yeah, no, I'm with you. How dare you? Okay, let's see. After World War II, the deer were officially stripped of their sacred divine status and were instead designated as national treasures. Okay, so it does say it wavers between national and natural treasures. It's fine. And are protected as such. Today, visitors can purchase deer crackers, shika senbai, to feed the deer in the park. These crackers are exclusively sold by the WNOW company. The number of deer grew in the post-war period to about 1,200 in 2008, leading to concerns about environmental and crop damage and discussion of culling. Culling is interesting. Culling, in biology, culling is the process of segregating organisms from a group according to desired or undesired characteristics. In animal breeding, it is the process of removing or segregating animals from a breeding stock based on a specific trait. Interesting. In 2016, a record number of 121 people were injured by deer. In 2016, it was announced that the area around Nara would be designated into 4 different zones, with outer zones allowing deer to be captured and killed. In August 2017, traps were set to catch deer on the outskirts of Nara. The culling started in 2017 with a limited 120 deer to be culled during 2017. In July 2017, there were around 1,500 deer living in the park, and at least 164 people had been injured by them from 2017 and 2018. Everyone just needs to leave the deer alone. You're getting too close. That's my opinion. Most of them were tourists feeding the deer. See, don't feed the deer. Leave them alone. Well, they give you crackers to feed the deer, so I guess maybe they shouldn't give you crackers, huh? Fenaria, thank you for your contribution to the science challenge. Thank you again to everyone who's using their points that way. I said it earlier and I'll say it again. I made the points 200,000 thinking I was like, oh, that'll take some time. It won't happen, right away. And then sure enough, y'all are like, nope, this is happening. Here's a picture of the crackers that they sell for deer feeding. And then people get injured because they're feeding the deer. So that's, choices. In April 2018, Nara City set up new signs in English, Chinese, and Japanese, informing tourists that the deer are wild animals and to not tease them during feeding. Right? The horrific Nara deer culling of 2017. Rough ski. Excuse me. I think in conservation, it's more to promote healthy population sizes. Yeah, because breeding versus conservation, that's a good point, Fun. So to promote healthy population sizes of either the species being culled or another species impacted by them, doesn't always work so well. Yeah. Person, ooh, let's feed the little deer. Deer, revenge. Fuck you, human. Give me my cracker. Okay. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the Japanese government implemented travel restrictions. The amount of tourists feeding the Nara deer decreased significantly. The deer lost a vital source of food and began to forage outside the park. There were concerns that the deer could get hit by vehicles or die from eating harmful plastic and other litter. That's wild. So then these crackers have become like a main food source for them. Wild. Okay. In 2010 and 2021, deer were killed illegally and suspects were arrested. Wow. In pop culture, Alt J's 2014 album This Is All Yours has 3 tracks: Arrival in Nara, and Leaving Nara, the second of which explicitly references Nara Park in its lyrics. All right, you ready for this beautiful gallery? This park looks gorgeous. I mean, it looks beautiful. All right, so this is called Uki Meadow Pavilion. Beautiful. Chaya within the park offering tea and wagashi. What is wagashi? Anyone know what wagashi is? Chaya opens. Cool. Tori inside the park. Beautiful. A path inside the park. Also beautiful. More than 1,000 lanterns adorn the park. Yeah, I see why this is on your list, Strawberry Shortcake. Here they are. This guy is like, I don't have anything for you. Look at all these deer. Okay, I can see why people get injured. Wagashi are traditional Japanese confections that are often served with green tea. Thank you. There we go. Thanks, Fox. The deer are freely roaming around in both parks and temples. They are really cute though, huh? Thanks, Uncle Google. We love to see it. I was gonna say, it sounded like a very Google response. So I teach English to speakers of other languages, and in my advanced classes specifically, I think students are like afraid to like do things wrong, especially because I work with adults, right? But it's so easy to tell when some, like, this is like a Google Translate like thing, or like direct from dictionary thing. And so often, because I'm just like a brat of a teacher, or I'm a good teacher, depending on how you define it. But often I'll be like, okay, so what does that mean? And then my students are like, I don't know. And I'm like, right, so let's talk about it instead of copying from the dictionary, because that helps no one. Anyway, thanks, Uncle Google. Let's see what else. Nara Park photographed by Adolfo Farsari before 1898. Before, we know it's before 1898. We don't know when. Interesting. Whoa, look at this picture. Nara Park and Mount Wakakusa from Nara Prefectural Government Office. I work with people from India, and a lot of them say people's names like, I worked with the Zenith. Yeah, the is so common in other languages, Zenith, and in English, we really only use the for like specific circumstances or for proper nouns occasionally. It's the same with Spanish. You use the for like everything in Spanish. So like my Spanish speaking students often like use the word the in situations like that. And you're saying they do that because Grammarly corrects it that way? Grammarly, get your shit together. That's really funny. Well, and I wonder too, if we're talking about Farsi or Hindi or various other like dialects and languages in that area, if their direct translation would theoretically use the word the. I don't know. I don't speak Indian dialects, but I'm fascinated. That's really interesting. Seen it happen while they're sharing their screens. That's really funny. Yeah. Corrected my name to the Zenith. I kind of like that though. That's great. I am the Zenith. That is me. The Zenith. Not just a Zenith. The Zenith. There we go. Nara Park. We got it. We're here. It happened. Done and done. Strawberry Shortcake, thank you for your topic. It's very fun, very pretty, very cool. If anyone else has end topics, you let me know. Next on our list, this is my topic. We're going to learn about Nahuatl together. You prepared? Are you ready? Obviously it was my actual name. Yeah, I figured. I don't go by Zenith at work. I figured it was like name redacted. We'll go by Zenith. Didn't want to blow up your spot. I don't actually know your real name. But no, I get that. It is really funny though. Cause yeah, my students will do that too. Where it's like, they say like the Abby or the Miss Abby kind of a thing, which is funny. Okay. So I'm probably saying it wrong. I think it's Nahuatl. Nahuatl. Yeah. Listen, here we go.
Nahuatl.
Oh, the L is kind of silent. Nahuatl.
Nahuatl.
There's a little bit of a like at the end. Nahuatl. I'm going to try my best. So Nahuatl. Aztec or Mexicano is a language, or by some definitions, a group of languages of the Uto-Aztecan language family. Varieties of Nahuatl are spoken by about 1.7 million Nahua peoples, most of whom live mainly in central Mexico, as well as a small number who live in the United States. Nahuatl has been spoken in central Mexico since at least the 7th century CE. It was the language of Aztec Mexica, who dominated what is now known as Mexico, central Mexico, during the late post-classic period of Mesoamerican history. During the centuries preceding Spanish and Tlaxcalan conquest of the Aztec Empire, the Aztecs had expanded to incorporate a large part of central Mexico. Their influence caused a variety of Nahuatl spoken by residents of Tenochtitlan to become a prestige language in Mesoamerica. So you can see over here, this is a Nahua man from Florentine Codex. The speech scrolls indicate speech or song. After the conquest, when Spanish colonists and missionaries introduced the Latin alphabet, Nahuatl also became a literary language. Many chronicles, grammars, works of poetry, administrative documents, and codices were written in it during the 16th and 17th centuries. This early literary language, based on Tenochtitlan variety, has been labeled Classical Nahuatl. It is among the most studied and best documented languages in the Americas. Today, Nahuatl languages are spoken in scattered communities, mostly in rural areas throughout central Mexico and along the coastline. There are considerable differences among varieties. Some are not mutually intelligible. Huasteca Nahuatl, with over 1 million speakers, is the most spoken variety. All varieties have been subject to varying degrees of influence from Spanish. No modern Nahuatl languages are identical to Classic Nahuatl, but those spoken in and around the Valley of Mexico are generally more closely related to it than those on the periphery. Under Mexico's General Law of Linguistic Rights of the Indigenous Peoples, promulgated in 2003, Nahuatl and 63 indigenous languages of Mexico are recognized as lenguas nacionales, so national languages, in the regions where they are spoken. They are given the same status as Spanish with their respective regions. That's really cool. I didn't know about this. That's neat. And also, because Mexico is huge geographically, right? But it's so linguistically diverse. Amazing. Nahuatl languages exhibit a complex morphology or system of word formation characterized by polysynthesis and agglutination. We need to read what this means. Polysynthesis. In linguistic typology, polysynthetic languages, formerly holophrastic languages, are highly synthetic languages, in which words are composed of many morphemes. Okay, lots of sounds. They are highly inflected languages. Okay. Polysynthetic languages typically have long sentence words. Okay. And then we've got agglutination. What? In linguistics, agglutination is a morphological process in which words are formed by stringing together morphemes, which each correspond to a single syntactic feature. Languages that use agglutination are widely called agglutinative languages. Turkish is one of these. Okay. So yeah, it's just like sound. German kind of does this. Not to this extent, but it kind of does this. Cool. All right, neat. Here, they'll explain it. This means that morphemes, words or fragments of words that each contain their own separate meaning, are often strung together to make longer, complex words. Through a very long period of development alongside other indigenous Mesoamerican languages, they have absorbed many influences, coming to form a part of the Mesoamerican language area. Many words from Nahuatl are absorbed into Spanish and, from there, diffused into hundreds of other languages in the region. Most of these loan words denote things indigenous to central Mexico, which the Spanish heard mentioned for the first time by their Nahuatl names. English also has absorbed words from Nahuatl origin, including avocado. That's right, because avocado, what is the other word for it? I forget. But in a lot of places, it's not known as avocado. That's a Nahuatl word. Chayote, chile, chipotle, chocolate, atlatl, coyote, peyote, axolotl, and tomato. And now you know. That last sign looks like Welsh signs. Okay, Fox, were you here during that? What week was that? I think that was L week. We read about that town. There's a town in Wales that has a ridiculously long name that I tried several times and failed to pronounce. But we read about that, Fox. It's a similar kind of thing. I wonder if Welsh is considered the same way. Because I know when we read about the name of that town, there was a reason for it. It's because there were many different ways to classify that town, and so then they just kind of combined it. There it is! Go. I remember the go part. We read about that during L Week, yeah. It's a similar idea for sure. Okay, so let's see. What do we want to read about here? Classification, terminology, history, demography, distribution, phonology. I kind of want to do... I might skip history. I don't know if I'll do... I don't know. Guys, I don't know what I want to do. I'll probably just skip around and see what sounds good. I feel like classification, though, might get a little boring, so we might skip that and get into some other stuff. Okay, yeah, history. Let's do history. On the issue of geographic origin, The consensus of linguists during the 20th century was that Aztecan language family originated in the southwestern United States. Evidence from archaeology and ethnohistory supports the thesis of a southward diffusion across North American continent, specifically that speakers of early Nahuatl languages migrated from Aridoamerica, which I want to say southwestern. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so Texas, Baja California, basically, yeah. Into central Mexico in several waves. But recently, the traditional assessment has been challenged by Jane H. Hill, who proposes instead that the Uto-Aztecan language family originated in central Mexico and spread northward at a very early date. Interesting. This hypothesis and analysis of data that it rests upon have received serious criticism. Interesting. The proposed migration of speakers of the Proto-Nahuatl language into the Mesoamerican region has been placed sometimes around AD 500, toward the end of the early Classic period in Mesoamerican chronology. Before reaching the Mexican plateau, pre-Nahuatl groups probably spent a period of time in contact with the Coracol languages Cora and Huichol in northwestern Mexico, which are also Uto-Aztecan. The major political and cultural center of Mesoamerica in the early Classic period was Teotihuacan. The identity of the languages spoken by Teotihuacan's founders has long been debated, with the relationship of Nahuatl to Teotihuacan being prominent in that inquiry. While the 19th and early 20th centuries, it was presumed that Teotihuacan had been founded by speakers of Nahuatl, later linguistic and archaeological research tended to disconfirm this view. Instead, the timing of Nahuatl influx was seen to coincide more closely with Teotihuacan's fall than its rise. Interesting. Other candidates, such as Totonacan, identified as more likely. But recently, evidence from Mayan epigraphy is the study of inscriptions, epigraphs, and writing, as writing. It is the science of identifying graphemes, clarifying their meanings, classifying their uses according to dates and cultural context, and drawing conclusions about the writing and the writers. Okay, cool. So recently, evidence from Mayan epigraphy of possible Nahuatl loanwords in Mayan languages has been interpreted as demonstrating that other Mesoamerican languages may have been borrowing words from Proto-Nahuatl or its early descendants significantly earlier than previously thought, bolstering the possibility of significant Nahuatl presence at Teotihuacan. In Mesoamerica, the Mayan, Otomanguean, and Mixtezoque languages had coexisted for millennia. This had given rise to the Mesoamerican language area. Language area refers to a set language traits that have become common among the area's languages by diffusion and not by evolution, within a set of languages belonging to a common genetic subgrouping. After the Nahuas migrated into Mesoamerican cultural zone, their language too adopted some of the traits defining Mesoamerican linguistic area. Examples of such adopted traits are the use of relational nouns, the appearance of calques, loanwords, loan translations, a word or phrase borrowed from another language by literal word for word or root for root translation. Okay, interesting. When used as a verb, to calque means to borrow a word or phrase from another language while translating its components. Okay, cool. That's wild. The idea that SA was colonized via northern migration is being contested, especially in the last few years. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting. Because I don't know. I only know a little bit of this kind of history from college because I have a degree in anthropology and I have a degree in Spanish. So because of my Spanish degree, we studied a lot of like Mesoamerican history and South American history. And so a lot of that colonization, my understanding is that it happened simultaneously. So it is interesting, this idea of northern migration versus like diffusion from a central point versus like simultaneous colonization. Yeah, it is interesting, Fox. Agreed. Let's see. Where am I? The appearance of calques, or loan translations, and a form of possessive construction typical of Mesoamerican languages. A language which was the ancestor of Pochutec split from Pro-Nahuatl or Pro-Aztecan, possibly as early as AD 400, arriving in Mesoamerica a few centuries earlier than the bulk of speakers of Nahuatl languages. Some Nahuatl groups migrated south along the Central American Isthmus, reaching as far as Nicaragua. Ooh, we're going to read about Nicaraguan Sign Language later. The critically endangered Pipil language of El Salvador is the only living descendant of variety of Nahuatl, once spoken south of present-day Mexico. Beginning in the 7th century, Nahuatl speakers rose to power in central Mexico. The people of Toltec culture of Tula, which was active in central Mexico around the 10th century, are thought to have been Nahuatl speakers. By the 11th century, Nahuatl speakers were dominant in the Valley of Mexico and far beyond, with settlements including Azcapotzalco, Calhuacan, and Cholula rising to prominence. Nahuatl migrations into region from the north continued to the post-classic period. One of the last of these migrations to arrive in the Valley of Mexico settled on an island in Lake Texcoco and proceeded to subjugate the surrounding tribes. This group was the Mexica, who over the course of the next 3 centuries founded an empire named Tenochtitlan. Their political and linguistic influence came to extend into Central America, and Nahuatl became a lingua franca. Oh, interesting. Among merchants and elites in Mesoamerica, e.g. among the Maya Quiche people. So lingua franca, I mean, we can read about it, but lingua francas are really cool. English right now is like the lingua franca of the world, right? So lingua franca, known as a bridge language, common language, trade language, auxiliary language, vehicular language, or link language, is a language or dialect systematically used to make communication between groups of people who do not share the same language. So essentially, like, English is like the language of like business communication among people who don't speak the same language. So like if I speak French and you speak Spanish, but we both speak English, we'll communicate in English, kind of a thing, right? Quiche, I know them? Or quiche? What are you saying to me? Let's see, some of the genetics have no northern links and have links to Australasia. Yeah. Sorry, I love this kind of shit, Fox. So they must have found South America first and not migrated from the north. Completely change history. Are you an archaeologist, anthropologist kind of person, Fox? Have we talked about this before? Yeah, but it's fascinating in terms of like the different like skeletal structures that have been found in South America and their relationship to Asian, Australasian and like Asian cultures. Yeah. Like, because if you look in Guatemala too, there have been a lot of old bones and things that have been found to then have like a genetic connection to Australasia, like you're talking about. And so then it's like, so if we look at like human history, yeah, I love all of that shit, Fox. I'm super into that. It would completely change history, or at least like prehistory in terms of like our understanding of it. It's really cool. Yeah, why, Fox, why do you know all this? I love this shit. I can get into like anthropology, archaeology, like kind of stuff for days, man. Quiche. A lot of Quiche people in Guatemala. Oh, cool. Okay, nice. Quiche. Got it. Thank you. Let's see. I'm trying to think for Quiche in Guatemala. I have a friend who's Guatemalan, and I forget what her parents speak, but her parents are indigenous. She's indigenous. So they don't really speak Spanish. They speak a different language. It's not Quiche, but I can't remember. I don't know why it's spelled Quiche here, because we're using the native alphabet and not Spanish. So Spanish would be using the QU, right? But the indigenous language wouldn't be using Q. It would be using K. Interesting, no? Yeah, because the QU is a very Latin thing. It's not an indigenous thing. So that's why. As Tenochtitlan grew to become the largest urban center of Central America and one of the largest in the world at that time, it attracted speakers from Nahuatl from diverse areas, giving birth to an urban form of Nahuatl with traits from many dialects. This urbanized variety of Tenochtitlan is what came to be known as classical Nahuatl, as documented in colonial times. Yeah, isn't that interesting, Zenith? So it's like, and I know this from a little bit of Chicana history too. Like, so when we write Chicana, we use CH often, but if you're utilizing Nahuatl and other indigenous languages, that's where you would use the X instead, because the X denotes the ch sound. So it's interesting. It's like, which alphabet are you going off of, right? But that's cool. That's cool that you know a lot of Quiche people. Now it's going to bother me. I'm going to have to ask my friend Madi what language her family speaks, because I do not remember what it's called, and I feel bad. But yeah, she's from Guatemala too. And again, the linguistic diversity in Mesoamerica is really fascinating. When you look at, I love indigenous languages. I thought about going into like indigenous language preservation when I was like studying linguistics and things. It's such a niche kind of area, and in terms of like making a living, it's not necessarily like realistic, but it's something that I'm really fascinated by for sure. Let's see. Read and watch a lot of stuff on it. I've never done courses, but I wish I did. I mean, there's so much information available on the internet. Like, you don't necessarily have to, right? Like, there's so many different ways to learn, and like, I don't know, like, yeah, you can do the like university thing and the courses thing, and I'm not trying to like diminish that as a powerful way to learn, but there's also, I think that we diminish internet learning, and it's totally viable in my opinion. You sound very knowledgeable, Fox, and it's cool that you're interested in this stuff, because I am also very interested in this stuff. Colonial period. With the arrival of the Spanish in 1519, Nahuatl was displaced as a dominant regional language, but remained important in Nahuatl communities under Spanish rule. There is an extensive colonial era documentation in Nahuatl for Tlaxcala, Cuernavaca, Culhuacan, Cayoacan, Toluca, and other locations in the Valley of Mexico and beyond. Starting in the 1970s, scholars of Mesoamerican ethnohistory have analyzed local level texts in Nahuatl and other indigenous languages to gain insight into cultural change in the colonial era via linguistic changes, known at present as New Philology. Generally refers to a branch of Mexican ethnohistory and philology that uses colonial era native language texts written by Indians to construct history from the indigenous point of view. Cool. Love that. It starts with N. You know what? Maybe we'll read about New Philology later. Why not? We'll get into it. We could do it after this. Should we do it after this? Should we do it later? Let's do it later. I'm trying to decide the order of things. I don't know, but let's go back to Nahuatl. Let's see. Where am I? A number of these texts have been translated and published in part or in their entirety. Types of documentation include censuses, especially in very early set from Cuernavaca region, town council records from Tlaxcala, and testaments of individual Nahuas. Since the Spanish made alliances with the first Nahuatl speakers from Tlaxcala, and later with the conquered Mexica of Tenochtitlan, Aztecs, the Nahuatl continued spreading throughout Mesoamerica in the decades after the conquest. Spanish expeditions with thousands of Nahuatl soldiers marched north and south to conquer new territories. Society of Jesus missions in northern Mexico and southwestern United States often included a barrio of Tlaxcaltec soldiers who remained to guard the mission. For example, some 14 years after the northeastern city of Saltillo was founded in 1577, a Tlaxcaltec community was resettled in a separate nearby village, San Esteban de Nueva Tlaxcala, to cultivate the land and aid colonization efforts that had stalled in the face of local hostility to the Spanish settlement. As for the conquest of modern-day Central America, Pedro de Alvarado conquered Guatemala with the help of tens of thousands of Tlaxcaltec allies, who then settled outside of modern-day Antigua Guatemala. God, I need to talk to my friend Madi. Part of me wants to text her real quick and just be like, random question. Random question for you. Gonna bother her. Random question for you. We're learning about Nahuatl. On Wikipedia with me right now, and I couldn't remember what is the name of the language your family speaks. Because Madi speaks English and Spanish and their indigenous language. But her parents speak primarily their indigenous language. I think her dad speaks a little bit of Spanish, but they don't really speak English, which is interesting. And now I need to know because I cannot remember. And I'm very curious about it. So anyway, Pedro Alvarado conquered Guatemala with the help of tens of thousands of Tlaxcaltec allies who then settled outside modern-day Antigua Guatemala. As part of their missionary efforts, members of various religious orders, principally Franciscan and Dominican friars and Jesuits, introduced the Latin alphabet to the Nahuatl. So that's where it changes, I think, in some ways. Within the first 20 years after the Spanish arrival, texts were being prepared in Nahuatl languages written in Latin characters. Simultaneously, schools were founded, such as the Colegio de Santa Cruz de Tlatelolco, man, so close, in 1536, which taught both indigenous and classical European languages to both Native Americans and priests. Missionary grammarians undertook the writing of grammars, also called artes, of indigenous languages for use by priests. The first Nahuatl grammar, written by Andres de Olmos, was published in 1547, 3 years before the first French grammar. By 1645, 4 more had been published, authored respectively by Alonso de Molina, 1571, Antonio de Ricon, 1597, Diego de Galdo Guzman, 1642, and Horacio Corochi, 1645. Corochi's is today considered the most important of the colonial era grammars of Nahuatl. Corochi has been particularly important for scholars working in new philology, such that there is a 2001 English translation of Corochi's 1645 grammar by James Lockhart. Wow! Through contact with the Spanish, the Nahuatl language adopted many loanwords, and as bilingualism intensified, changes in the grammatical structure of Nahuatl followed. Interesting. Amazing. So here, this is page 51 from book 9 of the Florentine Codex. The text is in Nahuatl, written in the Latin alphabet. Interesting. That's really cool. Okay, let's see. In 1570, King Philip II of Spain decreed that Nahuatl should become the official language of the colonies of New Spain in order to facilitate communication between the Spanish and natives of the colonies. This led to Spanish missionaries teaching Nahuatl to Indians living as far south as Honduras and El Salvador. During the 16th and 17th centuries, classical Nahuatl was used as a literary language, and large corpus of text from that period exists today. They include histories, chronicles, poetry, theatrical works, Christian canonical works, and ethnographic descriptions, and administrative documents. The Spanish permitted a great deal of autonomy in the local administration of indigenous towns during this period. And in many Nahuatl-speaking towns, the language was the de facto administrative language, both in writing and speech. A large body of Nahuatl literature was composed during this period, including the Florentine Codex, a 12-volume compendium of Aztec culture compiled by Franciscan Bernardino de Sahagún. I had problems with that one. My bad. Chronica Coyote. Hey, the L is silent. Well, it's not silent. It makes like noise, I think. Anyway, Chronicle of the Royal Lineage of Tenochtitlan by Fernando Alvarado Tezozomac. Cantares Mexicanos, a collection of songs in Nahuatl, a Nahuatl Spanish Nahuatl dictionary, wild, compiled by Alonso de Molina, and the Huey Tlamahuicoltica, description in Nahuatl of the apparition of Our Lady of Guadalupe. Cool. So here's a text about the language by Fray Joseph de Carranza, second half of the 18th century. We will not click to read, but it looks cool. Let's see. Let me drink some water real quick. Gotta wet my whistle. You know what I mean? Okay. Grammars and dictionaries of indigenous languages were composed throughout the colonial period, but their quality was highest in the initial period. The friars found that learning all indigenous languages was impossible in practice, so they concentrated on Nahuatl. For a time, the linguistic situation in Mesoamerica remained relatively stable, but in 1696, Charles II of Spain issued a decree banning the use of any language other than Spanish throughout the Spanish Empire. Yeah. I say it like every week because I always make us learn something linguistically oriented. Also, Alina, who's not here right now, but she might show up later, is also a linguist. So I feel like we always talk about this, but linguistic oppression is so fucked up, man. And it's such a big tool in colonization, right? And like just like oppression of peoples in general. Yeah, fucked up, right? Fun. My chat is behind, but I see that you're chatting. Why is my chat behind? But your chat... That's so weird. Hold on, let me do one of these. Let me do one of these and see why. That's so funny. Yours showed up. There it is. Okay, my chat's just taken a minute. That's so funny. It's great to see that some consideration was given to keep tradition alive despite colonization. Oh, that's what's fascinating to me, and I guess that's why it's so well documented, but I had no idea. I didn't realize. So it's like up until this point, up until Charles II, it seemed like there was some consideration, which is really fascinating. And I don't even know if it was consideration so much as efficacy, right? But still, it's fascinating, yeah. Smart move to keep the locals on side and allow them to retain the power, right? Well, because they're also utilizing them as soldiers. So there's some interesting political decision making there. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so banning the language other than Spanish throughout the Spanish Empire. In 1770, another decree calling for the elimination of indigenous languages did away with classical Nahuatl as a literary language. Until Mexican independence in 1821, well, because that's a big gap, right? The Spanish courts admitted Nahuatl testimony and documentation as evidence in lawsuits, with court translators rendering it in Spanish. Interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. Modern period. Throughout the modern period of situation of indigenous languages, Throughout the modern period, the situation of indigenous languages has grown increasingly precarious in Mexico, and numbers of speakers of virtually all indigenous languages have dwindled. Although the absolute number of Nahuatl speakers has actually risen over the past century, indigenous populations have become increasingly marginalized in Mexican society. In 1895, Nahuatl was spoken by over 5% of the population. By 2000, this proportion had fallen to 1.49%. Damn! Given the process of marginalization combined with the trend of migration to urban areas and to the United States, some linguists are warning of impending language death. Yeah. So I think it's what is the number? That like 17 languages die every 2 weeks throughout the world, which is wild when you think about that number. And also, we don't really think about how much linguistic diversity exists in the world, but like there's language preservation is something that I've always really found fascinating and feel very passionate about. So yeah, right, this is why we can't have nice things, Fox. Charles, it's not as though colonization prior to Charles II was like great, but like you said, it's cool that there were some concessions made regardless of the political motive of those concessions, But yeah, let's see. So 1.49%. Given the process of marginalization combined with the trend of migration to urban areas and to the United States, some linguists are warning of impending language death. At present, Nahuatl is spoken in rural areas by an impoverished class of indigenous subsistence agriculturalists. According to the Mexican National Statistics Institute, INEGI, 51% of Nahuatl speakers are involved in farming sector, and 6 in 10 receive no wages or less than the minimum wage. Yeah, fucked up. Let me see if my friend responded. She has not, but when she does, I will let you all know what language she speaks because I'm curious. Let's see. From the early 20th century to at least the mid-1980s, educational policies in Mexico focused on the Hispanicization, Castellanización, reading in Spanish, of indigenous communities, teaching only Spanish and discouraging the use of indigenous languages. As a result, today there's no group of Nahuatl speakers having attained general literacy in Nahuatl, while their literacy rate in Spanish also remains much lower than the national average. Interesting. Even so, Nahuatl is still spoken by well over 1 million people, wow, of whom around 10% are monolingual. The survival of Nahuatl as a whole is not imminently endangered, but the survival of certain dialects is, and some dialects have already become extinct within the last few decades of the 20th century. 1990s saw the onset of a radical change in the official Mexican government policies towards indigenous and linguistic rights. Developments of accords in the international rights arena, combined with domestic pressures, such as social and political agitation from the Zapatista Army of National Liberation and indigenous social movements, led to the legislative reforms and creation of a decentralized government agencies like the National Commission for the Development of Indigenous Peoples, CDI, and the Instituto Nacional de Lenguas Indígenas, INALI, with responsibilities for the promotion and protection of indigenous communities and languages. In particular, the Federal Ley General de Derechos Lingüísticos de los Pueblos Indígenas, General Law on the Language Rights of Indigenous Peoples, promulgated 13 March 2003, recognizes all of the country's indigenous languages, including Nahuatl, as national languages and gives indigenous people the right to use them in all spheres of public and private life. In Article 11, it grants access to compulsory bilingual and intercultural education. Nonetheless, progress towards institutionalizing Nahuatl and securing linguistic rights for its speakers has been slow. It's great to know, like you said earlier, it's great to know, I mean, I guess it's a little different than what you said, but along the same lines, it's great to know that there has been, revolution in that regard, and there is progression happening in terms of, preservation of Nahuatl, but at the same time, it's language death and linguistic oppression and the kind of, far-reaching effects it has on a culture and on a people is sad, to say the least. Okay. Demography and distribution. Nahuatl speakers over 5 years in age in the 10 states with the most speakers. Oh, that's what this table is. Okay, hold on. We'll get into it. Today, a spectrum of Nahuatl languages are spoken in scattered areas stretching from the northern state of Durango to Tabasco in the south. Pipil, the southernmost Nahuatl language, is spoken in El Salvador by a small number of speakers. According to the IRIN International, the Nahuatl Language Recovery Initiative Project, there are no reliable figures for the contemporary speakers of Pipil. Pipil. Sorry. Numbers may range anywhere from perhaps a few hundred people, perhaps only a few dozen. Yeah, hard to say. Kid duty calls. Zena, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for bringing your knowledge and talking to us about your experiences. I appreciate it. And I hope kid duty goes well. And thank you again for making art for the Bob Ross thing. I'll show the art again at the end of the stream so that people can see it one more time. But thank you for being here. It's always good to see you. All right, let's see. According to the 2000 census by INEGI, Nahuatl is spoken by an estimated 1.45 million people, some 198,000, 14.9% of whom are monolingual. There are many more female than male monolinguals. Yeah, education, that makes sense. And women represent nearly 2/3 of the total number. The states of Guerrero and Hidalgo have the highest rates of monolingual Nahuatl speakers relative to the total Nahuatl speaking population at 24.2% and 22.6% respectively. For most other states, the percentage of monolinguals among the speakers is less than 5%. This means that in most states, more than 95% of Nahuatl speaking population are bilingual in Spanish. Let me drink some more water. I'm always just talking so much that I need water, which is probably a good thing to drink water, but you know. Okay. Largest concentrations of Nahuatl speakers are found in the states of Puebla, Veracruz, Hidalgo, San Luis Potosí, and Guerrero. Significant populations are also found in the state of Mexico, Morelos, and the Federal District, with smaller communities in Michoacán and Durango. Nahuatl became extinct in the states of Jalisco and Colima during the 20th century. As a result of internal migration within the country, Nahuatl-speaking communities exist in all states in Mexico. The modern influx of Mexican workers and families into the United States has resulted in the establishment of a few small Nahuatl-speaking communities in the U.S., particularly in California, New York, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. Okay, cool. Might skip ahead just a little bit. Well, let's see. I'm so bad at skipping ahead because I'm always curious. Yeah, let's skip ahead. Excuse me. Just think that if the previous folks who tried to keep the language alive during colonization went the other way, now what would more than likely be long dead by now? Yeah, it's true in terms of like just having the documentation of the language and having grammarians figure out a way to formalize the written form of Nahuatl. Yeah, that's a good point, Fox. It's true. Well, and I think that because they said that Nahuatl is one of the best preserved indigenous languages in this region, and I think that that's a big reason why. Yeah, it's true. We've got a lot of phonemes here. I don't know that I can necessarily explain them or get much meaning out of them, but here are the phonemes. A lot of allophony. I think I'm gonna skip through some of the linguistic stuff that's a little bit intense. But I do think that morphology and syntax would be interesting and maybe something we can get into, dive into, and I can make sense of. Okay, so now what languages are agglutinative, polysynthetic languages that make extensive use of compounding, incorporation, and derivation. That is, they can add many different prefixes and suffixes to a root until very long words are formed, and a single word can constitute an entire sentence. So it's kind of like what you were saying with Welsh, which I don't know Welsh, but it sounds like that's something that can occur in Welsh. And then German, I know, does this quite a bit. They were saying that Turkish does this quite a bit. So it's interesting, languages that do this thing of we're just going to put sounds together and keep adding sounds and here's a word, right? Anyway, so the following verb shows how the verb is marked for subject, patient, object, indirect object. So we have I, you, someone, something, give. I shall make somebody give something to you. Okay. So yeah, subject, object. Wait, I shall make somebody give something to you. Yeah, this is complicated. Okay. So we've got subject, object, object. Subject, object of object, object. We got a lot of objects. Here's our verb, give. Interesting. That's wild. Okay. Nouns. The noun has a relatively complex structure. The only obligatory inflections are for number, singular and plural, and possession. Whether a noun is possessed, as is indicated by a prefix, meaning my, your, etc. Oh, cool. Nahuatl has neither case nor gender. Interesting. But classical Nahuatl and some modern dialects distinguish between animate and inanimate nouns. Okay. In classical Nahuatl, the animacy of distinction manifested with respect to pluralization, as only animate nouns could take plural form, and all inanimate nouns were uncountable, as the words bread and money are uncountable in English. Now, many speakers do not maintain this distinction, and all nouns may take the plural inflection. One dialect, that of Eastern Huasteca, has a distinction between two different plural suffixes for animate and inanimate nouns. Oh man, word order in various languages is both interesting and hard to keep track of, right? I spent a little time in Bolivia, and while I was there, I taught English lessons in exchange for Spanish lessons in Quechua. Quechua's wild, man. Speaking of another indigenous language, but it's one of those too where it's you start with, God, I don't remember now, so I might be lying to you, but you don't start with your subject. I think you start with your object. Or maybe you start with your verb. Give the ball to her, I did, kind of a thing. You know what else is really fascinating about Quechua? This I do remember. So word order, like you said, fun. It's very different from English. Spanish and English are pretty much similar. The biggest difference, I would say, is adjectives. Adjectives go before the noun that they're modifying in English, and in Spanish it's backwards. The noun that's being modified goes before the adjective. But in Quechua, one of the things I find fascinating is that they don't have a simple past tense. They just have present perfect. So for example, yesterday I ate pizza. That's simple past, right? I have eaten pizza before is present perfect. So that form, I have eaten pizza, that exists in Quechua. but simple past does not. And that tells you so much culturally about South America and about indigenous cultures and about their relationship to time. Because essentially the idea is that like anything that happened in the past is still influencing today. And so in indigenous culture in South America, often time is not seen as linear the way it is in Western culture. Time is seen as a spiral. And so the way that you can see that and how it shows up linguistically, I just find fascinating and beautiful. Isn't that cool? It's so cool. Languages are so cool. Also, my cat is here. Hi, baby. What you doing? You look very sleepy. She always comes over here looking very sleepy and disgruntled. Hi, sloths. How are you? Thank you for the hydrate. I always need hydrate on days like today. What are you up to? It's good to see you. Isn't that cool? I found that so fascinating. It's so neat to just like get rid of an entire time. Not even get rid of, to just not have it exist in your language because of the way in which you see time, I think is really cool. Or your relationship to time, I should say. Drink up! I'll one more, just for you. Just for you. Not for anyone else. This is just for sloths. And for me, because I need it. Hey, bud, please don't knock down my paintings. Hi, I'm talking to you, my dear cat. Please don't knock down my paintings. Hi. Please don't. Please don't. Come say hi to Twitch instead, okay? She's like, Mother, I'm going to knock down your artwork. Hold on, let me get a good close-up so that Twitch can be like, oh, so cute. Oh, you're so cute. Okay, so yesterday, when I went to check the mail, this very friendly cat followed me home. And was like rubbing against my legs and like meowing at me and being very, very cute and very, very friendly. Like the most friendly cat I ever met. It was very well groomed. And it was kind of a chonk of a cat. So it was clear it was like not a dirty street cat. Like this was somebody's cat. But I texted T Miller to be like, do I keep this cat? What do I do? I did not. I left the cat outside, but you guys, I came this close to bringing a cat home. Bonnie would have murdered me. Bonnie would have been so upset. She would not have been okay with it. Anyway, there she is. There's the bonbons. Yeah. Hi, Spatty. It's good to see you. Lincoln, thank you for the Bonnie. The body command is good. And then look at Fanaria's little baby. That scowl is incredible. It's ridiculous. We're reading about Nawat. Got distracted by my cat, which is a thing that happens often. Okay, where am I? What's happening? Neither case nor gender. I think this is what we're talking about. And then distinction between animate and inanimate nouns. In classical Nahuatl, the animacy distinction manifested with respect to pluralization, as only animate nouns could take plural form, and all inanimate nouns were uncountable. Right, we read about this. Now, many speakers do not maintain this distinction, and all nouns may take the plural inflection. Interesting. One dialect, that of Eastern Huasteca, has a distinction between two different plural suffixes for animate and inanimate nouns. Wow. In most varieties of Nahuatl, nouns in the unpossessed singular form generally take an absolutive suffix. Most common forms of the absolutive are t after nouns, t after consonants other than L, and li after L. Nouns that take the plural usually form the plural by adding one of the plural absolutive suffixes, tin or meh. But some plural forms are irregular and formed by reduplication. Some nouns have competing plural forms. So here we go. We have this. We'll say like coho, coyote. So singular noun, coyote, right? Plural animate noun, coyote, meh. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Huh. So it's kind of like the way in English we would put an S at the end of things to denote that it's plural. but they just have a distinction. They have a singular suffix and a plural suffix, whereas in English, we just have a plural suffix, right? More hydration? I probably need it. Thank you. I probably do. I say this every week, but I talk so much that like I need to be hydrated. Thanks. Thanks. Very necessary. Thank you, sloths. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. Now it distinguishes between possessed and unpossessed forms of nouns. The absolutive suffix is not used on possessed nouns. Absolutive suffix is not used on possessed nouns. Okay. In all dialects, possessed nouns take a prefix agreeing with the number and person of its possessor. Possessed plural nouns take the ending one. Just gotta make sure you're juiced. I don't like the way you say that. I don't like the way that sounds. And now I'm gonna take another sip of water. Oh, gotta be juiced, I guess. Okay, so here we have the absolutive nouns. So like hali, so house, right? My house, no kal. Ahaha, okay, cool. So they just have it as part of the word rather than like a separate word in English. It caused a smile, I'll take it. All right, fair. Let's see, possessed plural, same idea. Oh, okay, sorry, I just had a revelation. Okay, so you have the denotation of possession as a prefix, and they already said this, but then the denotation of pluralization as a suffix, right? Right. Let's see. Also took approximately one word for Pip to look over and say, you must be watching Avers. Hi, Pip. How are you? Pip, your artwork for the Bob Ross thing was so good. We'll look at them later. We'll look at them again. Maybe I'll take a look at them before every break kind of a thing so that people get a chance to see them. Also, oh no, your headphones just died. When did that happen? I missed that, but I'm sorry your headphones died. But yeah, hi Pip, good to see you. I'll try not to say the F word as much, even though we all know how that goes. Okay, let's see. Would that go back to the classic language origins? Like how we have octopi and not octopuses thing? Kind of, maybe. In terms of like the way in which we use suffixes and prefixes. English is so weird, Fox, because English just like, well, it's not weird. It's like a reflection of colonization, is it not? So we borrow words from all sorts of different languages. And so then when we talk about like prefixes and suffixes, the whole, which you probably know, but the octopi versus octopuses thing is like, is this a word that is Greek in origin or is this a word that is Latin in origin, right? And so technically it should be octopuses because octo is Greek, not Latin. But we like octopi because we put the I part. I might have that backwards, but you know what I'm saying? It's a mixing of Greek and Latin rather than using the same ones. So in terms of your question, I'm not sure exactly how that relates to this. But this is talking about classical Nahuatl. We're not looking at modern Nahuatl. Because I think modern Nahuatl probably takes a little bit from Spanish, right? And this is not necessarily a Spanish thing. Spanish is... So English and Spanish are more closely related to Latin in this regard, in terms of like the way in which we do like my house or like mi casa, right? I don't know. I don't even know if that answers your question. But yeah, before branching and updating, I don't really know. But yeah, this goes back to classical Nahuatl. So this is before colonization, like pre-colonization in terms of the way in which the like language is formed. I think that might be your question. But tell me if that's wrong and that's not your question. Tattooed Robin, hi! How are you? It's so good to see you. Also, how is Brandy doing? Is Brandy still alive? Are they okay? Tattooed Robin, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for saying hi. Welcome to Wikipedia with me. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. So that's what we're doing right now. We are investigating things that start with the letter N. We're reading about Nahuatl right now. So if you have a word or a subject that starts with the letter N that you'd like us to investigate, let me know. Let's see. Yeah, so octopi, the original plural, and then it changes to octopus as the latter plural. Yeah, so the octopi octopuses thing is specifically, are we using the Greek suffix or are we using the Latin suffix? And so because octo, let me think about this. I think octo would be Latin, right? So it should be octopuses and not octopi because it's not Greek. Because octopi would be the way in which we make the plural for Greek, right? But we just like to like smash things together in a way that's like not right. Yeah. So it's not necessarily latter versus former. It's which would be grammatically correct versus which is used like colloquially. Does that make sense? So colloquially, we like to say octopi because often with Greek, we would do the like I ending to denote plural. But because octo would be a Latin suffix, you should use the es to denote pluralization. I hope that answers your question. I also could be full of shit. You should Google it. Brandy's still alive. Okay, good. She's going strong. Okay, good. I was gonna say if she's still going after this, I wanna raid her for sure. You love rabbit holes? Welcome. It's so nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's quite the rabbit hole. It is. All right, let's see. Nawa does not have grammatical case, but uses what is sometimes called a relational noun to describe spatial and other relations. These morphemes cannot appear alone, but must occur after a noun or a possessive prefix. They're also called postpositions or locative suffixes. In some ways, these locative In some ways, these locative constructions resemble and can be thought of as locative case constructions. Many modern dialects have incorporated prepositions from Spanish that are competing with or that have completely replaced relational nouns. Yeah, so everything prior, we're talking about classical Nahuatl. I think we're still talking about classical Nahuatl. So glad you claimed. I am too. Thank you for being here. I convinced you link it. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah, so it's like, this is so being I teach English to speakers of other languages, so I often have to explain to my students that like the way we speak is not grammatically correct. No one, regardless of what language you speak, you don't speak with perfect grammar all the time unless you're like really fancy, but generally speaking, people speak with incorrect grammar. And so it's interesting when you're learning another language, it's like we want you to learn the correct rules and also recognize that you're going to hear people do it wrong. And I had a Spanish professor once that was like, I think it's good to know and also understand how to like speak incorrectly as well as know why it's incorrect. Like, so it's kind of one of those. I saw your, I saw the emote and I was like, all right, we're gonna do it. Plus, whenever I trip over words, I feel the need to like make it a drinking game. Does that sound weird? It is a thing. Yeah. Let's see. Down to the localized origin of their languages. Octopus wasn't the best example, but I think octopus is a good example. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, location of origin does make sense. It does. That smirk over there. Okay, where are we at? Okay, so here we go. Use of relational noun, postposition, locative, so pan with a possessive prefix. So here we go. No pan. So in, on, me. Oh, prepositions are so fucking hard in other languages. Okay. So we have in, on, then me. In, on, it. So it, pan. Oh, okay. So prepositions are suffixes is what I'm gathering here, yeah? In the house. It's in house. Ipan kali. So then you would put house after. It's in the house. Okay. Maybe. Do I understand? I don't actually know. Like house in. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, prepositions, which again in English we would use as like separate words, right? But in Nahuatl, it's a suffix. So it's just an addition to the word, which is where we get this idea of like words can just be like sound connected to sound, right? Wild. We should do octopuses for O week for sure. Speaking of though, I'd like to claim, yeah, okay, there it is, fun. Let me write it down before I forget. Yep. Because you're right, it's now or not now, and not now could be at any time, and we don't know when, right? All right, octopuses, done. Good call. They are amazing creatures. They're gonna be the jellyfish and or the nudibranchs of S week. Has my friend responded to me yet? She has not. Okay. Yeah, the marine invertebrates. Amazing. Making it a link to something. Don't click it. I don't endorse that link. All right, non-compounds are commonly formed by combining two or more nominal stems or combining a nominal stem with an adjectival or verbal stem. Pronouns. Nahuatl generally distinguishes three persons, both in the singular and plural numbers. In at least one modern dialect, Smith's Makayapan variety, there has come to be a distinction between inclusive, I, we, and you, and exclusive, we but not you. I really like that. I'm talking about us, not you. Forms of the first person plural. First person plural. Okay. Yeah, and so we don't have that in English. We just have we. So our first person plural is all inclusive. We wouldn't have a distinction in one word unless we said we but not you, right? It's like for us, by us kind of a thing. Okay, so first person plural pronoun in classical Nahuatl. So tewan, ten, we, right? First person plural pronouns in Itsmith Makayapan Nahuatl. So now we're getting out of classical Nahuatl. Now we're getting into more modern Nahuatl, right? Okay, so then we have Nayamen, which is we but not you. So me and then them. So there's like a distinction. And then Tayamen, we along with you. So that's like all of us. Interesting. Okay. Much more common is an honorific, non-honorific distinction, usually applied to second and third persons, but not first. Non-honorific forms. So you, and we've got you plural, and then we've got he, she, it. So all that changes is the prefix, although you plural, again, for the plural designation, we also have a suffix, right? Okay, then we have honorific forms. So you, honorific, so you formal, essentially, would then have this suffix added to it, the TZIN, right? Same idea. Okay, so the TZIN is the honorific. It makes it more formal, or like if you're trying to like speak to someone that is like in a higher social class than you, kind of a thing, right? Cuttlefish, squid, etc. All have mind-blowing abilities that seem alien compared to others. Okay, Fox, were you here during J Week? We read about jellyfish. Wild. Well, and again, reading about sea slugs this morning, reading about nudibranchs. Wild. It's true. Very alien. Very strange. The ocean is wild. We know so little about our ocean. I heard somewhere that we know less about our ocean on the planet Earth than we do about observable space. Wild. Okay, anyway. Numerals. Nahuatl has vigesimal, base 20 numbering system. We're base 10. Base values are Sempoali, 1 times 20, Sedzontli, 1 times 400, Senchikipili, 1 times 8,000, Sempoachikipili, 1 times 20 times 8,000, 160,000, Senchonchipili, 1 times 400 times 8,000. Yeah, so that's interesting. 3,200,000. And Sempoal Sonchikipili, 1 times 20 times 400 times 8,000, 64,000. They're all very like round numbers. Sorry, 64 million. Very round numbers. It's interesting. Please see this. Please say these again. Hi, Frex. Which ones? What do you want me to say, Frex? Frex, it's so good to see you. I haven't seen you in a million years, I feel like. I hope you're doing well. I was thinking about I don't know why. We were talking about saxophone redemptions the other day, and I was thinking about your saxophone redemption that you did. I just remember I was playing Bubbers, and I set her off on the side of a road, and I think you asked for the Cantina song from Star Wars. I don't know why I was thinking about that the other day, but I was thinking about that the other day. I hope you're doing well. I'm not going to say them again. You cannot make me. I will not. It's so good to see you. Hear that often too. Seems unreal as the sea is right there and not 400 million light years. Right? It's so wild. Cat Chalet, what do you mean? Can you because that word that you're using there tends to be a slur against black people. So can you elaborate on what you mean? There we go. Find anything cool in N week? We sure have. Cajole, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We nudibranchs, amazing. Nara Park in Japan. And right now we're reading about Nahuatl. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you didn't mean to type that, but who knows? Who knows? The internet is a wild place. Okay, let's see. Note that the CE and M prefix at the beginning means 1, as in 100 or 1,000, and is replaced with the corresponding number to get the names of other multiples of the power. For example, OME 2, Puali 20. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, Frex, I said I wasn't going to do it, but now I am going to. So, okay, so I need to make sense of this. What? Okay, so the CE prefix at the beginning means 1, as in 100, 1000. Got it. Replaced with the corresponding number to get the names of the other multiples of the power. Okay. Okay. So then the OME in Poali, so 2, 20, 40, Om Poali. Oh, okay. And then we have Om, which is 2, and then Zontli, which is 400. So there's like multiplication in each of them. Zontli, 800. Okay, I think I understand. Do I understand? I like how I'm asking you. It is an unfortunate typo, yeah. Unfortunate typo. Frex, I don't know if I explained. Welcome to Wikipedia with me. On Sundays, we've been doing Wikipedia rabbit holes. So this week is N week. We are investigating things that start with the letter N. So every week we look at things in Wikipedia that start with a different letter. So if you have anything that starts with the letter N that you'd like us to investigate, let me know and we will look into it. That's what we're doing here. It's been really fun. It's cool. I'm excited about how like receptive people have been to it. Let's see, the Li and Poali and Chikipili and the Tli and Zontli are grammatical noun suffixes that are appended only at the end of the word. Thus, Poali, Zontli, and Chikipili compound together as Poal San Chikipili. Nawat, man. All right, verbs. The Nawat verb is quite complex and inflects from many grammatical categories. The verb is composed of a root, prefixes, and suffixes. The prefix indicates the person of the subject, the person and the number of the object, and the indirect object, whereas the suffixes indicate tense, aspect, mood, and subject number. Most Nawat dialects distinguish three tenses, present, past, future, and 2 aspects, perfective and imperfective. Some varieties add progressive or habitual aspects. Many dialects distinguish between at least the indicative and imperative moods, and some also have an optative and vetitive prohibitive mood. Interesting. What is optative? Optative mood is a grammatical mood that indicates wish or hope. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, cool. So a wish or hope versus a like, don't do it. That's kind of cool. If you want to look for crazy stuff on H week, Hungarian grammar. I think we talked a little bit about Hungarian, Frex. Is Hungarian your first language? What is your first language? I forget what we looked up specifically with regard to Hungary, but we learned a little bit about Hungary. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Season 2, H week. We'll do it. We've been going down the alphabet, so we did H week a few weeks ago. But yeah, in the future. Yeah. Is it? Okay, cool. I didn't realize that. Man, I need to, yeah. Why did we look up? We looked up something with regard to Hungary. I don't know if it was Hungarian specifically, but that's cool. Can you explain like one thing that's wild about Hungarian for us? You look distraught about it. You meaning the emote choice looks like you're distraught. Okay, let's see. Most Nawat varieties have a number of ways to alter the valency of a verb. Classical Nawat has a passive voice, also sometimes defined as an impersonal voice, but this is not found in most modern varieties. Interesting. However, the applicative and causative voices are found in many modern dialects. Many Nawat varieties also allow forming verbal compounds with 2 or more verbal roots. The following verbal form has 2 verbal roots and is inflected for causative voice and both a direct and indirect object. So here we go. I, them, something eat. So I want to feed them. So I, them. So we have, subject, object. And then object of our object. And then verb at the end. Or wait, no. So verb of object and then verb of subject. Wild. That's wild. Some Nawat varieties, notably classical Nawat, can inflect the verb to show the direction of the verbal action going away from or toward the speaker. Some also have specific inflectional categories showing purpose and direction, and such complex notions as to go in order to, or to come in order to, or go, do, and return, do while going, do while coming, do upon arrival, go around doing. What did I just read? Specific inflectional categories. Purpose and direction. To go in order to come in order to, go, do, and return, do while going, do while coming, do upon arrival, go around doing. Okay. All right. Season 2 confirmed. Yeah. I think so, right? I think so. We're on week 14. How many letters are in the alphabet? 24 or 26? Why do I never remember this? But we're almost, we are past halfway there, are we not? Regardless. 26. Thank you, fun. Yeah, so we're like, the halfway point was last week. So we're on our way. We started in January, right? I think. So somewhere in July or August, we'll finish. I might take a week or two break, and then I think we'll just start over at the beginning of the alphabet again. I like this system. I like having some sort of like system to it. But if anyone has an idea for a different system, let me know. I might. Fox knows Ababox is one of my favorite streamers. One of our favorite streamers. Ababox uses a queue because he does a interactive board game with his chat, and he uses a queue so like for people to like join if they want a turn playing the board game with him. And so like I might use a queue system in the future just to make it a little bit easier with topics. Today hasn't been too bad, but there are some weeks where we have so much we want to discuss, and I'm really bad at saying no. So the system there, we might tweak things just a little bit in season 2, but I think the same general idea is going to happen. Fox is asking, doesn't Hungarian have a lot of Asian influence and mixed Scandinavian? Basically a whole bunch of languages from every angle? Maybe. I don't know. If Rex, if you can speak to that, let us know. But also, I don't mean to put you on the spot at all. Feel free to lurk and just hang. Hungary was a border country to the east when I read about Vlad the Impaler and stuff. That makes sense. I mean, when we talk about like linguistic variation and the way in which languages are affected, like geography is huge, right? So that it makes sense. Places that are more isolated, like mountain nations or mountain cultures, tend to preserve their languages pretty well. Coastal cultures, coastal languages get influenced and changed by things all the time because of travel, right? So yeah, geography is huge with regard to like linguistic variation. Have a word, Zilchnu, as he creates the bot, so he could help you out with that. Have a word with Zilchnu. Ooh, I should talk to Zilchnu. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'll ask him. Because I know that like a basic queue is a pretty easy thing to do. I think the thing that's unique about what ABBA does is the difference between having random versus just going down the line in the queue. But good to know. Fox, thank you for that. I will reach out if I have problems with it. My idea was just to Google how to code a queue system in Nightbot. So if that goes awry, I will hit up Zilchnu. For a second there, I thought you were giving me a Z topic for Z Week, and my mind was blown because I was like, Zilchnu is a thing? I know him. I don't know him, but you know what I mean? Anyway, thank you for that. That's a good call. Classical Nahuatl and many modern dialects have grammaticalized ways to express politeness towards addressees, or even toward people or things that are being mentioned by using special verb forms and special honorific suffixes. So you yourself run. This is just familiar, right? You yourself run. You run with respect. We have Timatla Lo. Timatla Lotsinoa. Oh, okay. Yeah. Interesting. Again, it's the verb that changes in order to denote formalization. So similar to Spanish, kind of, right? Because in Spanish, it's the verb that conjugates to denote honorifics in some ways, which is not to say that like with names, we also have honorifics, but like, yeah, it's interesting. Interesting. Reduplication. Many varieties of Nahuatl have productive reduplication. By reduplicating the first syllable of a root, a new word is formed. In nouns, this is often used to form plurals, e.g. tlakladal man, tlakka men, but also in some varieties to form diminutive, honorifics, and derivations. In verbs, reduplication is often used to form a reiterative meaning, expressing repetition. For example, in Nahuatl of Texcoco, he, she falls. He, she falls several times. So we would sell. Aha! Okay, sorry. There's a word for that in the eureka phenomenon. It's one of my favorite things when that happens, but it's funny when you do it and you don't even mean to. I had a eureka moment. Okay, so yeah, the reduplication. So we have wetzel and then wewetzel, right? That like repetition. And then for many people, they fall wewetsi, weme wetsime. Ha! because that is to make it plural. Guys, we're learning Nahuatl. I'm very excited about it. Syntax. Some linguists have argued that Nahuatl displays properties of non-configurational language, meaning that word order in Nahuatl is basically free. That makes things very hard, does it not? Nahuatl allows all possible orderings of the three basic sentence constituents. So you can do object, verb, subject. You can do subject, verb, object. You can do verb, object, subject, which this kind of would drive me up the wall, but yeah. Okay. It is prolifically a pro-drop language. It allows sentences with omission of all noun phrases or independent pronouns, not just of noun phrases or pronouns whose function is sentence subject. In most varieties, independent pronouns are used only for an emphasis. Interesting. It allows certain kinds of syntactically discontinuous expressions. Mitchell Lowney argues that classical Nahuatl had a verb initial basic word order with extensive freedom for variation, which was then used to encode pragmatic functions such as focus and topicality. The same has been argued for some contemporary varieties. So Newell, no phobia, like my fiance, and not anyone else's. Oh, so you're like really emphasizing it. I see. So this would not be necessary. This would be like superfluous, yeah? Is that kind of the idea, maybe? It has been argued that the classical Nahuatl syntax is best characterized by omnipredicativity. 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 There it is. Omnipredicativity. Meaning that any noun or verb in the language is in fact a full predicative sentence. Oh, interesting. Okay. A radical interpretation of Nahuatl syntactic typology is nonetheless, A radical interpretation of Nahuatl syntactic typology. This nonetheless seems to account for some of the language's peculiarities. For example, why nouns must also carry the same agreement prefixes as verbs, and why predicates do not require any noun phrases to function as their arguments. Interesting. For example, the verbal form tatsi means he, she, it shouts. Okay, so yeah, third person singular. With the second person prefix tsitsatsi, it means you shout. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Nouns are inflected in the same way. Noun, konedal, meaning not just child, but also it is a child. And tikonedal, meaning you are a child. Okay, interesting. So it almost seems like the base form is third person singular, and then you would add a prefix if you want it to be something other than third person singular, yeah? So basically, throw words at the wall, make of it what you will. I guess. I don't know. I feel like you would need a lot of context to make that, like, make sense. But maybe, like, I don't know. This prompts the omnipredicative interpretation, which posits that all nouns are also predicates. Interesting. Okay. According to this interpretation, a phrase such as satsi in konotal should not be interpreted as meaning just the child screams, but rather it screams, the one that is a child. First of all, what an example. We're going to talk about children screaming. Amazing. Okay, so it's not just the child that screams. It screams, the one that is a child. So again, yeah, so the third person singular is kind of like at least this is what I'm interpreting from this. Correct me if I'm interpreting it wrong, anyone who's out there. anyone out there, tell me if I'm wrong, because I probably am. But the idea, I think, is that third person singular is the kind of like base form, and then you would add other prefixes and other suffixes to then change it from that base form. Which is why what they mean is like for predicate, so that like that base form is both the noun and the verb that is operating on within that it's the action that the noun is doing. Don't listen to me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. Contact phenomenon. This is kind of what we were starting to talk about in terms of like colonization and like geography and the ways in which like languages change and are affected, right? Influenced. Nearly 500 years of intense contact between speakers of Nahuatl and speakers of Spanish, combined with the minority status of Nahuatl and the higher prestige associated with Spanish, has caused many changes in modern Nahuatl varieties, with large numbers of words borrowed from Spanish into Nahuatl and the introduction of new syntactic constructions and grammatical categories. I might skip ahead just because I'm more fascinated by classical Nahuatl and I understand this, so I'm going to skip ahead. It's my topic. I can do what I want. Right? Right. Okay. Vocabulary. Many Nahuatl words have been borrowed into the Spanish language, most of which are terms designating things indigenous to the Americas. This happens a lot with fruits and vegetables, is that we have the indigenous word for it, and that's what's used most often because of where it's where it's native, which I think is really fascinating. Is it palma? Palto? I forget. But avocado is interesting because in South America, they don't use the word avocado. That's a Mesoamerican thing, right? Anyway, some of these loans are restricted to Mexican or Central American Spanish, but others have entered all varieties of Spanish in the world. A number of them, such as chocolate, tomato, avocado, have made their way into other languages via Spanish. Here we have the Aztecs call red tomatoes tomate, which is the green tomatillo, was called tomate. The later is the source for the English word tomato. Wah, wah. Let's see. So, for instance, in English, two of the most prominent are undoubtedly chocolate and tomato from Nahuatl tomat. Other common words are coyote from Nahuatl coyote, avocado from Nahuatl aguacata. Yeah, right, because it's aguacate in Spanish, right? So avocado. What is it in South America? I want to say it's like palma or palto something. Oh, also, my friend Madi, Conjobal is what she speaks. Should have looked that up on K-Week. Yay, there it is. Thank you. Okay, season 2, K-Week. We got to look up Conjobal and learn about it because I think it's really cool. Indigenous languages are just so cool, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Okay, anyway, moving on. My friend Madi, she speaks Conjobal, which is an indigenous language in Guatemala. And now you know. Now I know. Now we know. Where am I? Avocado, Chile or Chile, Chile. The word chicle is also, what really is derived from Nahuatl, chicle meaning sticky stuff. How funny. Some other English words from Nahuatl are Aztec, cacao, which means shell or rind, ocelot, revolver ocelot. In Mexico, many words for common everyday concepts attest to the close contact between Spanish and Nahuatl. So many, in fact, the entire dictionaries of Mexicanismos, words that are particular to Mexican Spanish, have been published tracing Nahuatl etymologies, as well as Spanish words with origins to other indigenous languages. Many well-known toponyms also come from Nahuatl, including Mexico, the Nahuatl word for the Aztec capital of Mexico, and Guatemala from the word Cuauhtemalan. Can I just real quick, I just really quickly want to look up how you say how you say avocado in South America. Avocado in South American Spanish. Because it's not aguacate. What is it? Palta. I was so close. Palta. Because I remember saying aguacate when I was in Bolivia, and they're like, the fuck are you talking about? It's palta. It's not aguacate. Because their language is more akin to Quechua, even though they're speaking Spanish. And the Quechua word for avocado is palta. We're using the Nahuatl word. Language is cool. Okay, anyway. Writing and literature. I might skip ahead just because I've been spending a long time on Nahuatl. Thank you for going down the Nahuatl journey with me. How have I already been live 3 hours? It has not felt that way. How is that possible? So we will go a little bit faster, but here's a cool drawing. These are the place names for Raccoon Hill, Deer Place, Thorn Place, written in Aztec writing system. Here it is. We might call it here for Nahuatl, actually. Because it's very cool. It's very interesting. I feel like it's time to move on. I do want to read just a little bit about new philology real quick, and then I'm going to take a little break. So let's just read about new philology. And then after the break, we'll read about Edmi-Noether, Nocturnal Bottleneck, and Nicaraguan Sign Language. And then if y'all have any other end topics, let me know. Otherwise, this might be a short one. And by short, I mean less than 8 hours. All right. New philology generally refers to a branch of Mexican ethnohistory and philology that uses colonial-era native texts written by Indians to construct history from the indigenous point of view. The name new philology, it's fine, was coined by James Lockhart to describe work that he and his doctoral students and scholarly collaborators in history, anthropology, and linguistics had pursued in the mid-1970s. Lockhart published a great many essays elaborating on the concept and content of new philology, and Matthew Restall published a description of it in Latin American Research Review. The techniques of new philology have also been applied to other disciplines such as European medieval studies. This is cool. This is very necessary in terms of like our understanding of history is written by the victors, and especially in the United States, our concept of history and the way in which we teach history is so white-centric. It's so white male-centric, right? And a big part of that is who has power and who is educated and therefore who is documenting history. So learning that this exists is really cool, and this is like so necessary in terms of our like understanding of history, honestly. All right, so historical development. Lockhart discusses philology, particularly new philology, in an essay for collection of essays hosted digitally at University of Oregon. I can read. For him, new philology was built upon the foundation of the old, which focuses upon the... I'm going to make it. It's fine. We're doing good. We got this. Focuses on close readings of texts and resulted in collections of printed documentation. An important 19th century Mexican philologist was Joaquin Garcia Icazbalceta. In Mexico and Latin America, 19th century scholars mined the Spanish archives for colonial documentation for their national histories. A feature of new philology is that the publication of indigenous texts in the original language with translations with introductions is standard. The translated texts often appear first, followed by a separate scholarly monograph analyzing the texts. The two should be considered two parts of the same scholarly publication. Many of the scholars working in new philology did so before it gained that designation. A particularly valuable online publication is essays in which individual scholars discuss the process and product of translating and publishing particular native language documentation. New philology was developed in the 1970s and onward, building on the work of previous generation of scholars, most especially historian Charles Gibson, whose Aztecs under Spanish rule in 1964, and his earlier we're gonna make it, I'm doing great! Tlaxcala in the 16th century, 1952, were major scholarly achievements, placing colonial-era Aztecs, now more commonly called Nahuas, at the center of historical analyses. The leading figure in the establishment of the new new philological historiographical approach was James Lockhart, who, in the early 1970s, began learning Nahuatl and studying local-level indigenous sources with the Nahuatl language. His magnum opus was published in 1992, The Nahuas After the Conquest, which incorporated and extended his own work and that of others. An early and important text in this vein was Nahuatl in the Middle Years, 1976, published by Lockhart and University of Texas linguist Francis Cartunen. Also important for the early history of new philology was the publication of Beyond the Codices, 1976, alluding to the existence of native language texts other than the formal ones termed codices. Arthur J.O. Anderson, a leading figure in Mesoamerican ethnohistory, for his collaboration with Charles Dibble in publishing an English translation of the Florentine Codex by Franciscan Bernardino de Sahagún, I had a hard time with this guy's name earlier too, participated in the early project of publishing local level colonial documents. In the mid-1970s, Lockhart began mentoring history doctoral students at UCLA who learned Nahuatl and began research on particular region documentation of Nahuatl. Sarah Klein was the first to complete a dissertation in 1981 based on these types of local level sources, a set of 60 testaments from Central Mexican Indian polity or Altpetal of Culhuacan. In 1993, Klein also published a set of early local level Nahuatl censuses from Cuernavaca, the Book of Tributes, as well as an analysis of all 3 volumes, adding to the existing published corpus. In this first generation, Robert Haskett, who examined Nahuatl texts on colonial Cuernavaca, later also publishing on primordial titles. Suzanne Schroeder delved into the richer texts produced by 17th century Nahuatl historian Chimapain, resulting in several publications. The largest number of local level indigenous documents, such as testaments and bills of sale, are in Nahuatl, resulting in Nahuatl having a largest set of published sets of documents and monographic scholarly analyses. Rebecca Horn's dissertation on Cayowacan and later Stanford University Press monograph showed the multiple connections between Nahuatls and Spaniards. Horn also served as associate editor of the UCLA Latin American Center's Nahuatl Studies series. Some UCLA later doctoral students of Lockhart, particularly Matthew Restall and Kevin Teresiano, first learned Nahuatl and other Mesoamerican indigenous languages, Mixtec and Yucatec Maya, that had a significant corpus of documents in the language. Restall's UCLA 1999 dissertation, The World of Ka, Post-Conquest Yucatec Maya Society, was followed by his 1995 publication of a collection of 18th century wills, and culminating his Stanford University Press monograph, The Maya World, Yucatec Culture and Society, 1550 to 1850. Teresiano's 1994 dissertation on the Mixtecs of Oaxaca, there it is, entitled Nutzawi History, Mixtec Writing and Culture in Colonial Oaxaca, was followed by his 2001 monograph, The Mixtecs of Colonial Oaxaca, Nutzawi History. Both Teresiano and Restall revised the titles of their dissertations and published monographs to allow better recognition by the readers of the publication's subject. Klein used Aztec in the title of her monograph on Culhuacan rather than Nahua, which in the 1980s had little recognition value even among specialists on Latin American cultures. Interesting. Lauren Lambert Jennings explicitly applied techniques from New Philology to the study of European song texts, quoting their central premise as the idea that a codex is not merely a neutral container for its texts. She continued by saying that new philologists and scholars of textual cultures posit that a work's meaning, literary and cultural, is determined by the entire manuscript matrix, its physical forms, contents, scribes, readers, and history. Okay, need to head out, do lunch for the kids. Do it, fun. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was so good to see you. I hope lunch with the kids is good. I will see you soon, I'm sure. And again, if you're not following Fun, highly recommend you go check her out. She's fantastic. Let's see. I think that's it about new philology. It's just cool. I didn't know that new philology was a thing. It's a very necessary thing, so I'm glad that it's happening. Speaking of going away, see ya. I'm going to take a little break because I probably need to. I've been live for 3 hours and I didn't even realize it. So I should probably get up and stand up and, stretch and all that jazz. But when we come back, we will learn about Emmy Noether. We'll learn about nocturnal bottlenecks and we'll learn about Nicaraguan Sign Language. And then if anyone has another end topic, let me know. I might think of one more just for funsies. Stick around if you feel so inclined. Go get a snack, go get some food, go take your meds, go check out other streamers if you feel so inclined. I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes, okay? Okay, I love you, see you soon. Thanks for being here, I'll see you soon, bye. All right. We back. We out here. If you stuck around, oh my God, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. If you didn't, how dare you? I'm just kidding. Don't listen to me. Before we continue with our amazing Wikipedia with me times, I would like to once again go through the fantastic artwork that people made for the Bob Ross paint along. So I'm going to do that. And if you would like to vote for your favorite piece of artwork, do that. I will announce the winners next week. So everyone who participated will get stickers, and the stickers will be the Pog Ross emote. And thank you, Fox. Thank you for being here. So the stickers that people will get will be the Pog Ross emote and then the Gandalf emote that I have. So if you participated, these are the stickers that you're getting. There they are. And then top 3 people will get a gifted sub from me. And then the number 1 person is going to get the painting that I made. Just right here. This is the grand prize. So let's take a look at their artwork. And also, Fox, if you want to do a real deep dive, Norse mythology. Ooh, okay. Let's do it. I'm here for it. I don't know how deep we can get into it, but we'll definitely, we'll wiki it, you know what I mean? So cute. Thank you. I'm so proud of it. It's probably my favorite one that I've made so far. I really like it. I like the way it turned out. You want to take a look at some other ones? Let's do it. So again, if you feel so inclined, you can vote for your favorites here. Here we go. Okay, so this first one was made by Zenith. Zenith painted on a cardboard box with his kiddo. So this is a lovely mountain scene, as it were, painted on a cardboard box. The ingenuity, the creativity, the imagination. Gorgeous, incredible, stellar. This is Zenith's kiddo painting on the other side of the cardboard box because Zenith wanted to entertain his child while also participating in the Bob Ross paint along. So they went outside while I was doing it and made art with me, which is really cute and amazing. So this is Zenith's kiddos. This is Strawberry Shortcake. Strawberry Shortcake went off the beaten path, which I love, and decided to draw a Japanese storefront while we were all painting, which is beautiful and amazing. And I'm gonna hydrate. Thank you, slots. I didn't refill my water bottle, but still, it's a giant water bottle. In my defense, it's gonna be fine. Thank you. Cheers. Yeah, so this is Strawberry Shortcake. By the way, Strawberry Shortcake streams, so you should go check her out because she's fantastic. Highly recommend. Next, we have, this is Pip's. This is Fanaria's kiddo, Pip. This is a Minecraft scene. So this is a swamp biome in Minecraft, and we have Steve here on the block trees. Fantastic, incredible, delightful, beautiful. You love to see it. This is Fanaria's. Fanaria made a scene from Stardew Valley. So this is all of the different like fall foraging things that you can get in Stardew if you've ever played Stardew. So we've got like, I think these are grapes maybe, or maybe blackberries. And then we have like a hazelnut, a blackberry bush. We have a plum, perhaps a plum. Then, oh, and by the way, Fun also streams, just FYI. Last but certainly not least, this is Sliced Ravens. So Sliced Raven did, this is Fran Bow. I keep debating whether it's Fran Bow or Fran Bow, but I'm assuming it's Fran Bow. And did it with acrylics, which is beautiful and incredible and amazing. And Sliced Raven, also a streamer, so you should go check out all of these beautiful people. And then if you feel so inclined, you can vote for your favorite. And then next week we'll announce it and decide who gets the painting that I made, huh? That's it. That's all. Right? The deep earthy colors. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Incredible. We got the deep earthy colors. We have the owl here, which is real cute. We got Fran Bow looking at the owl. Amazing. Fun and Pip both did theirs with crayon. So we've got acrylics represented. We've got crayon represented. We have a beautiful pencil sketch. We have, I'm gonna guess, Zenith is lurking now. I'm gonna guess this is tempera paint, but I could be wrong. So all sorts of different mediums. You'll love to see it. So yes, we're gonna announce that next week. Vote for your favorites. Here's the link again one more time if anyone needs it. And when we do future Bob Ross paint-alongs, if you want to win a sub to this channel, or if you want to win the painting that I make, or if you want to just make some art with me, you should do it. It's really fun. And I'm always so grateful that people want to make art with me. All right, back to Wiki. So here's what we've got on the docket. We have Emmy Noether. I'm going to go ahead and I'll throw Norse mythology in after Emmy Noether. Then we've got Nocturnal Bottleneck, Nicaraguan Sign Language, and then I decided that we'll end the day with Nutella, unless someone else gives me another N, right? All great efforts. They're all beautiful. They're all beautiful and unique and fantastic, and I'm very impressed by everyone's always. All right, should we read about Emmy Noether? I maybe am saying her name wrong. I'm not gonna lie. I believe this was Wondergoon's topic. Wondergoon had mentioned Emmy Noether, I think during E-Week, and that was when we decided, we're like, okay, our surname's gonna be the letter that we're doing, or are we gonna do, or do you know, are we gonna do surnames or are we gonna do first names? So that's when we decided surnames. Emmy Noether. Here we go. Amelia Emmy Noether, 23 March 1882 to 14 April 1935, was a German mathematician who made many important contributions to abstract algebra. Shout out to Wondergoon, by the way. If y'all don't know Wondergoon, he's also a great streamer. And I love Wondergoon always provides us with these awesome, powerful women, which I fucking love. So these like powerful women in STEM. And also the majority of the ones that he contributes are women in STEM from an era when it was like very revolutionary to be a woman in STEM. It's still, I mean, even in 2022, it's kind of revolutionary to be a woman in STEM, but like when we're talking about like 1800s, early 1900s, like it's pretty remarkable, right? So yeah, we got another power lady, Fox. You ready? So yeah, many important contributions to abstract algebra. She discovered Noether's theorem, which is a fundamental mathematical fundamental in mathematical physics. She was described by Pavel Alexandrov, Albert Einstein, Jean Dudon, Hermann Weyl, and Norbert Wiener as the most important woman in the history of mathematics. Wow. God damn, that's some name dropping right there. As one of the leading mathematicians of her time, she developed some theories of rings, fields, and algebras. Rings, fields, and algebras. Theories of rings? Fields and algebras. I don't know what that means, but we're going to find out. In physics, Noether's theorem explains the connection between symmetry and conservation laws. I'm going to tell you right now, this whole article is going to go above my head, but I'm going to do my best. So Fox, and Sloths, anyone else who's out there, if you're mathematically inclined and you can help me understand things, that would be awesome, because I understand few things. The things I do understand, I feel like I understand well, but the amount of things I don't understand is vast, you know? This is a giant mug, and I didn't realize that I'm like at the end of my coffee and really had to go for it. Sips wise. Also, this side of my mug, absolute disaster in terms of lipstick and bullshit. Okay, anyway. Okay, so Noether was born to a Jewish family in the Franconian town of Erlangen. Her father was the mathematician Max Noether. She originally planned to teach French and English after passing the required examinations, but instead studied mathematics at the University of Erlangen, where her father lectured. After completing her doctorate in 1907, under the supervision of Paul Gordon, she worked at Mathematical Institute of Erlangen without pay for 7 years. Why no pay? So many mixes? So many mixes? Oh, wrong chat. I was going to say, I was like, what? Statue Robin? You're totally good. No worries. I was like, what are we talking about? I was like, is that a math thing? Robin, you're totally good. Don't even worry about it. I know what numbers look like. Same. I taught math. I I taught GED prep at a halfway house and at a nonprofit that helps women who have been out of the workforce for a while get like back into the workforce. So because I taught GED prep, originally I was like, I can teach language arts. I don't know if I can teach math. But they needed a math teacher as well. They needed me to teach both. So I ended up having to kind of like reteach myself like junior high and high school math in order to then teach it. So now I feel a little bit more confident in my math skills, but again, it's basically up to like basic algebra. I feel okay. Once we get beyond basic algebra, I'm out. I can't. I don't. Don't mind me, I'm tired. You're totally good. Robin, don't even worry about it. You're totally good. I imagine you've been very busy modding for Brandy, and kudos on you for like being there and helping her out, because like doing the kind of stream that she's been doing, like that's rough ski. By the way, I've been mentioning her a couple times, but if you don't know Air Brandy, they're fantastic, and they have been off and on live for the last like, how many days, Robin? Like 4 days or something? Doing a subathon, an uncapped subathon. Wild, incredible, amazing, ridiculous. So if they're still live when we're done, I'm probably going to go raid them, I think. Anyway, I digressed. Where are we? Talking about math. Had to show you some love too. Thank you for showing me love. I really appreciate it. It's very sweet. I really do appreciate it. It's so nice to see you here. It sounds so funny because it's like I see you in their chat all the time, obviously, but it's like you're in my chat now. It's nice. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's see. So yeah, she worked without pay for 7 years. Ridiculous. At the time, women were largely excluded from academic positions. In 1915, she was invited by David Hilbert and Felix Klein to join the mathematics department at the University of Göttingen, a world-renowned center of mathematical research. The philosophical faculty objected, however. She spent 4 years lecturing under Hilbert's name. Wow, that's wild. That's wild. So the faculty's like, no. And so then she just taught under the dude's name. So they're like, okay, I guess David is teaching this class. Nope, it was Emmy. That's incredible. Her habilitation was approved in 1919, allowing her to obtain the rank of private docent. What does that mean? PhD. Okay. All right. Okay. Got it. Okay. X's and Y's and squiggly lines equaling the circumference of apple pies or something? Lost on me. Yeah. God, I mean, yeah. So then you get into three-dimensional algebra. Because then when it's like, what is the surface area versus what is the volume? Those kind of things. It's like, if you give me a formula, I can figure it out, but I don't have those formulas memorized. I don't. Like, so yeah, teaching GED prep, and then also I was a tutor for a while. I'm so lucky that now I have a full-time gig, because when I didn't have a full-time gig, I had all of these different like little like side teaching gigs, which is funny because I ended up working way more than 40 hours a week and getting paid way less than what I'm getting paid now. And I'm currently only teaching 4 classes. I say only 4. That's like reasonable. But like back in the day, I was teaching like 2 different GED classes, tutoring kids, teaching ESL classes. Like I was like all over the place because none of them would pay me full time. But I needed to like pay rent, so I had like 3 or 4 part-time jobs. I digress though. GED prep and then tutoring. I would tutor like high school students and junior high students. So those were moments where I was like, oh, I got to brush up on my math because I have like no idea. And like volume, surface area, yeah, 3-dimensional algebra gets, for me it gets hard, and that's like, yeah, still like high school realm. I never did anything like post-calc. I never even did calc, you know? Okay, where are we at? Nother remained a leading member of the Göttingen. I'm probably not saying that right. I try with the umlauts. Göttingen. Ooh, look, pretty. Lower Saxony, Central Germany. Okay, cool. The Göttingen mathematics department until 1933. Her students were sometimes called the Noether Boys. In 1924, Dutch mathematician B.L. van der Waerden joined her circle and soon became the leading expositor of Noether's ideas. Her work was the foundation for a second volume of influential 1931 textbook, Modern Algebra. By the time of her plenary address at the 1932 International Congress of Mathematicians in Zurich, her algebraic acumen was recognized around the world. That following year, Germany's Nazi government dismissed Jews from university positions. Yeah, not a good time to be Jewish. I don't know if being Jewish is always rough, but especially in the 30s in Germany. Jesus Christ. Noether moved to the United States to take up a position at Bryn Mawr College in Pennsylvania, where she taught, among others, doctoral and postgraduate women, including Marie Johanna Weiss, Ruth Stauffer, Grace Shover Quinn, and Olga Towski Todd. I don't know who any of those people are, but I'm imagining they are also badasses in the mathematics realm, more than likely. At the same time, she lectured and performed research at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Noether's mathematical work has been divided into 3 epochs. Her first, 1908 to 1919, she made contributions to the theories of algebraic invariance and number fields. Her work on differential invariance in the calculus of variations, Noether's theorem, has been called one of the most important mathematical theorems ever proved in guiding the development of modern physics. In the second epoch, 1920 to 1926, she began work that changed the face of abstract algebra. In her classic paper, you all know the one. In her classic 1921 paper, Ideal Theory in Ringbereichen, Theory of Ideals in Ring Domains, Noether developed the theory of ideals in commutative rings. Commutative rings? What are commutative rings, you guys? In ring theory, I was today years old when I found out that ring theory was even a thing. What does it even mean? Okay, so in ring theory, a branch of abstract algebra, a commutative ring is a ring in which the multiplication operation is commutative. Okay, there was a time in my life, again, when I was teaching GED, I knew what commutative meant. I don't remember anymore. I think commutative just means, if I remember correctly, commutative means the order does not matter. So you can say 2 times 4. You can also say 4 times 2. You'll still get the same answer. I want to say that's what that means, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. The study of commutative rings is called commutative algebra. Okay. Ideals and commutative rings into a tool with wide-ranging applications. She made elegant use of the ascending chain condition, and objects satisfying it are named Noetherian in her honor. In the third epoch, 1927 to 1935, she published works on non-commutative algebras and hypercomplex numbers, and united the representation theory of groups with the theory of modules and ideals. In addition to her own publications, Noether was generous with her ideas and is credited with several lines of research published by other mathematicians, even in fields far removed from her main work, such as algebraic topology. I'm still giggling over that I was today years old. I am today years old. It's true. I am, Fox. Let's see. This is what I'm thinking, because when we get into the real mathematical stuff, I don't think I can do it. But I'm thinking maybe personal life, university life, education, teaching period, recognition, expulsion from Göttingen by Nazi Germany, refuge in Bryn Mawr and Princeton, death, and then contributions. I might skip unless they can explain it to me like I'm 5, and I highly doubt they can. So we're gonna do our best, is what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is we're gonna do our best, okay? Ooh, pretty. Ooh, pictures, pretty. Personal life. Emmy Noether was born on 23 March 1882, the first of 4 children of mathematician Max Noether and Ida Amelia Kaufmann, both from Jewish merchant families. Her first name was Amelie, after her mother and paternal grandmother, but she began using her middle name at a young age. She invariably used the name Emmy Noether in her adult life and her publications. So here is the Bavarian city of Erlangen, depicted here on a 1916 postcard. It's very pretty. This is a beautiful postcard. Noether did not stand out academically, although she was known for being clever and friendly. She was nearsighted, same, astigmatism in my left eye. Now you know. Talked with a minor lisp during her childhood. A family friend recounted a story years later about a young Nother quickly solving a brain teaser at a children's party. What kind of children's party has brain teasers? Boo! Anyway, showing logical acumen at an early age. She was taught to cook and clean, as were most girls of the time, and she took piano lessons. She pursued none of these activities with passion, although she loved to dance. She had 3 younger brothers. The eldest, Alfred, was born in 1883, was awarded a doctorate in chemistry from Erlangen in 1909, but died 9 years later. So she came from a smarty pants family. Fritz Nother, born 1884, is remembered for his academic accomplishments. After studying in Munich, he made a reputation for himself in applied mathematics. He was executed in the Soviet Union in 1941. Ugh. The youngest, Gustav Robert, was born in 1889. Very little is known about his life. He suffered from chronic illness and died in 1928. So here is Emmy Noether with her brothers, Alfred, Fritz, and Robert, before 1918. What a picture. Old photographs like this I just love. What a great picture. I love that. Come on, kids, let's play Pin the Answer on the equation. Yay! I guess because she comes from a smarty pants family, maybe that's how they have a good time. I don't know. You do you, Emmy Noether. In 1935, she underwent surgery for an ovarian cyst. Despite signs of a recovery, died 4 years later. Ugh, at the age of 53. Ugh, rough ski. University life and education. Holt plays coffee. Noether shared. Wow, why am I having such a hard time saying the word showed? Noether showed early proficiency in French and English. In the spring of 1900, she took the examination for teachers of these languages and received an overall score of sehr gut. Very good. Sehr gut. Her performance qualified her to teach languages at schools reserved for girls, but she chose instead to continue her studies at the University of Erlangen. This was an unconventional decision. 2 years earlier, the Academic Senate of the university had declared that allowing mixed-sex education would overthrow all academic order. Please. One of only 2 women at the university of 986 students, Noether was allowed only to audit classes rather than participate fully. Wow. And required the permission of individual professors whose lectures she wished to attend. Despite these obstacles, on 14 July 1903, she passed the graduation exam at Real Gymnasium. It's probably like Real Gymnasium. I don't know why. I'm sorry. In Nuremberg. Here is Paul Gordon. Paul Gordon supervised Noether's doctoral dissertation on invariance of biquadratic forms. Awesome. During the 1903-1904 winter semester, she studied at the University of Göttingen, attending lectures given by astronomer Karl Schwarzschild and mathematicians Hermann Minkowski, Otto Blumenthal, Felix Klein, and David Hilbert. Soon thereafter, restrictions on women's participation in the university were rescinded. Noether returned to Erlangen. She officially re-entered the university in October 1904 and declared her intention to focus solely on mathematics. Under the supervision of Paul Gordon, she wrote her dissertation, Über die Bildung des Formensystems der ternären biquadraischen Form. On the complete systems of invariance for ternary biquadratic forms, 1907. Gordon was a member of the Computational School of Invariant Researchers, and Noether's thesis ended with a list of over 300 explicitly worked out invariants. This approach to invariance was later superseded by the more abstract and general approach pioneered by Hilbert. Although it had been well received, Noether later described her thesis and a number of subsequent similar papers she produced as crap. All right, well, I mean, give yourself more credit, girl. Teaching period. University of Erlangen. For the next 7 years, 1908 to 1915, she taught at the University of Erlangen's Mathematical Institute without pay, occasionally substituting for her father when he was too ill to lecture. Wow. 1910 and 1911, she published an extension of her thesis work from 3 variables to n variables. All right. Math. Gordon retired in the spring of 1910, but continued to teach occasionally with his successor, Erhard Schmidt, who left shortly afterward for a position in Breslau. Gordon retired from teaching altogether in 1911 when Schmidt's successor, Ernst Fischer, arrived. Gordon died a year later in December 1912. According to Hermann Weil, Fischer was an important influence on Noether, in particular by introducing her to the work of David Hilbert. From 1913 to 1916, Noether published several papers extending and applying Hilbert's methods to mathematical objects such as fields of rational functions and invariants of finite groups. This phase marks the beginning of her engagement with abstract algebra, the field of mathematics to which she would make groundbreaking contributions. I didn't even know abstract algebra was a thing. It makes sense, right? But I had no idea. Here, Noether sometimes used postcards to discuss abstract algebra with her colleague Ernst Fischer. This card is postmarked 10 April 1915. Wild. That's really cool. Noether and Fischer shared lively enjoyment of mathematics. Lively enjoyment, huh? And would often discuss lectures long after they were over. Noether is known to have sent postcards to Fischer, continuing her train of mathematical thoughts. How funny. They were like math pen pals, which is really cute and nerdy, you know? University of Göttingen. In the spring of 1915, Noether was invited to return to the University of Göttingen by David Hilbert and Felix Klein. Their effort to recruit her, however, was blocked by the philologists. Old school philology, right? We were talking about new philology. Here's old philology, just known as philology. Anyway, the study of language and oral and written historical sources. So blocked by the philologists and historians among the philosophical faculty. Women, they insisted, should not become PhD, essentially, private docenten, right? Yeah, PhD. One faculty member protested, "What will our soldiers think when they return to the university and find that they are required to learn at the feet of a woman?" Damn. Hilbert responded with indignation, stating, "I do not see that the sex of the candidate is an argument against her admission as private docent. After all, we are a university, not a bathhouse." Get 'em. Drag them. Get 'em. Let's see. Noether left for Göttingen in late April. 2 weeks later, her mother died suddenly in Erlangen. She had previously received medical care for an eye condition, but its nature and impact on her death is unknown. Interesting. At about the same time, Noether's father retired and her brother joined the German army to serve in World War I. She returned to Erlangen for several weeks, mostly to care for her aging father. Can we just talk about how stylish David Hilbert is? Look at this man. In 1915, David Hilbert invited Noether to join the Göttingen mathematics department, challenging the views of some of his colleagues that a woman should not be allowed to teach at a university. We gotta love the David Hilberts of the world because the patriarchy is strong. So kudos to people who have privilege using their privilege for good. You know what I mean? During her first years teaching at Göttingen, she did not have an official position and was not paid. Her family paid for her room and board and supported her academic work. Her lectures often were advised under Hilbert's name, and Noether would provide assistance, quote unquote. Soon after arriving at Göttingen, however, she demonstrated her capabilities by proving the theorem now known as Noether's theorem, which shows that a conservation law is associated with any differentiable symmetry of a physical system. The paper was presented by a colleague, F. Klein, on 26 July 1918 to a meeting of the Royal Society of Sciences at Göttingen. Noether presumably did not present it herself because she was not a member of the society. American physicists Leon M. Lederman and Christopher T. Hill argue in their book Symmetry in the Beautiful Universe that Noether's theorem is certainly one of the most important mathematical theorems ever proved in guiding the development of modern physics, possibly on par with the Pythagorean theorem. Shut up. Damn, that's powerful. You go down in history with Pythagoras, you're someone. You know what I mean? Our uni should strictly Our uni should be strictly sausage fest, and I'll have it no other way. A quote by a dickhead, basically. Basically, right? Jesus. What will the men think if they have to learn from a woman? Preposterous. When World War I ended, the German Revolution of 1918 to 1919 brought a significant change in social attitudes, including more rights for women. In 1919, the University of Göttingen allowed Noether to proceed with her habilitation, eligibility for tenure. Her oral examination was held in late May. She successfully delivered her habilitation lecture in June 1919. Here we have the mathematics department at University of Göttingen. It allowed Noether's habilitation in 1919, 4 years after she had begun lecturing at the school. How funny. 3 years later, she received a letter from Otto Bolitz? Sure. The Prussian Minister for Science, Art, and Public Education, in which he conferred on her the title of Nicht beamtete Ausstellungslehrender Professor. So sorry. I really do need to learn German at some point. An untenured professor with limited internal administrative rights and functions. Interesting. Okay, so this was an unpaid extraordinary professorship, not the higher ordinary professorship, which was a civil service position. Although it recognized the importance of her work, the position still provided no salary. What the fuck? They're like, you can work here. We recognize you're one of the most brilliant minds of our time, but we will not pay you. Assholes. Okay, anyway, Noether was not paid for her lectures until she was appointed to the special position of Lehrbeauftragte für Algebra a year later. Again, so sorry for my pronunciations, always. Work in abstract algebra. Although Noether's theorem had a significant effect upon classical and quantum mechanics, among mathematicians, she is best remembered for her contributions to abstract algebra. In his introduction to Noether's collected papers, Nathan Jacobson wrote that the development of abstract algebra, which is one of the most distinctive innovations of the 20th century mathematics, is largely due to her, in published papers, lectures, personal influence on her contemporaries. God damn. Incredible. Let's see. She sometimes allowed her colleagues and students to receive credit for her ideas, helping them develop their careers at the expense of her own. Oh my God, Emmy! Noether's work in algebra began in 1920. In collaboration with W. Schmeidler, she then published a paper about the theory of ideals, in which they defined left and right ideals in a ring. I'm still fascinated by the fact that like ring theory is a thing. You know, I didn't know any of this. I still don't think I understand exactly what any of this is, other than her work being incredibly prolific to any kind of like mathematical study in the like 18th century, right? 20th century, I should say. But yeah. The following year, she published a paper called Ideal Theory in Ringberechnung, analyzing ascending chain conditions with regard to mathematical ideals. Noted algebraist Irving Kaplansky called this work revolutionary. The publication gave rise to the term Noetherian ring and naming of several other mathematical objects as Noetherian. In 1924, a young Dutch mathematician, B.L. van der Waerden, arrived at the University of Göttingen. He immediately began working with Noether, who provided invaluable methods of abstract conceptualization. Van der Waerden later said that her originality was absolute beyond comparison. In 1931, he published Modern Algebra, a central text in the field. Its second volume borrowed heavily from Noether's work. Although Noether did not seek recognition, he included a note in the 7th edition based in part on the lectures of E. Artin and E. Noether. Good, give her a little credit, my God. She deserves a little credit, at least. Van der Waerden's visit was part of a convergence of mathematics from all over the world to Göttingen, which became a major hub of mathematical and physical research. From 1926 to 1930, Russian topologist Pavel Alexandrov lectured at the university, and he and Noether quickly became good friends. He began referring to her as der Nother, using the masculine German article as a term of endearment to show his respect. That's cute. She tried to arrange for him to obtain a position at Göttingen as a regular professor, but was unable, only to help him secure a scholarship from the Rockefeller Foundation. They met regularly and enjoyed discussions on the intersections of algebra and topology. In his 1935 memorial address, Alexandrov named Emmy Noether the greatest woman mathematician of all time. God damn. Sitting here shaking my head at the idea of people saying, I won't get out of bed for less than blah, 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 when we have this math boss doing so much for nothing. Yeah, right? Right? Well, I mean, you should, know your worth and demand your worth, right? But at the same time, there are consequences to that, especially if you're a marginalized person, right? And so specifically during this time and within this field, being a woman, you're incredibly marginalized. And so I think that it said earlier that she gave other people credit to the detriment of her own career. And I wonder how much of that was by her own choosing and her being too nice, or knowing that there would be consequences for her trying to take credit for her own work. You know what I mean? Wild. Graduate students and influential lectures. In addition to her mathematical insight, Noether was respected for her consideration of others. Although she sometimes acted rudely towards those who disagreed with her, same. She nevertheless gained a reputation for constant helpfulness and patient guidance of new students. Her loyalty to mathematical precision caused one colleague to name her a severe critic, but she combined this demand for accuracy with a nurturing attitude. This is what I aspire to be as a teacher. I try really hard, but it's hard sometimes to be patient. And it's hard to determine when is it more important. This is different from in mathematics. Mathematics, I think precision is so necessary. With language, it's a little bit more loosey-goosey in terms of when is precision required and accuracy required versus when is meaning more important and being comprehensible, Anyway, teaching, man, education, man. I'm very passionate about it, and I'm always criticizing myself and trying to be better, and also recognizing that I'm doing the best I can. So it's fun and interesting reading about other teachers. I think she was clearly smart enough to know that turning her nose up at unpaid offers would cause more friction of the sexes of the faculty. Totally. Right? And it doesn't sound like she had other options. If she had other options, I would imagine she would have taken them, right? Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see. A colleague later described her this way. Completely unegotistical and free of vanity, she never claimed anything for herself, but promoted the works of her students above all. What a good teacher. Here's a picture of her in 1930. In Göttingen, Noether supervised more than a dozen doctoral students. Her first was Greta Hermann, who defended her dissertation February 1925. She later spoke reverently of her dissertation mother. Cute. Noether also supervised Max Düring, who distinguished himself as an undergraduate and went on to contribute in the field of arithmetic geometry. Hans Fitting remembered for Fitting's theorem and Fitting Iema, and Zhang, apologies again for pronunciation, Zhang Jiongxi also rendered Xiongzi Si Sen in English, who proved Sen's theorem. She also worked closely with Wolfgang Krull, who greatly advanced commutative algebra with his Hauptteilsatz and his dimension theory for commutative rings. Her frugal lifestyle was at first due to her being denied pay. Yeah, no shit. Her frugal lifestyle, aka she doesn't have money. At first due to her being denied pay for her work. However, even after the university began paying her a small salary in 1923, she continued to live a simple and modest life. She was paid more generously later in life, but saved half of her salary to bequeath to her nephew Gottfried E. Noether. Biographers suggest that she was mostly unconcerned about appearance and manners, focusing on her studies. A distinguished algebraist, Olga Tauski-Todd, described a luncheon during which Noether, wholly engrossed in a discussion of mathematics, gesticulated wildly as she ate and spilled food constantly and wiped it off of her dress completely unperturbed. Me. Appearance-conscious students cringed as she retrieved the handkerchief from her blouse and ignored the increasing disarray of her hair during a lecture. I fucking love this woman. Two female students once approached her during a break in a 2-hour class to express their concern, but they were unable to break through the energetic mathematical discussions she was having with other students. How funny. She was passionate, just a very passionate woman, right? According to van der Verden's obituary of Emmy Noether, she did not follow a lesson plan for her lectures, which frustrated some students. Instead, she used her lectures as a spontaneous discussion time with her students. I love this, to think through and clarify important problems in mathematics. Some of her most important results were developed in these lectures, and the lecture notes of her students formed the basis for several important textbooks, such as those of van der Verden and During. You going for lunch? Nope, I have to sit here eating my dead skin. My dead skin, so because no fucker will pay me. Oh, man. The truth of it. If ramen were a thing, that would have been her lunch most of the time, right? One moment, someone's knocking on my door. Anyone else get very freaked out when someone knocks on their door and you're not expecting anyone? It was just a delivery, but I got very nervous. I do. Anytime if someone knocks on my door and I'm not expecting someone, I'm like, who the fuck is here? And also, I don't know, this probably speaks to me being a weed smoker. There's also a part of me that's always like, what am I in trouble for? Anyway, it was just a delivery. I didn't even have to see a human. It was fine. They knocked with force. I'm just paranoid. Am I? Anyway, let's continue, shall we? Okay, so that made me so nervous. What's wrong with me? Depends on how they knock. It felt like a very authoritative knock. Link it. Also, you gotta remember I'm a woman who lives by herself, so that's like a whole other thing, right? I'm a woman who lives by herself, but also I there's other factors that come into play. Right? It's a little bit like, ugh. But I do think, regardless of that, I think that's a factor that comes into play, but I also think that I tend to be just jumpy in general. I am a jumpy person. Yeah, that got me real nervous for seemingly no reason. Anyway, moving on. Her lecture notes, not having a lesson plan, you love to see it. Several of her colleagues attended her lectures. She allowed some of her ideas, such as the crossed product, Verschränktes Produkt in German, of associated algebras to be published by others. Noether was recorded as having given at least 5 semester-long courses at Göttingen. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead here. These courses often preceded major publications on the same subjects. Actually, we'll read through what the subjects are because I'm curious. So, winter 1924 to 1925, group theory and hypercomplex numbers. I don't know what that is, but hypercomplex tells me it's pretty complicated. Winter 1927-1928, hypercomplex quantities and representation theory. Summer 1928, non-commutative commutative algebra. Summer 1929, non-commutative arithmetic. Winter 1929-1930, algebra of hypercomplex quantities. These courses often preceded major publications on the same subjects. Noether spoke quickly, reflecting the speed of her thoughts, many said, and demanded great concentration from her students. Students who disliked her style often felt alienated. Some pupils felt that she relied too much on spontaneous discussions. Her most dedicated students, however, relished the enthusiasm with which she approached mathematics, especially since her lectures often built on earlier work they had done together. She developed a close circle of colleagues and students who thought along similar lines and tended to exclude those who did not. Outsiders, quote unquote, who occasionally visited Nother's lectures, usually spent only 30 minutes in the room before leaving in frustration and confusion. A regular student said of one such instance, "The enemy has been defeated. He has cleared out." So essentially, she's the kind of teacher that's like, you're either in or you're out, and I'm not changing my style for you, which on some level I appreciate. It's funny. I think that, like, my friend T. Miller was saying this the other day. Generally speaking, if everyone likes you, you're probably doing something wrong. If no one likes you, you're probably doing something wrong. But if you've got a good 50-50 split of people who like you and people who don't, you're probably on the right track, which I think is like an interesting way to look at this kind of stuff. Noether showed a devotion to her subject and her students that extended beyond the academic day. Once, when the building was closed for a state holiday, she gathered the class on the steps outside, led them through the woods, and lectured at a local coffee house. That's amazing. Later, after Nazi Germany dismissed her from teaching, she invited students into her home to discuss their plans for the future and mathematical concepts. Wow. You're dedicated and passionate. That's what happens when you clearly know your shit. It's true. It's true. Yeah, no, that's true. Moscow. In the winter of 1928 to 1929, Noether accepted an invitation to Moscow State University, where she continued working with P.S. Alexandrov. In addition to carrying on with her research, she taught classes in abstract algebra and algebraic geometry. She worked with topologists Lev Pontryagin and Nikolai Chebotaryov, who later praised her contributions to the development of Galois theory. So here's Pavel Alexandrov. Although politicians were not central to her life, Noether took a keen interest in political matters and, according to Alexandrov, showed considerable support for the Russian Revolution. She was especially happy to see Soviet advances in the fields of science and mathematics, which she considered indicative of new opportunities made possible by the Bolshevik project. This attitude caused her problems in Germany, culminating in her eviction from a pension lodging building after student leaders complained of living with a Marxist-leaning Jewess. Noether planned to return to Moscow, an effort for which she received support from Alexandrov. After she left Germany in 1933, he tried to help her gain a chair at Moscow State University through the Soviet Education Ministry. Although this effort proved unsuccessful, they corresponded frequently during the 1930s, and in 1935, she made plans for a return to the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, her brother Fritz accepted a position in the Research Institute for Mathematics and Mechanics in Tomsk, in the Siberian Federal District of Russia, after losing his job in Germany, and was subsequently executed during the Great Purge. Ugh, sad. You can just riff and stick to whatever you want and still teach your class if they're willing and patient. There's an element of riffing, well, her thing is almost like a think tank more than anything else, right? There's an element of riffing that I think is kind of necessary. Like you said, it shows that you know your shit, right? Like if you have to go strictly off of a lesson plan, you probably don't have a very strong concept of what you're doing. If you're completely improvising, on some level, you might be a little bit scattered and not organized. So I think there is a happy medium there. But to your point, yeah, I think it depends on what kind of learner you are too, right? I think some people are way more into that and willing to get into that and not have a plan. And I think other people really need a plan. They need structure in order to be successful. So I think it just depends on how your brain works on some level too, I don't know. It is interesting to think about though, right? Okay, let's see. Did I say what this picture is? This is Moscow State University. A little picture of it. It's very beautiful. Recognition. Let me drink some more water. More water all the time. Hydrate, don't dehydrate. Okay, side note. I have this sticker on the cap of my water bottle. And I had a training at work the other day. The training was essentially like a personality quiz. It's kind of like the Myers-Briggs. Called a DISC profile. So it categorizes humans into 4 categories of personality. And the guy that was doing the lecture or the training saw that and he was like, "Oh, not today. I know not to mess with you." And I was like, "Hydrate, don't dehydrate." And he was very taken aback. Anyway, recognition. In 1932, Emmy Noether and Emil Artin received the Ackermann Tubner Memorial Award for their contributions to mathematics. The prize included a monetary reward of 500 Reichsmarks and was seen as long overdue official recognition for her considerable work in the field. Nevertheless, her colleagues expressed frustration at the fact that she was not elected to the Göttingen Gesellschaft der Wissenschaften, Academy of Sciences, and was never promoted to the position of Ordentlicher Professor, full professor. Wow. Noether's colleagues celebrated her 50th birthday in 1932 in typical mathematician style. Get ready for this, whatever this is. Helmut Hasse dedicated an article to her in Mathematische Annalen, wherein he confirmed her suspicion that some aspects of non-commutative algebra are simpler than those of commutative algebra by proving a non-commutative reciprocity law. This pleased her immensely. He also sent her a mathematical riddle. Again, these nerd parties. A mathematical riddle, which she called the whatever the fuck of riddle syllables. She solved it immediately, but the riddle has been lost. Oh, wow. Here's a picture of Zurich. Beautiful, amazing. In September the same year, Noether delivered a plenary address, Grosse Vortrag, on hypercomplex systems in their relations to commutative algebra and to number theory at the International Congress of Mathematicians in Zurich. The Congress was attended by 800 people, including Noether's colleagues Hermann Weil, Edmund Landau, and Wolfgang Krull. There were 420 official participants, and 21 plenary addresses were presented. Apparently, Noether's prominent speaking position was a recognition of importance of her contributions to mathematics. The 1932 Congress is sometimes described as a high point of her career. Let's see. The expectation to know what the hell she's talking about if she goes off can really be an issue. Yeah, tough to find a learning common ground. Totally. Yeah. Well, and again, it's kind of that thing where it's like, I don't think you can fully please everybody. It's interesting too, I think as an educator, kind of your responsibility to appeal to multiple intelligences and whatnot. But that kind of goes out of the window a little bit in university teaching, just because, especially post-grad, maybe not undergrad, but post-grad, just because there is so much more that is like research based, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Because everyone's going to have a different style of learning and everyone's going to have a different style of teaching, right? And so I don't think it makes it like good or bad. It's just one of those things where it's like truly like anything with humans, there's no possible way to please every single person, because if you're doing that, then at the end of the day, you're probably extending yourself too much, right? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, expulsion from Göttingen by Nazi Germany. When Adolf Hitler became the German Reichskanzler, in January 1933, Nazi activity around the country increased dramatically. At the University of Göttingen, the German Student Association led the attack on the un-German spirit, quote unquote, attributed to Jews, and was aided by a private docent named Werner Weber, a former student of Noether. Oh, wow. Anti-Semitic attitudes created a climate hostile to Jewish professors. One young protester reportedly demanded, Aryan students want Aryan mathematics and not Jewish mathematics. Yeah, so for her being a woman during this time and her being Jewish during this time, it's like rough ski. Still at Pounds, hi, how are you? It's good to see you. What are you up to? We're learning about things that start with the letter N today on Wikipedia with me. So currently we're learning about this badass mathematician named Emmy Noether. So welcome. It's good to see you. How you been? Let's see. One of the first actions of Hitler's administration was the law for restoration of professional civil service, which removed Jews and politically suspect government employees, including university professors, from their jobs unless they had demonstrated their loyalty to Germany by serving in World War I. In April 1933, Noether received a notice from the Prussian Ministry for Sciences, Art, Public Education, which read, on the basis of paragraph 3 of the Civil Service Code 7, April 1933, I hereby withdraw you the right to teach at University of Göttingen. Several of Noether's colleagues, including Max Born and Richard Courant, also had their positions revoked. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Good. Just hopping on to support. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate it. Well, right back at you. If you guys don't know Still at Poems, highly recommend you go check him out. Not only is he an amazing streamer, he's also a great barber. So if you're ever in Denver and you need a barber, that's your dude. That's your dude right there. It's so good to see you. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I got you, Sloths. I see you. Sloths, I see you. I see you over there. Absolutely. I've learned a little bit because you've been doing the what is it? The Overwatch. Wow, I'm 84 years old. I've been lurking while you've been playing the Overwatch Still at Pones. I've seen you. I've seen you playing the Overwatch. I hope Overwatch has been going well. It's one of those that I'm like, at some point maybe I should try Overwatch. I probably should. I've never played it though. Okay, let's see. Noether accepted the decision calmly, providing support for others during this difficult time. Herman Weil later wrote that Emmy Noether, her courage, her frankness, her unconcern about her own fate, her conciliatory spirit, was in the midst of all the hatred and meanness, despair and sorrow surrounding us, a moral solace. She sounds amazing. She sounds incredible. It's been great. Good. Oh, gonna do a horror stream next week? Okay, not excited. You're like me. You're like, I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm sure people will love it. What are you gonna play? Do you know what game? I hope it goes well. And, you know, I mean, just have a palate cleanser. Have a cute cartoon movie of sorts to watch after so that you don't have nightmares. Because that's what I would have to do. I would have to, if I were to ever do a horror stream, I would have to do it during the day. So that I have plenty of time to cleanse my brain. And even then, probably would have nightmares because that's just how it goes. Outlast. Oh, okay. Oh, you got your redemption. Still at Poems, please tell me what day. Please tell me when I can see you as an emo stripper, please. Please tell me. Please tell me what day. Wednesday? Horror Wednesday? Is that still when it's happening? I need to be there. I need to see it. Please tell me when. Please tell me when. Wednesday? Okay. All right. So y'all should go follow Still at Poems so that you don't miss that. I cannot wait. Grats on getting that. Was that a sub goal or a follower goal? Regardless, grats on getting there. That's awesome. Mascara. Yeah, you're just gonna be like sobbing. Are you doing your own makeup? Are you gonna have your fiance do your makeup? I cannot wait. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this. I will be tuning in for sure. Okay, let's see. Emmy Noether, total badass. Typically, Noether remained focused on mathematics, gathering students in her apartment to discuss class field theory. When one of her students appeared in the uniform of a Nazi paramilitary organization, Sturmabteilung, again, so sorry for the bad pronunciations always, she showed no sign of agitation and reportedly even laughed about it later. Wow. This, however, was before the bloody events of Kristallnacht in 1938 and their praise from propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. Scary time in history, just in general. Let's see. Really get the vibe of the emo stripper. Yeah, no, you got to. Trying to have one of my drag friends do it. Even better. You have to. Oh, it's so good. That's going to be so good. I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. That's awesome. All right, let's see. Refuge at Bryn Mawr in Princeton, United States. As dozens of newly unemployed professors began searching for positions outside Germany, their colleagues in the United States sought to provide assistance and job opportunities for them. Albert Einstein and Hermann Weil were appointed by the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, while others worked to find a sponsor required for legal immigration. Noether was contacted by representatives of two educational institutions, Bryn Mawr College in the United States and Somerville College at the University of Oxford in England. After a series of negotiations with the Rockefeller Foundation, a grant to Bryn Mawr was approved for Noether, and she took the position there starting in late 1933. She got out of there like barely in time. So here is a picture of Bryn Mawr College. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Let's see. Oh, you're gonna be gorge. You're gonna be gorge. You got the cheekbones for it. I can see it. It's going to be good. I'm excited still at Poems. It's going to be great. Let's see. At Bryn Mawr, Noether met and befriended Anna Wheeler, who had studied at Göttingen just before Noether arrived there. Another source of support at the college was Bryn Mawr president Marion Edwards Park, who enthusiastically invited mathematicians in the area to see Dr. Noether in action. Noether and a small team of students worked quickly through van der Waarden's 1930 book, Modern Algebra 1, and parts of Erich Heck's Theorie der Algebraischen Zahlen, the theory of algebraic numbers. In 1934, Noether began lecturing at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton upon the invitation of Abraham Flexner and Oswald Veblen. She also worked and supervised Abraham Albert and Harry van der Veer. However, she remarked about Princeton University that she was not welcome at the men's university where nothing female is admitted. Man, that's just the story of her life. For real. No, I mean it. You're going to look great. I'm really excited. You're going to look good. I can feel it. I know it. Okay, let's see. Her time in the United States was pleasant, surrounded, as she was, by supportive colleagues and absorbed in her favorite subjects. In the summer of 1934, she briefly returned to Germany to see Emil Artin and her brother Fritz before he left for Tomsk. Although many of her former colleagues had been forced out of the universities, she was able to use the library as a foreign scholar. Without incident, Noether returned to the United States and her studies at Bryn Mawr. That's wild that she was able to return to Germany during 1934. That's wild. For real, for real. Okay, death. In April 1935, doctors discovered a tumor on Noether's pelvis. Worried about complications from surgery, they ordered 2 days of bed rest first. During the operation, they discovered an ovarian cyst the size of a large cantaloupe. Oh man. 2 smaller tumors in her uterus. This hurts my uterus reading about it. 2 smaller tumors in her uterus appeared to be benign and were not removed to avoid prolonging surgery. For 3 days, she appeared to convalesce normally, and she recovered quickly from a circulatory collapse on the 4th. On 14 April, she fell unconscious. Her temperature soared to 109 degrees Fahrenheit. Holy shit. 42.8 degrees Celsius, and she died. Yeah. Not easy to say what had occurred in Dr. Noether. Well, that is kind of easy. An ovarian cyst the size of a cantaloupe is probably, what contributed to it. One of the physicians wrote, "It's possible that there was some form of unusual and virulent infection which struck the base of the brain where heat centers are supposed to be located." Sad. So here it says, Noether's ashes were placed under the walkway surrounding the cloisters of Bryn Mawr's M. Carey Thomas Library. A few days after Noether's death, her friends and associates at Bryn Mawr held a small memorial service at College President Park's house. Herman Weil and Richard Brower traveled from Princeton and spoke with Wheeler and Towski about their departed colleague. In the months that followed, written tributes began to appear around the globe. Albert Einstein joined van der Waarden, Weil, and Pavel Alexandrov in paying their respects. Her body was cremated and the ashes interred under the walkway around the cloisters of the M. Carey Thomas Library at Bryn Mawr. Oh, damn, what a life, huh? All right, so here we've got her contributions. I think I'm going to skip them because we've read quite a bit about her contributions, and I also know that I'm not going to be able to make sense of a lot of them. So I might go ahead and skip that, but I will say, what an incredible woman. She sounds in terms of the time in which she came up and the contributions that she made and the way in which she impacted her colleagues and her students and the things that she survived. Pretty cool. Pretty amazing. Let me see if there's anything else we want to read about here. I think we're good. Emmy Noether. All right. Moving on to Norse mythology. Are we prepared? Are we ready? Are we feeling it? I'm feeling it. I'm excited. Let's get into it. Okay. So Norse, or Scandinavian mythology, is a body of myths of North Germanic peoples stemming from Norse paganism and continuing after the Christianization of Scandinavia into the Scandinavian folklore of the modern period. The northernmost extension of Germanic mythology, and stemming from Proto-Germanic folklore, Norse mythology consists of tales of various deities, beings, and heroes derived from numerous sources from both before and after the pagan period, including medieval manuscripts, archaeological representations, and folk tradition. The source texts mention numerous gods, such as the hammer-wielding, humanity-protecting thunder god Thor, who relentlessly fights his foes, the one-eyed, raven-flanked god Odin, who craftily pursues knowledge throughout the worlds and bestowed upon humanity the runic alphabet, the beautiful Saethor, I'm probably saying all of this wrong, working feather cloak-clad goddess Freya, who rides into battle to choose among the slain, the vengeful skiing goddess Skadi, I think it's Skadi, maybe, who prefers the wolf howls of the winter mountains to the seashore, the powerful god Njordr, oh man, I'm saying all of these wrong, Njordr, who may calm both sea and fire and grant wealth and land, the god Freyr, whose wealth and farming associations bring peace and pleasure to humanity, the goddess Idun, Satyr, is it like a D? Okay, so Idun, who keeps apples that grant eternal youthfulness, the mysterious god Heimdallr, who is born of 9 mothers. Born of 9 mothers. Explain that one to me. Is it a D? Thank you. It's been a minute since I've done that. I've read these kinds of letters before. Okay, so Satyr working, Skadi, Idun. Okay, so here we go. So Heimdallr, who is born of 9 mothers, can hear grass grow, has gold teeth, and possesses a resounding horn. Hearing grass grow would be a very annoying talent, no? The Jotun's son, Loki, who brings tragedy to the gods by engineering the death of the goddess Frigg's beautiful son Balder, and numerous other deities. Most of the surviving mythology centers on the plights of the gods and their interaction with several other beings, such as humanity and the Jotnar, beings who may be friends, lovers, foes, or family members of the gods. The cosmos in Norse mythology consists of 9 worlds that flank a central sacred tree, Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil? Yggdrasil. Let's go with it. Units of time and elements of cosmology are personified as deities or beings. Various forms of creation and myth are recounted, where the world is created from the flesh of the primordial being Ymir, and the first 2 humans are Ask and Embla. These worlds are foretold to be reborn after the events of Ragnarok. It's a great movie, Thor Ragnarok, just for the record. It's real good. Oh, speaking of Taika Waititi, which we weren't, but we are now. We were speaking of Ragnarok. Taika Waititi, he directed it, and then he also plays a character in it. Right? That's how we got here. I've been watching Our Flag Means Death, which is just a cute little pirate romp on HBO, and if you haven't watched it, it's really cute and it's really fun and you should watch it. And Taika Waititi is one of the producers and he plays Blackbeard and he's fantastic. Anyway, Ragnarok. These worlds are foretold to be reborn after the events of Ragnarok, when an immense battle occurs between the gods and their enemies, and the world is enveloped in flames, only to be reborn anew. There the surviving gods will meet, and the land will be fertile and green, and 2 humans will repopulate the world. Norse mythology has been the subject of scholarly discourse since the 17th century, when key texts attracted the attention of intellectual circles of Europe. By way of comparative mythology and historical linguistics, scholars have identified elements of Germanic mythology reaching as far back as Proto-Indo-European mythology. During the modern period, Romanticist Viking revival reawoke an interest in the subject matter, and references to Norse mythology may now be found throughout modern popular culture. The myths have been further revived in a religious context among adherents of Germanic neo-paganism. It's so cute, Fox. It's so good. It's so good. I was telling Slots, who's been lurking and hydrating me. It's like, have you seen Black Sails? Black Sails is a show that was on Stars a few years back, and it's a really good, like, the pilot's not great, but the show overall is a really great kind of like just like pirate show. It kind of goes through, it's like Treasure Island meets Game of Thrones ish, and it's fantastic. But it's like serious in terms, it's like a drama, and like the like production value is amazing. Our Flag Means Death is almost like a parody of it. It's just like so goofy and so silly, but also like it's so wholesome and just so good. And I also really love pirates. I love pirate shit. I'm all about it. Yeah, no, you should check it out. Right? Black Sails is so good. It's so good, Fox. I need to rewatch it, honestly. Fox, my cat is named Anne Bonny, after Anne Bonny, obviously, because she only has one eye, little bonbons. She's a little pirate cat. That's why I named her Anne Bonny. Yeah. I want to rewatch it. Okay, I think you would like, so don't go into it thinking that it's gonna be Black Sails, because it's not. But it's just such a fun little pirate show. I think you'll like it, Fox. You gotta let me know how it is. I'm deeply into it. It's very cute. Yeah, that's my little bonbons. Okay, let's see. I was gonna say, I was like, generally speaking on stream, I just call her Cat or Bonnie. In life, I usually call her Bonnie. But yeah, that's the story behind her name. All right, let's see. Okay, here we are. Okay, so Fox, this is your category. Is there anything in particular that you want to hone in on here? Let me know. It looks like it's not too long of an article. I think we can just kind of go into it. Terminology, sources, mythology. I mean, I think mythology, that part is probably important. But let me know. I think I'll just get into it. I don't think it's going to be too long, honestly, but we'll, let me know if I'm missing anything or if I'm skipping over something that you're interested in. All right, so terminology. The historical religion of the Norse people is commonly referred to as Norse mythology. Other terms are Scandinavian mythology, North Germanic mythology, or Nordic mythology. Sources. Norse mythology is primarily attested in dialects of Old Norse, a North Germanic language spoken by Scandinavian people during the European Middle Ages, and the ancestor of modern Scandinavian languages. The majority of these Old Norse texts were created in Iceland, where the oral tradition stemming from the pre-Christian inhabitants of the island was collected and recorded in manuscripts. This occurred primarily in the 13th century. These texts included the Prose Edda, composed of 13th century by the Icelandic scholar Laws Speaker and historian Snorri Sturluson. And Poetic Edda, the collection of poems from earlier traditional material anonymously compiled from the 13th century. Read a ton, so dip into whatever you like. Okay, cool. Yeah, and feel free to like add your 2 cents, because it's something that like I love mythology, and I Norse is probably the mythology I'm least familiar with, honestly. And really, like with various mythologies around the world, I feel like I have like a broad understanding, but I don't have a deep understanding of any mythology, really. So by all means, add what you know and add what your experience is. Here we have the Rock runestone, UG 136. What the fuck? Scandinavian runic text database. Okay, cool. Located in Rock, Sweden, features a younger Futhark runic inscription that makes various references to Norse mythology. Cool. Very cool. Side note, have you played Banner Saga? Because Banner Saga, if you're into, I don't know if you're a video game guy, Fox, but Banner Saga is one of my favorite indie games. It's so good. And it's a turn-based RPG meets like choose your own adventure novel from like the 80s, but it's very much based in Norse mythology. Like the whole thing is very much Norse mythology. So many good names in the Scandinavia, right? It's true. The Prose Edda was composed as a prose manual for producing skaldic poetry, traditional or Old Norse poetry composed by skalds. Originally composed and transmitted orally, skaldic poetry utilizes alliterative verse, kennings, and several metrical forms. The Prose Edda presents numerous examples of works by various scalds from before and after the Christianization process, and also frequently refers back to the poems found in the Poetic Edda. The Poetic Edda consists almost entirely of poems with some prose narrative added, and this poetry, Eddic poetry, utilizes fewer cuttings. In comparison to skaldic poetry, Eddic poetry is relatively unadorned. Interesting. This is beautiful, by the way. What is the caption here? Title page of a late manuscript of the Prose Edda, written by Snorri Sturluson, 13th century, showing the ancient Norse gods Odin, Heimdallr, Sleipnir, and other such figures from Norse mythology. Haven't played that. Console boy. Ah, okay, yeah, no, it's a. I don't think it's available on console. I think it's a PC one. Fair enough. Fair enough. If you ever do become a PC boy, Banner Saga. All right. Anyway, so the Prose Edda features layers of euhemerization. What does that mean? Euhemerism is an approach to the interpretation of mythology in which mythological accounts are presumed to have originated from real historical events or personages. That makes sense. Okay, cool. So the Prose Edda features layers of euhemerization. I love that they explain it. A process in which deities and supernatural beings are presented as having been either actual magic-wielding human beings who have deified in times, or beings demonized by way of Christian mythology. Texts such as Heimskringla, composed in 13th century by Snorri, and Gesta Danorum, composed in Latin by Saxo Grammaticus in Denmark in 12th century, are results of heavy amounts of euhemerization. Numerous additional texts, such as the sagas, provide further information. The saga corpus consists of thousands of tales recorded in Old Norse, ranging from Icelandic family histories, sagas of Icelanders, to migration period tales mentioning historic figures such as Attila the Hun, legendary sagas. Objects and monuments such as Rock runestone and the Kvinnebi amulet feature runic inscriptions, text written in the runic alphabet, the indigenous alphabet of the Germanic peoples, that mention figures and events from Norse mythology. Love the Edda. Are you familiar with it? I'm not. It's really cool. Yeah, I'm not familiar still with poems. Let's see. Objects from archaeological record may also be interpreted as depictions of subjects from Norse mythology, such as amulets of the god Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, found among pagan burials, and small silver female figures interpreted as Valkyries or Disir. Beings associated with war, fate, or ancestor cults. By way of historical linguistics and comparative mythology, comparisons to other attested branches of Germanic mythology, such as Old High German Mersberg incantations, may also lend insight. Wider comparisons to the mythology of other Indo-European peoples by scholars has resulted in the potential reconstruction of far earlier myths. Only tiny amount of poems and tales survive the mythical tales and poems that are presumed to have existed during the Middle Ages, Viking Age, migration period, and before. Later sources reaching into the modern period, such as medieval charm, recorded as used by the Norwegian woman Ragnhild Tregagos, convicted of witchcraft in Norway in the 14th century, and spells found in the 17th century, Icelandic Galdrabok grimoire, also sometimes make references to Norse mythology. Other traces, such as place names bearing the names of gods, may provide further information about deities, such as potential association between deities based on the placement of locations bearing their names, their local popularity, and associations with geological features. One of the surviving poems in the Old English manuscript, Beowulf. Good old Beowulf. Not a ton, but I do know some. I love the sagas. Cool. That's great. My sister's boyfriend is real into Norse mythology because he's Norwegian. So that they have this really cool coffee table book that kind of goes through the different sagas. It's beautiful. Yeah, all of this is making me think of him. Let's see. I need more water, man. Sloths, if you're out there. Okay, mythology. Gods and other beings. Central to accounts of Norse mythology are the plights of the gods and their interaction with various other beings, such as with the Jotnar, who may be friends, lovers, foes, or family members of the gods. Numerous gods are mentioned in the source texts. As evidenced by records of personal names and place names, the most popular god among Scandinavians during the Viking Age was Thor, the thunder god, who is portrayed as unrelentingly pursuing his foes, his mountain-crushing, thunderous hammer Mjolnir in hand. In the mythology, Thor lays waste to numerous Jotnar, who are foes to the gods or humanity, and is wed to the beautiful golden-haired goddess Sif? Sure. Here we have a picture. The god Thor wades through a river, while Aesir rides across the bridge. Bifrost, an illustration by Lorenz Froelich, 1895. Interesting. The god Odin is also frequently mentioned in surviving texts. One-eyed, wolf, and raven-flanked, with spear in hand, Odin pursues knowledge throughout the worlds. In an act of self-sacrifice, Odin is described as having hanged himself upside down for 9 days and nights on the cosmological tree Yggdrasil to gain knowledge of the runic alphabet, which he passed on to humanity and is associated closely with death, wisdom, and poetry. Odin's kind of badass. They're all kind of badass, but Odin is one that, very interesting. Odin is portrayed as the ruler of Asgard and the leader of Aesir. Again, sorry about pronunciation, always. Odin's wife is the powerful goddess Frigg, who can see the future but tells no one. And together they have a beloved son, Balder. After a series of dreams had by Balder of his impending death, his death is engineered by Loki, and Balder thereafter resides in Hel, a realm ruled over by the entity of the same name. Love that a lot of these tales were orally passed down and still mostly intact despite geographical and historical changes. It's true. Oral history is really fascinating that way. Yeah. In terms of whether or not it's able to be preserved, right? Yeah, it's really true, Fox. It's fascinating. Well, and I wonder too, in terms of like Norse people and Scandinavian peoples, I wonder how much that has to do with successful survival of indigenous populations. I don't actually know. It's just a thought I'm having. But yeah, it is really cool. It's cool when oral history can be preserved. Odin must share half of his share of the dead with the powerful goddess Freya. She is beautiful, sensual, wears a feathered cloak, and practices satyr. She rides into the battle to choose among the slain and brings her chosen to the afterlife field, Folkvanger. Freya weeps for her missing husband, Odin, and seeks after him in faraway lands. Freya's brother, the god Freyr, is also frequently mentioned in surviving texts, and his association with the weather, royalty, human sexuality, and agriculture brings peace and pleasure to humanity. Deeply lovesick after catching the sight of the beautiful Jotun Gerdur, Freyr seeks and wins her love, yet at the price of his future doom. Their father is the powerful god Njordr. Njordr is strongly associated with ships and seafaring, and so also wealth and prosperity. Freya and Freyr's mother is Njordr's sister. Her name is unprovided in the source material. However, there is more information about his pairing with skiing and hunting goddess Skadi. Their relationship is ill-fated, as Skadi cannot stand to be away from her beloved mountains, nor Njordr from the seashore. Yeah, this is one that I remember. Again, from this coffee table book, I just remember this story specifically, which is interesting, this idea of well, I love the ocean. Well, I love the mountains. We can't work it out. Together, Freya, Freyr, and Njordr form a portion of the gods known as the Vanir, while Aesir and Vanir retain distinct identification. They came together as a result of the Aesir-Vanir War. Interesting. While they receive less mention, numerous other gods and goddesses appear in the source material. For a list of these deities, see List of Germanic deities. Some of the gods heard less of include the apple-bearing goddess Idun, her husband, the skaldic god Bragi, the gold-toothed god Heimdallr, born of 9 mothers. Again, born of 9 mothers I find fascinating. Hold on, let me see. Okay, hold on. In Norse mythology, the 9 mothers of Heimdallr are... I need to get this in a place where I can actually read it. Are 9 sisters who gave birth to the god Heimdallr. Weird. The 9 mothers of Heimdallr are attested in the Prose Edda, written in 13th century by Snorri Sturluson in the Poetry of Skalds, and possibly also... Okay, so 9 sisters gave birth to a baby. Don't ask me to explain it. I won't, because I can't. Anyway, the ancient god Tyr, who lost his right hand while binding the great wolf Fenrir, and the goddess Gefjon, who formed modern-day Zealand, Denmark. Various beings outside of the gods are mentioned. Elves and dwarves are commonly mentioned and appear to be connected, but their attributes are vague, and the relation between the two is ambiguous. Elves are described as radiant and beautiful, whereas dwarves often act as earthensmiths. A group of beings variously described as Jotnar, Thurzar, and trolls, in English these are often glossed as giants, frequently appear. These beings may either aid, deter, or take their place among the gods. The Norns, Disir, and aforementioned Valkyries also receive frequent mention. While their functions and roles may overlap and differ, all are collective females being associated with fate. Interesting. Very wise for them to use the vastness of the land and sea to teach about inevitable and deep difference between people can occur no matter what the depth of love. Yeah, that is true. That's an interesting take on it, yeah. Cosmology. In Norse cosmology, all beings live in 9 worlds that center around the cosmological tree Yggdrasil. The gods inhabit a heavenly realm of Asgard, whereas humanity inhabits Midgard, a region in the center of the cosmos. Outside of the gods, humanity and the Jotnar, these 9 worlds are inhabited by beings such as elves and dwarves. Travel between the worlds is frequently recounted in the myths, where the gods and other beings may interact directly with humanity. Numerous creatures live on Yggdrasil, such as insulting messenger squirrel Ratoskr and perching hawk Vedrfolnir. The tree itself has 3 major roots, and at the base of one of these roots live a trio of Norns, female entities associated with fate. Elements of the cosmos are personified, such as the sun, Sol, a goddess, the moon, Mani, a god. And this is interesting too, that I feel like in a lot of other mythos, like the sun is masculine and the moon is feminine. So it's interesting that it's reversed in Norse mythology. The earth, Jord, a goddess, as well as units of time, such as day, Dagr, a god, and night, Nut, a Jotun. That's what I love about these types of stories, the teachings underneath the surface. Totally. It's kind of like the Aesop's Fables kind of situation of like there's a moral purpose for this time. A moral purpose during that time that is being expressed through these different stories, right? Yeah. So here you've got a picture. The cosmological central tree Yggdrasil is depicted in the Ash Yggdrasil by Friedrich Wilhelm Hein, 1886. Let's see. The afterlife is a complex matter in Norse mythology. The dead may go to the murky realm of Hell, a realm ruled over by female being of the same name, may be ferried away by Valkyries to Odin's martial hall Valhalla, or may be chosen by the goddess Freya to dwell in her field Folkvanger. The goddess Ran may claim those that die at sea, and the goddess Gefjon is said to be attended by virgins upon their death. Texts also make reference to reincarnation. Time itself is presented between cyclic and linear, and some scholars have argued that cyclical time was the original format of the mythology. Interesting. Various forms of cosmological creation story are provided in Icelandic sources, and references to a future destruction and rebirth of the world, Ragnarok, are frequently mentioned in some texts. Here we have a picture of Sol, the sun, and Mani, the moon, are chased by wolves Skoll and Hati. The Wolves Pursuing Sol and Mani by J.C. Dolman, 1909. Humanity. Oh, the humanity! According to Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda poem Voluspa, the first human couple consisted of Ask and Embla, driftwood found by a trio of gods and imbued with life in the form of 3 gifts. After the cataclysm of Ragnarok, this process is mirrored in the survival of two humans from wood, Lif and Lifbracer. Lif and Lifbracer? Sure. From this, two humankind are foretold to repopulate the new and green earth. Influence on popular culture. Everywhere! Everywhere is the influence. With a widespread publication of translations of Old Norse texts that recount the mythology of North Germanic peoples, references to Norse gods and heroes spread into European literary culture, especially in Scandinavia, Germany, and Britain. During the later 20th centuries, references to Norse mythology became more common in science fiction and fantasy literature, role-playing games, and eventually other cultural products such as comic books, Japanese animation. Traces of the religion can also be found in music and has its own genre, Viking metal. How fun. Okay, my sister's boyfriend, who I referenced before, he's a metalhead, and I imagine he's probably into Viking metal. I didn't know that was a thing, but that's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing. Okay, let's see. Bands such as Amon Amarth, Bathory, Burzum, and Managarm have written songs about Norse mythology. This is prevalent in this children's book series, Magnus Chase. I don't know about this children's book series. How fun. By Rick Riordan. Ragnarok always felt like a flood myth type thing, and I would love to know the true origin, maybe a volcanic explosion. Interesting. Well, the giant flood myth is one that appears in lots of different mythologies. Like it's the biblical flood with Noah, and there's a Hindu flood, and there's a Greek mythology flood. So the Great Flood myth is a thing that appears kind of cross-culturally, and so it leads me to believe that at some point there was a big old flood. And everyone was like, write it down. This is a thing. But I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take another little break because 1, I really have to pee. 2, I really need to refill my water bottle. 3, I've been live for how many hours now? Almost 5 hours. Not bad, honestly. Not bad for a wiki day. We only have 3 more topics left. So I think we're going to finish in a relatively, reasonable time frame. Here's what we've got left. We've got Nocturnal Bottleneck, we've got Nicaraguan Sign Language, and then we've got Nutella. That's it. So feel free to stick around. Feel free to go get a snack or some water or take your meds or go do what you got to do. If you want to go check out other streamers, do that. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? You're beautiful. You're fantastic. Did you know? Your butt looks great today. Trust me. I will see you real soon. Thank you for being here. Y'all are very sweet. Holy moly. I don't know why I said holy moly. If you stuck around, thank you. You're very sweet. I really appreciate it. If you didn't, there's nothing I can do about that. We got 3 more topics. Fox, I don't know if I said it, and I don't know if you're, there you are, oh hi. I was gonna say, I don't know if I said it, but thank you for your topic. I really appreciate it. Let's see, what'd you say? Thinking about the Ragnarok origins, and if it's true about a meteor landing near Greenland in the past up to 12K years ago, then it would fit well with a flood-based myth and legends. Interesting. I don't know. Just sat here pondering. Well, thank you for pondering. I don't know. That's interesting. I'm curious to know. It might be true. I wonder if it's documented anywhere. It might be. I have no idea. That's a great guess, though. All right, ready for the last 3 topics? What do we got? Nocturnal bottleneck. Are you prepared? My eyebrows are. Okay, let's go. Nocturnal bottleneck. We got a great picture of a badger. Very excited about that badger picture. Not gonna lie, very into it. Linkit was born ready. Linkit has always been ready. Linkit was ready pre-embryo. Linkit, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for being here. Okay, the nocturnal bottleneck hypothesis is a hypothesis to explain several mammalian traits. In 1942, Gordon Lynn Walls described this concept, which states that placental mammals were mainly or even exclusively nocturnal throughout most of their evolutionary story, starting with their origins 225 million years ago and only ending with the demise of non-avian dinosaurs 66 million years ago. While some mammal groups have later evolved to fill diurnal niches, approximately 160 million years spent as nocturnal animals has left a lasting legacy on basal anatomy, physiology, and most mammals are still nocturnal. I didn't know that. Did you know that most mammals are nocturnal? Maybe we learned that on Mammal Week. Mammal Week, M Week, last week. We read about mammals. Let's see. It's just that it's very fire and brimstone compared to the flood story. Okay, fair. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with it. So yeah, it might be different then. Like you say, there might be like a volcanic eruption of some sort, or like a meteor, like you're saying. I don't know. That's interesting. Fox, if you find information, tell me. I'm curious now. Here's a picture of a badger, the Tapetum lucidum of a European badger, reflects the photographer's flash, one of many nocturnal traits ubiquitous in mammals. Wow. It's like cats too, man. Okay, let's see. So this is not a very long one. We'll just go with it. Look at this weirdo. Okay, this is a picture of Brachylotherium, a very advanced near mammalian cynodont, probably nocturnal burrowers. Wow, what's a cynodont? Okay, here we go. Clade of Eutheriodont therapsids that first appeared in the late Permian and extensively diversified after the Permian-Triassic extinction event. Cyodonts have a wide variety of lifestyles, including carnivory and herbivory. Okay, so they're clade. It's like platypuses and elephants. Extensively diversified, it says. All right, going with it. Let's see. Mammals being nocturnal would make so much sense for self-preservation due to the ability to hide much easier. Totally, that does make sense. Yeah. But aren't the predators of most mammals? I guess some reptiles would be predators as well. Right? Interesting, I don't know. Mammals evolved from cyodonts, a group of superficially dog-like synapsids in the wake of the Permian-Triassic mass extinction. The emerging Archosaurian groups that flourished after extinction, including crocodiles and dinosaurs, and their ancestors, drove a remaining larger cyodonts to extinction, leaving only smaller forms. The surviving cyodonts could only succeed in niches with minimal competition from the diurnal dinosaurs. Okay, so going back this far, you're right. Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Evolving into the typical small-bodied insectivorous dwellers of the nocturnal undergrowth. While the early mammals continued to develop into several probably quite common groups of animals during the Mesozoic, they all remained relatively small and nocturnal. Only with the massive extinction at the end of the Cretaceous did the dinosaurs leave the stage open for the establishment of new fauna of mammals. Despite this, mammals continued to be small-bodied for millions of years. While all the largest animals alive today are mammals, the majority of mammals are still small nocturnal animals. Interesting. Very interesting. Mammalian nocturnal adaptations. Several different features of mammalian physiology appear to be adaptations to the nocturnal lifestyle, mainly related to sensory organs. These include senses, acute sense of hearing, acute sense of hearing, including external pinnae and auditory ossicles. The auricle or auricula is the visible part of the ear that is outside the head. It is called the pinna, a term used more in zoology. Okay, cool. So we have external ears and then auditory ossicles. I think that's something to do with bones. 3 bones in either middle ear that are among the smallest bones in the human body. Interesting. They serve to transmit sounds from the air to the fluid-filled labyrinth cochlea. Okay. So acute sense of hearing, very good sense of smell, well-developed nasal turbinates. What are nasal turbinates? In anatomy, a nasal concha or conchae, is called a nasal turbinate or turbinal, is the long, narrow, curled shelf of a bone that protrudes into the breathing passage of the nose in humans and various animals. Interesting. Okay. Well-developed sense of touch, particularly the whiskers. With the exception of higher primates, very large cornea, giving a less acute visual image compared to birds and reptiles. Interesting. Limited color vision. Here are the whiskers on a shrew. It's a pretty cute little shrew right here. Used in finding prey, navigation, and socialization. Physiology. Unique type of brown adipose tissue, allowing mammals to generate heat quickly. Mitochondria with 5 to 7 times higher respiration rates compared to reptiles of similar sizes. Fur to assist in thermoregulation in a cold night environment. Lack of an ocular shielding mechanism against diurnal ultraviolet light. Oh, okay. The photoliase? What is this? DNA repair enzymes that repair damage caused by exposure to ultraviolet light. Okay. The photoliase DNA mechanism, which relies on visible light, does not work in the placental mammals, despite being present and functional in bacteria, fungi, and most other animals. Wow. Behavior. Circadian rhythm and behavior patterns in all basal groups are nocturnal, at least in placentals. Burrowing lifestyle, allowing sheltering from climate and diurnal predators, appears to be basal mammalian trait. So are humans meant to be nocturnal then? Is that what this is saying? Because some humans are. Some humans are, right? Not awake during light hours. Who knows? On to Nicaraguan Sign Language, though, eh? Okay. Nicaraguan Sign Language. ISN, Spanish, Idioma de Señas de Nicaragua, is a sign language that was developed largely spontaneously by deaf children in a number of schools in Nicaragua in the 1980s. Shut up. By the way, this is Alina's topic. Alina, thank you for giving me this topic. I know you're not here today, but thank you for this. I'm very fascinated. Let's see. All signs of evolution providing efficient developments All signs of evolution providing efficient developments to provide nocturnal defenses during the fallout of the meteor that wiped out most life on Earth. They would have had to live in darkness 24/7 pretty much. Oh, interesting. Huh. That's interesting, Fox. Maybe. That's a great theory. It's probably true. That makes sense to me. Yeah. Huh. All right, let's see. So this is wild. So largely spontaneously by deaf children in a number of schools in Nicaragua in the 1980s. It is of particular interest to linguists who study it, because it offers a unique opportunity to study what they believe to be the birth of a new language. Wow. Okay, cool. So, before the 1970s, there was no deaf community in Nicaragua. Deaf people were largely isolated from one another and mostly used simple home sign systems and gesture, mimicas, to communicate with their families and friends, though there were several classes of idioglossia among deaf siblings. What is this? An idioglossia is an idiosyncratic language invented and spoken by only one person. Okay. Most often, idioglossia refers to private languages of younger children, especially twins, the latter being more specifically known as cryptophagia and commonly referred to as twin talk or twin speech. I love this. I'm not the sharpest tool, but I have my moments. You do! You're smarter than you let on, sir. You are. You know some things. Let's see. So, several cases of idioglossia among deaf siblings. Interesting. The conditions necessary for a language to arise occurred in 1977, when a Center for Special Education established a scheme initially attended by 50 deaf children. The number of pupils at the school in the Managua neighborhood of San Judas grew to 100 by 1979, the beginning of the Sandinista Revolution. In 1980, a vocational school for deaf adolescents was opened in the Villa Libertad area of Managua. By 1983, more than 400 deaf pupils were enrolled in the two schools. Initially, the language scheme emphasized spoken Spanish and lip reading, and the use of signs by teachers was limited to finger spelling, using simple signs to sign the alphabet. The scheme achieved little success, with most pupils failing to grasp the concept of Spanish words. I wonder why. That's so funny. They're like, it didn't work. Go figure. The children remained linguistically disconnected from their teachers, but the schoolyard, the street, and the school bus provided fertile ground for them to communicate with one another. By combining gestures and elements of their home sign systems, a pidgin-like form and Creole-like language rapidly emerged. They were creating their own language. The first stage pidgin has been called Lenguaje de Signos Nicaragüense and is still used by many who attended the school at that time. Wow. Staff at the school, unaware of the development of this new language, saw the children's gesturing as mime and failure to acquire Spanish. Oh my God. People sometimes, Unable to understand what the children were saying, they asked for outside help. In June 1986, the Nicaraguan Ministry of Education contacted Judy Cagle, an American Sign Language linguist from MIT. As Cagle and other researchers began to analyze the language, they noticed that the young children had taken the pidgin-like form of the older children to a higher level of complexity, with a verb agreement and other conventions of grammar. The more complex sign language is now known as Idioma de Señas de Nicaragua, ISN. From the beginning of her research until Nicaraguan Sign Language was well established, Cagle carefully avoided introducing the sign languages that she knew, in particular American Sign Language, to deaf community in Nicaragua. A type of linguistic imperialism, A type of linguistic imperialism had been occurring internationally for decades, in which individuals would introduce ASL to populations of deaf people in other countries, often supplanting existing local sign languages. I love that this article addresses that. I mean, it makes sense, this article would have to, but it's just so true. Linguistic imperialism is, again, linguistic oppression is just hurts my heart. And it's also just such a very real world thing that happens often, Let's see. Cagle's policy was to document and study rather than impose or change the language or its community. Good for her. While she did not interfere with deaf Nicaraguans gaining exposure to other sign languages, she did not introduce such opportunities. She has, however, documented contact and influences with other sign languages that have occurred since the 1990s. Critics, such as Felicia Ackerman, have taken issue with the ethics of isolating the Nicaraguan children. I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting. Cagle's organization, Nicaraguan Sign Language Projects, helps establish a deaf school staffed by staffed entirely by deaf Nicaraguan teachers and has supported deaf Nicaraguans in attending and presenting at international conferences. Like, it seems to me that she's prioritizing preservation of the language that was created over a standardization of said language. But even then, by establishing schools where Nicaraguan deaf folks are the teachers, I mean, that in a way does aid in this idea of like standardizing it, right? It's interesting. Linguistics. ISN offers a rare opportunity to study the emergence of a new language. Before ISN, studies of the early development of languages had focused on creoles, which developed from the mixture of two or more distinct communities of fluent speakers. In contrast, ISN was developed by a group of young people with only non-conventional home sign systems and gestures. Interesting. It's a tough one. As much as a huge variety of languages would be nice for tradition and local interest, it doesn't help the wider scheme of things. I think that that's a narrow view. Because when we talk about the wider scheme of things, specifically with regard to like indigenous language, there is so much in terms of like medicinal knowledge and cultural knowledge that gets lost when the language is lost. So I don't know. Yeah, like you said, it is a tough one though. Yeah. Having to learn a whole new language every 20 to 30 miles wouldn't work. True. That's true. Yeah. And at the same time, I think the cultural preservation and honoring one's culture is so important. So like, to a certain extent, that's true. And also like, communities are relatively isolated in some places, and that's okay. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's why like regional dialects are so common. So you've got like an overarching language and then like various like pockets of like different like forms of said language, you know? Because there is like regional variation. Because I hear what you're saying from like an efficacy standpoint, but in terms of like this idea of like the way in which we document languages and the way in which we teach languages, like, I don't know, there's a lot. That is it, yeah, and there's a capitalist globalist part of all of us, right? Like in terms of like efficacy, you're right. Like with regard to globalization, this is why the lingua franca right now in the world is English, right? So even if you don't come from an English-speaking country, more than likely you learn English in order to communicate with other cultures because that is like the dominant language in the world, right? And so in some ways it makes transactions more efficient. And in other ways, it contributes to language death, which then contributes to culture death, and again, like a death of knowledge too, you know? So there's pros and cons to all these things, and we're all socially conditioned within this like capitalist, globalist kind of scope, right? All right, let's see. So, some linguists, such as Kegel and R.J. Senghas, see what happened in Managua as proof that language acquisition is hardwired inside the human brain. The Nicaraguan case is absolutely unique in history. Steven Pinker, author of The Language Instinct, maintains, we've been able to see how it is that children, not adults, generate language, and we have been able to record it happening in great scientific detail. It's the only time we've actually seen a language being created out of thin air. Since 1990, other researchers, including Anne Senghas, Marie Coppola, Richard Senghas, Laura Pollock, and Jenny Pyers, have begun to study and report on the development of this unique language and its community. Researchers all have their own interpretations of events leading to the language and its development since then, but all agree that the phenomenon being studied is one of the richest sources of data on language emergence discovered to date. That's really cool. That's really interesting. Like here in the UK, we have many dialects that only came together through singular language of the Bible. Yeah, that's interesting. Can you go more into that, Fox? Tell me more. I want to know more. Helped when villages became towns, etc., to help the wider trade between people. Yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Let's see. Structure by Irma provides a good foundation to ISN structures. He takes an example of rolling down. While a person may visualize this as one motion, ISN splits this action into two parts, manner and direction. These smaller parts allow for them to be arranged to create different phrases. The most sophisticated speakers use an ABA speech pattern. Interesting. In our example, this reflects the signs roll, down, roll, to note that the rolling down motion is continuous, not that the subject rolled and then descended. Interesting. I know very little about sign languages, to be honest. Let's see. Spatial modulation. Spatial modulations are the building blocks of all sign languages studied to date. A neutrally placed sign is in front of the chest. However, a sign can be modulated or directionally altered to convey many grammatical changes. Interesting. Spatial modulations can perform functions including indicating person or number, providing deictic, locative, or temporal information, or indicating grammatical relationships. Here in this picture, it says see and pay, produced in a neutral direction and spatially modulated to the signer's left. Okay, cool. In the article written by Sanghas and Coppola, they explore spatial modulation as it occurs within ISN. They found that this movement from the neutral space was much more common among signers who began learning at a younger age than their peers who did so when they were older. Taking this into consideration, as well as their studies on spatial modulations for indicating shared reference and the speed at which signers at different stages of learning signed, Sanghas and Coppola determined that child learners are creating Nicaraguan Sign Language. They changed the language as they learned it. Interesting. The fact that students who began signing at a younger age are using spatial modulation more often than their older peers who began signing at ISN's conception is indicative that language matures as the younger cohort makes the grammar more complex. Let's talk about it. The way in which younger generations make language more complicated and the way in which this pisses off older generations. Sorry, not to go off on a tangent or a soapbox, but recently discussing gender and gender identity and they, them as pronouns. What is happening here is a linguistic complexity that challenges older conventions of English and how to utilize pronouns, right? And so people get angry, older generations generally get angry about this kind of change in what they understand and know about language when really it's just making it more complex, right? And this happens with every generation. And it happens cross-culturally. It's not just an English thing. This is a language thing in all languages, right? It's really cool. It's really interesting. Anyway, they go on to note that it is only when a language is not matured, such as with ISN, that language learning abilities show their transformational and creative capacity. In the signing space, the use of pointing to indicate referent identity has increased greatly since the 1980s. Points can serve as a pronoun-like function, coordinating with spatial modulations to verbs to indicate the argument structure of a sentence and to co-index reference across discourse. Sanghas and Coppola have noted that signers who learned ISN before the extensive contact period, before 1983, were inconsistent in whether an event was represented as rotated or reflected unrotated in the signing space. If the signer was watching an event where a man on the signer's left gave an object to a woman on the signer's right, it was at random. When the signer reiterated the scene, whether or not the signer would use spatial modulation to mark left and right based on his view from in front of the scene, or as the signer were facing the same way as the actors in the scene. Interesting. Okay, so here we have an illustration that kind of helps. So illustration of unrotated and rotated representation of a giving event. The location is compared with the man's location in the event to determine the rotation of the representation. So here we have a stimulus event, a woman giving a cup to a man, unrotated representation, rotated representation. So if I'm reading it right, it's kind of like stage directions where it's like stage left versus audience left, right? It's like whose perspective are you seeing it from? I think. It's interesting. Okay, anyway, where am I? Maybe I did already read this, yeah. Facing the same as the actors in the scene. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's like stage directions. I'm pretty sure. Because if it's stage left, it's what you see from the stage versus if it's like audience left, then it's what you see from the audience, right? Signers who began learning after 1983 were not inconsistent in that way. Across multiple signers and multiple scenes, signers would apply the same rotated representation. Sanghas and Coppola suggested that this meant that spatial modulations are being used as a shared grammatical element among this age cohort. Academic interpretation. When it became language, this is interesting too. It's like when we classify something as being language. Let's see. Let me get some water here. Okay, we have many accents here that would have developed from a particular language spoken by that local group or tribe. When the larger production of the Bible spread around, it caused many groups to finally have a common tongue as opposed to a mix of local dialects. Yeah, that makes sense. Does that expand upon it, or is that me just regurgitating the same thing? No, that's great. That definitely does it. Yeah. So there are these things that happen in terms of history, and the Bible's a great example because when we had the printing press, when that actually became a thing, the Bible was the first like widespread piece of knowledge that occurred, right? So yeah, no, that makes sense. We have something that kind of unifies cultures and homogenizes, I should say, a language. Yeah. And so it does make it so that people can interact with other cultures and other dialects more easily. I think that's true. Yeah, I think it's this idea of like, when is efficiency more important, and when is cultural preservation more important, and how do we determine that, right? And do the two things have to be mutually exclusive too? Specifically with regard to languages. And I don't know the answers to these things. It's just things that I'm fascinated by. Yeah. Because efficacy is important. Efficiency is important, especially with regard to communication. But I think that when efficiency results in oppression, then it's a problem, right? So it's like, it's difficult to say. Cultural preservation is always more important, in my opinion. Yeah, like, I mean, and I know that you're, archaeologist heart, like that would probably contribute to that. But yeah, do you want to expand on that and say why? Because I kind of side with you on that, I think, but I'm curious your thoughts. Takes away the need for an interpreter, like with the Indian tribes. Yeah, it's true. It takes away the need for an interpreter. And at the same time, I think what happens then is the dominant language is the one that takes over. And so then it kind of slowly or quickly, depending on the situation, kind of like forces out the marginalized language, right? Or the subordinate language. So it's interesting. Yeah. Because there are moments where I think like efficiency is very important, but I'm just very passionate about cultural preservation and linguistic like preservation. So it's an interesting topic, to say the least. It's one that I could talk about for days on end, honestly. All right, let's see. When it became language. Researchers disagree regarding at what stage in the development of ISN it became a full-fledged language. Sorry, going back to this just real quick. I know that with deaf communities, it's really important to have your own language in terms of like, they mentioned it earlier, but ASL, American Sign Language, not being this like dominant, like everyone in the world use American Sign Language. Because what it does is it then takes away from individual deaf communities, and specifically regard to their country's culture. And so to have just English Sign Language, specifically American Sign Language, rather than like British English Sign Language, rather like, you know what I mean? Like, it's interesting because it does mean that there's a larger diversity of languages, and at the same time, it means honoring one's individuality and one's like connection with their culture. So yeah, I don't know. All right. So anyway, Coppola argues that isolated family signed systems in Nicaragua contained components that can be called linguistic, but that does not mean she equates home sign with language. Interesting. Kegel argues that following an intermediate stage when deaf contact gestures came together and developed a communication sufficient to make young children think their input was a language to be acquired, the first generation of young children acquired a language as complete and rich as any human language known to date. Subsequent changes constitute an expected process of historical change. Senghas argues that once ISN came into being, it became more and more complex over successive cohorts of young acquirers. Interesting. Evidence for innate language capacities. William Stokoe, known by many as the father of American Sign Language linguistics, disagreed that the emergence of ISN is an evidence of a language acquisition device. Okay. Stokoe also questions assertions that the language has emerged entirely without outside influence from, for example, Spanish or ASL. There's no There is so far no final evidence available to resolve the controversy surrounding nativism versus cultural learning, and the dispute reaches far into theoretical linguistics, the approaches of which may conceptualize grammar in different and incompatible ways. Even if the evidence collected seems to indicate a lack of access to Spanish and ASL in the early emergent process, the possibility remains that the development of ISN is facilitated by the speaker's exposure to a more general communicative strategies in early infancy. Yes, this idea of like innatist theory versus like it's the nature versus nurture debate that occurs like all the time in various contexts, right? Alternatives to theories proposing a language acquisition device have been presented by Michael Tomasello, among others. Tomasello argues that the process of acquiring a first language is boosted by non-linguistic communication, as in the establishment of joint intentional frames and the understanding of communicative intentions. In any case, once ISN came into being, like other languages, it actively engaged in contact with languages in its environment. As unwritable. R.J. Sanghas, 1997, used the phrase unspeakable, unwritable language in the title of his dissertation to highlight the common misconception that those languages without a written form are not as real, a view often held by those who do not study indigenous languages. We were just talking about this, like this thing. It's so interesting. Like all of this to me is connected, right? What we're talking about right now, because oral language, oral tradition is incredibly legitimate, even though the lack of documentation means that it's easily lost, right? But the fact that it's easily lost doesn't take away from its legitimacy, right? I think. And so this is what's interesting in terms of this idea of like efficiency is like, if something is able to be documented, it's able to be preserved more easily. And so the way in which we preserve languages is by written form, generally speaking. And so if a language is not necessarily doesn't start with a written form, then often preservationists will then ascribe a written form to said language. And so when we're talking about sign language, that brings a whole other kind of complexity to it, right? Let's see. To think that we could just lose cultural languages or customs to become more efficient is a slap in the face to our ancestors, and most often occurred through oppressive behaviors of imperialism. Speak on it! It's so true. It's so true. In terms of this idea of like, yeah, homogenization of languages and linguistic oppression. Yeah, it's true, Linkit. It's huge. Yeah. Because it's one of those things where it's like, wouldn't it be easier if everyone spoke the same language? Theoretically, yes. But also it takes away from like the brilliance of like differences that we all have, right? And again, I think language at its heart is developed as a need to communicate, as evidenced by these Nicaraguan kids, right? So when we need to communicate ideas, we then develop words and ways of communicating those ideas. And so when we talk about the way in which like geography affects a language and the way that like cultural beliefs affect a language and all of these things are kind of like intertangled, like, yeah, to get rid of that nuance is something that like is heartbreaking in so many regards. Even though, again, I do think there are like situations where it's like, well, we need efficiency in some way, shape, or form. Therefore, lingua francas come up, right? But the oppressive way in which that kind of like deletes other languages or contributes to oppression and language death is really awful. Yeah. Colonialism's a bitch, isn't it? Anyway, in a similar fashion, sign languages are often not given proper recognition because they are not spoken or written, which again, this is fucked up. Sanghas never claimed that Nicaraguan sign language is unwritable, just that it was often thought of as such by those who do not study sign languages, right? Yeah, it's like that perception thing. Generally, the influence literacy has on a status of a language is also addressed in debates of the so-called written language paradigm, in which it is acknowledged that the availability of written language to some extent must be considered as a culturally and historically dependent phenomenon. Tim Ingold, a British anthropologist, discussed these matters at some length in Perception of the Environment, 2000, though he does not specifically deal with ISN. Since 1996, however, Nicaraguans have been writing their language by hand and on a computer using sign writing. There are now many texts written with Nicaraguan Sign Language, including 3 volumes of reading lessons in ISN, Spanish 1 and Spanish 2, 2 levels of the text, workbooks, and primers. Cuentos Españoles, a collection of stories in Spanish with ISN glossaries and geography text. Very interesting. This is really cool. This is wild. But yeah, this idea of like what makes a language legitimate, what makes a language useful, quote unquote. Like there's a lot, so many things come back to like white imperialism, really, and in terms of the way in which we kind of like see things as important or not important, or to be preserved or not to be preserved. Yeah. Quite a lot lost in translation. So if you don't have a common tongue to mutually understand, it's hard to truly put across full meaning and intent. It's a tough subject. Yeah. Well, and so then we get into this idea, I think that you're talking about, Fox Mulder, in terms of like having collaboration between cultures, right? And so how do we collaborate? There's a difference between like collaboration and oppression, right? And so finding common ground and finding a way to communicate is really important. So it's just recognizing the way in which like that can potentially be oppressive. But I'm with you. I mean, like, yeah, cross communication between cultures is really important in order to collaborate, in order to grow and learn from one another. So when we're talking about learning specifically, and you're talking about like learning in terms of like the children here learning language and learning in general and utilizing a language to teach these children. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting in terms of like, which we haven't really brought up, but I think a big part of this idea of like legitimacy too is ableism, right? And so when we're talking about people who are disabled or differently abled, like deaf folks, like there's this idea that like there needs to be a language for them that is palatable to hearing folks. And that's so fucked up, right? So it's like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot in terms of like all of this conversation. But yeah, when we're talking about learning, like finding a way to like communicate and teach people is very important. I think like what I bring it back to is this beginning part where the teachers are like, oh, well, these kids don't know what they're doing, kind of thing. I'm paraphrasing. What did they say? So the children, here we go. So initially, the language scheme emphasized spoken Spanish and lip reading. So essentially, no concession whatsoever to what these children needed as far as being deaf, right? And so that kind of like teaching, that's not going to work for those kids. It clearly did not, and therefore those kids created their own language. I don't know. Old world places need to study, need to have one voice speaking to all. Otherwise, you'd need 3,000 teachers for 10,000 people. Yeah, it's true. And at the same time, I submit for your consideration. Yeah. I hear you, Fox. I do. I hear you. And I do think there are situations in which like that is very true and needs to take precedent. And I also think that going back to what Linkett said, like so much of that, and actually back to what you said in terms of like it being a symptom of capitalization. Wow. Capitalism and globalization. Capitalism, globalization, imperialism, colonization, they are all interconnected so beautifully and terribly, right? Efficiency is a bitch. In conclusion, efficiency is a bitch. Yeah. So there are situations in which efficiency is really necessary. It almost, not to be that guy that like connects everything, but this is just the way that my brain works. Going back to the Emmy Noether conversation about the way in which she taught mathematics was not accessible to everyone in her classes, right? So for those to whom it was accessible, it was this really beautiful learning opportunity. And for those who it was not accessible to, that was a very isolating experience that made them feel alienated, right? And so like what you're talking about is really interesting. It's like, so for when we homogenize things, it makes it palatable to everyone, but for certain people, it's not going to be like accessible, right? And so when we talk about like cross-cultural collaboration and whatnot, there will always be people that understand it better based on their access to knowledge and their privilege, right? Like, sorry, I feel like I'm going off on a weird tangent, but all of it is connected, in my opinion. And this idea of like, yeah, if I don't necessarily think that efficiency and cultural preservation need to be like at odds with each other, but I do think in this conversation they kind of are in some ways, you know? I don't know. But then again, when we talk about efficiency, then we got to talk about like effective for what purpose? And like you said, if we're going back to the idea of like learning, then it's like, okay, so like go off by all means. Thanks. Well, no, like when we talk about like efficiency with learning, then we get into this other conversation of like, what is worthy of being taught and what is worthy of being learned, right? And often when we look at the school system, public school system, and I'm speaking from a very United States standpoint, so keep that in mind. But when we look at like elementary school, middle school, high school, the real purpose of schooling is not to educate, is not to give knowledge to children. It is to show them how to be obedient within society, right? It is to teach them how to respect authority at the end of the day and how to behave themselves, right? So it's interesting too, because it's like, to what end are we teaching, right? What are we teaching for exactly? What is the end goal here? So it seems to me in some ways, again, I'm reading a lot into this, but like it seems to me in some ways this is a really great example of like, okay, well, here, I'll read it again. So the children remained linguistically disconnected from their teachers, but the schoolyard, the street, the school bus provided fertile ground for them to communicate with one another. By combining gestures and elements of their home signs, a pigeon-like form and a Creole-like language rapidly emerged where they were creating their own language. Hold on. Staff at the school, unaware of the development of this new language, saw the children's gestures as mime and a failure to acquire Spanish. So it's this idea of like, we don't see this as you all being innovative and figuring out a workaround in order to communicate with one another. What we see this as a failure to do what we want you to do. Right? So it's when we talk about efficiency, which again is very necessary in many situations in order to survive. But I think often when we're talking about efficiency, what we're talking about is, can you obey the dominant ideal? Can you fit in? Can you mold yourself to then, be acceptable to the dominant culture, the dominant language, the dominant whatever, I don't know. Want to read about Nutella? Or we could talk about this for 5 more hours because I'm super into it, obviously. And also, Linkit and Fox, thank you for bringing your ideas and your opinions. I really appreciate it. I really love having discussions like this. And like, I know sometimes it can get into a kind of like personal place where it feels a little bit, Nutella, why not? Sorry, wow, my voice cracked real hard there. I know it can get into a personal place that like sometimes can kind of like not feel good. So thank you both for like being honest and bringing your opinions and also being respectful, and just thank you. I love having discussions like this. I really do. The kids were efficient. They were extremely efficient, right? Within themselves to provide a better understanding. Yeah, well, and so then this idea of learning that you brought up, it's like, well, we're going to learn in our own way, and here it is, and fuck the teachers, right? Yeah. All right, last topic of the day. Nutella. Who doesn't love Nutella? I have Nutella in my cabinet right now. Okay. Nutella. Italian pronunciation, Nutella? Who knows? Italian people, they know. Is a brand of sweetened hazelnut cocoa spread. Nutella is manufactured by the Italian company Ferrero and was first introduced. I can read, guys, don't worry. And was first introduced in 1964, although its first iteration dates back to 1963. Here's a picture of Nutella on toast. Chef's kiss. Let's see. It says Nutella in its pot. Is this a pot? Okay. And spread on bread. I was close enough. History. Had to quit Nutella, ate whole jars in one sitting. I don't remember if somebody in my family was joking about like, why don't you just like buy frosting and spread that on bread? It's like the same nutritionally. And I was like, how dare you? How dare you come for me and my Nutella? Side note, but not. I had a PB&J the other day, like, which every now and again I remember that like PB&Js are a thing and they're so easy to make. So good, so classic, so easy. We love a good nut spread. You know what I mean? I love the phrase, I had to quit Nutella. I don't blame you, Fox. It's delicious. I hope that it's okay that we're reading about this, Feel free to take care of yourself. Pietro Ferrero owned a bakery in Alba, an Italian town known for the production of hazelnuts. In 1946, he sold the initial 300 kilogram, 660 pound batch of pasta gianduja, derived from gianduja. Originally sold as a solid block, Ferrero started to sell a creamy version in 1951 as Super Crema Gianduja. How does that work? Hold on a second. I'm very confused. Do I need to read this again? Okay. Italian town, production of hazelnuts, kilogram batch, pasta gianduja, derived from, what does this even mean? What is it? What? I needed to know what this word meant. This was my problem. Gianduja is a homogeneous blend of chocolate with 30% hazelnut paste, invented in Turin during Napoleon's regency. What? I did not know this was the thing. Okay. 1796 to 1814. It can be consumed in the form of bars or as filling for chocolates. Chocolate spreads are also notably made from this. Wow. Okay. So a blend of chocolate and 30% hazelnut paste. But it comes in bricks, apparently. A solid block. And then he started selling a creamy version. And this is where Fox Mulder got in trouble. It was an addiction, to be honest. I got ill at times, but still went for the jar. Not good. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm glad you were able to quit it. Not good. But you were able to quit it. Is it okay that we're reading this, Fox? I'm kind of joking, but I also want to respect you. So again, do what you gotta do to take care of yourself. In 1963, Ferrero's son, Mikhail Ferrero, revamped Super Crema Gianduja with the intention of marketing it throughout Europe. Its composition was modified and it was renamed Nutella. The first jar of Nutella left the factory in Alba on April 20th, 1964. The product was an instant success and remains widely popular. In 2012, a French senator, Yves Daudigny, that's definitely not how you say that name, proposed a tax increase on palm oil from 100 euros to 400 euros per ton. At 20%, palm oil is one of Nutella's main ingredients. Oh yeah, palm oil's a rough one in terms of just not being great for the environment, the way in which we harvest it. Nutella. Welcome back, fun. This is our last topic of the day. We're reading about Nutella. Delicious. And also, Fox, you stay strong. You got this. Yeah, palm oil is not great for the environment. This is one that I talk about a lot. So I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat. But I do eat dairy products and eggs still. But when we talk about morality in food, it's really interesting and on so many levels. But one of the things that we talk about is with veganism. A lot of veganism is purported on this idea. Purported? That's not the right word. Is founded upon this idea of environmentalism, right? But so many vegan alternatives have palm oil, and palm oil contributes to deforestation, and particularly populations of animals like orangutans are like deeply affected by palm oil growth and things. Just something to think about. Just something I find to be interesting. I did not know that palm oil was one of the main ingredients. I have some in my cabinet. I have some in my kitchen right over there, right over that way. But yeah, palm oil. It's one of those awful things. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. And again, it's one of those that's in like so many foods, but particularly like when we talk about like vegan substitutes for like butter and other like dairy products, there's usually a lot of palm oil. Anyway, palm oil, one of Nutella's main ingredients. The tax was dubbed the Nutella tax in the media. That's really funny. On 14 May 2014, Poste Italiane issued a 50th anniversary Nutella commemorative stamp. The 70 cent stamp was designed by Istituto Poligrafico e Zecca dello Stato and features a jar of Nutella on a golden background. Ferrero held a Nutella Day on 17 and 18 May to celebrate its anniversary. Interesting. We were just talking about capitalism. We were just talking about capitalism and globalism and imperialism and colonization and how they all are just like this, you know. All comes back down to capitalism. In the end, sustainable food sourcing isn't profitable. 100% fun. 100%. Yep. Ingredients. The main ingredients of Nutella are sugar and palm oil, greater than 50%. It also contains hazelnut at 13%, cocoa solids, and skimmed milk. In the United States and the United Kingdom, Nutella contains soy products. Nutella is marketed as hazelnut cream in many countries. Under Italian law, it cannot be labeled as a chocolate cream as it does not meet minimum cocoa solids concentration criteria. Ferrero uses 25% of the global supply of hazelnuts. However, not all of this is used exclusively in Nutella, right? Ferrero Rocher, same company, yeah? In November 2017, the company modified the recipe slightly, increasing the sugar and skimmed milk powder content. Since the color of the product is lighter in tone, the Hamburg Consumer Protection Center estimated that the cocoa content was also reduced. Since some news outlets reported that the modification of the recipe led to consumers being outraged or going nuts. Interesting. 25% of the global supply of hazelnuts, right? Wild. That's a high percentage, yeah. The traditional Piedmont recipe, gianduja, was a mixture containing approximately 71.5% hazelnut paste and 19.5% chocolate. It was developed in Piedmont, Italy, due to a lack of cocoa beans after post-war rationing reduced availability of the raw material. Interesting. Huh. Ingredients by country. Many countries have a different ingredient list for Nutella formula. Australia, sugar, palm oil, hazelnuts, skim milk powder, cocoa powder, non-fat milk solids, emulsifier, soy lecithin, and flavor, vanillin. Canada, sugar, modified palm oil, hazelnuts, cocoa. Wait a minute. Okay, sorry. Skim milk powder, whey powder. Oh, interesting. Lecithin, vanillin. Okay. Germany. Ferrero has confirmed that it changed the recipe of its chocolate and hazelnut spread, sparking a huge backlash among fans of the brand. That's all it says for Germany, so Germans were pissed. Do we really need to strip forests for more soy fields to make lattes in Starbucks? No thanks. I know, right? It's true. It's true. Soy production is not great for the environment. Almond production almonds are thirsty. Almonds take a lot of water. Almonds be thirsty bitches. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that's like not great. And it goes back to what Fun said. This sustainable food sourcing isn't profitable. It's sad. Yeah, Germany is mad about it. Germany's very upset. Let's see. India, sugar, palm oil, hazelnuts, skim cow milk powder. Because it's in India, they gotta specify that they're using cow milk. Low-fat cocoa powder, emulsifier, lecithin, added flavor, vanillin. I mean, they're all very similar in terms of, it's just a little bit different, right? Palm oil, Nutella's second main ingredient by weight in America. The first is sugar. This is palm oil? This right here? Wow. Italy, sugar, palm oil, hazelnuts, fat-reduced cocoa powder, skim milk powder, whey powder, emulsifier, flavorant. I wonder if there would be like a palm oil substitute that would work decently. I wonder what it would be. I don't know. United Kingdom, sugar, palm oil, hazelnuts, skim milk powder, fat-reduced cocoa, emulsifier, lecithin, soya, vanillin, standard. Sugar, palm oil, hazelnuts, cocoa, skim milk, reduced minerals, whey. Right, so similar to in Canada, the whey powder. Lecithin is an emulsifier, vanillin, yeah. Okay. All right, Nutella. Nutrition, here we go. We're all gonna be so sad about it. Nutella contains 10.4% of saturated fat and 58% of processed sugar by weight. A 2 tablespoon, 37 gram serving of Nutella contains 200 calories, including 99 calories from 11 grams of fat, 3.5 grams of which are saturated. Speaking of morality of food, the morality of food and caloric intake is also a very interesting one. The diet industry can suck it. I digress. 80 calories from 21 grams of sugar. The spread also contains 15 milligrams of sodium and 2 grams of protein per serving. For reference, a Canadian serving size is 1 tablespoon or 19 grams. It's just one of those things. It's like if you're eating Nutella on toast, it's pretty much like eating the frosting on toast, but also live your dreams. Or be careful about it, like Fox, because maybe it's a problem. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. Let's see. Wow, look at this. This is the Nutella Cafe in Ontario in 2016. Cool. Nutella is produced in various facilities. In the Northern American market, it is produced at a plant in Brantford, Ontario, Canada, and more recently in San Jose, Iturbide, Guanajuato. Wow, Mexico. For Australia and New Zealand, Nutella has been manufactured in Lithgow, New South Wales, since the late 1970s. Let's see. See what I mean? How many calories was I gulping down daily? I hear ya. I'm just saying though, morality and caloric intake, you can still be a good person and eat more calories than people say you should. But also, Fox, do what makes your body feel good. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's important to know the varieties of fats, saturated, unsaturated, trans fats, etc. But would be nice to not have morality ascribed to it. Exactly. Yeah. Again, this idea of health and wellness, again, everything connects. But going back to colonialism and imperialism and the way in which we look at health and wellness often have to do with what we look like physically, and not necessarily how we feel physiologically. And so there's certain things like that like ascribe to whether or not something is healthy, is like the way in which it potentially affects your body in terms of like the way that you look, not necessarily the way that you feel. But yeah, like I agree with you, Fun. I think that like, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to look at it. At the end of the day, my way of thinking always is what makes your body feel good. Eating 2 jars of Nutella, I highly doubt makes anybody's body feel good, right? But that doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means maybe don't eat that much Nutella, you know? Which is not easy to do because sugar is highly addictive. But again, morality and food. It's a fucked up weird conversation that we could talk about for a million years. We could talk about it. You only live once. YOLO. I'm gonna eat my Nutella. Do kind of want Nutella toast, I'm not gonna lie. There's a guy I follow on Twitter who used to do reads of various fat texts, and one of them was a deep dive into the racism of anti-fatness. Yeah, it is. It's based off of colonial ideals of what a white thin body like looks like versus what like folks in South America and Africa look like, right? And so like, don't get me wrong, there's like, fatness is not, exclusive to those cultures, but in terms of natural physicality of bodies and in terms of like geographic variation in the way that bodies manifest and this idea of health and wellness, it's very subjective to say the least. But yeah, anti-fatness is very much rooted in colonialism and in racist ideology. Absolutely, 100%. In terms of like our earliest documented descriptions of fat people and where that comes from and these ideas, it's like, yeah, it's interesting. It's really interesting. Fun. There's a great book. I think I have it posted in the Discord. But there's a few. I have a few like fat liberation texts that I'm like really, really into. But there's a few different books that talk about that that are really good. I can't think of the names of them off the top of my head. I like how I said discords in plural. Good for me. But yeah, there's a lot of knowledge out there about it and about fat liberation and about this idea of health and what health means. I was talking to my sister about it the other day because she's a doctor and I was talking about like being on Kaiser Insurance and now that I have a full-time job again and how the overall it's good insurance, it's decent, it gets the job done. But generally speaking, I'm not going to go to the doctor more than like once a year unless I'm like sick and dying. But always without a doubt, because I'm a fat person, it's always like, oh, we better check your cholesterol, better check your blood sugar, better check your blood pressure. And doctors are always like, wow, all of yours is normal and fine. It's like, no shit, Sherlock. Fat people can be healthy. Skinny people can be unhealthy. Your size does not determine your health. But I digress. Listen. Again, it comes back down to, how do you feel? How does the food make you feel? How does physical movement make you feel? If you feel good eating whatever you're eating, eat it. If you feel good moving the way that you're moving, do it. But if certain foods don't make you feel good, don't eat them. If certain types of exercise don't make you feel good, don't do it. You know what I mean? Soapbox over. But I love that fun. If you can find the guy on Twitter, send me his stuff so that I can follow him as well. What would be at an AbersCon, at like an actual AbersCon? Oh man, made me smile eating that Nutella. I mean, yeah, and so maybe it's the question of like moderation rather than like completely cutting it out. Unless, like you said, if moderation is not an option for you, then doing what you got to do. Do what you got to do, man. Yeah, what would be at an AbersCon? I don't know, probably this, but just like at a coffee shop. Probably just more of this. Just this, essentially. Yeah, I don't know, Lincoln. That's a good question. It would be Nutella. Nutella would be at AbersCon, sure. Yeah, lots of discussion of colonialism and racism and capitalism and patriarchal norms and ableist norms and how bullshit all of those things are. As well as just, fun, goofy goobery. I don't know. But that's what it was, a running joke, because I think that TwitchCon must have been coming up, or some sort of con must have been coming up or something. BlizzCon maybe. And this was like 2020, so BlizzCon online kind of a thing. But I think it was a running joke with either Jordy or Virastaki, somebody who hangs out in this chat sometimes, was saying that like, oh, we should do it at AbersCon, we should all meet up, blah, 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 which I would love, but it was also during 2020 where it's like, how are we going to do that? And also, it couldn't be like a whole convention, right? I think it would just be a like, let's hang out at this restaurant and meet up and talk about life, Just us shooting the shit. Nothing fancy. I don't know. If you've got ideas, tell me. We could go back and forth about it for years. 100%. Hasn't done them in a bit, but he does does post great art still. Okay, cool. Yeah. I've got some good, I wonder, where are my Fat Lib books? Because I have them on my bookshelf here. Let me just grab some. All right, so here are two that I really love. So this first one, you can see I like so many things. This is the one I was referencing specifically. Fun. Thickening Fat. Fat Bodies, Intersectionality, and Social Justice has a lot of what you're talking about. I forget. There's a specific book that was written specifically on the politicization of Black bodies and brown bodies, and the way that connects to like fat phobia and colonization and other things. So this book references that book, but this is just like a series of essays, like academic essays. It's really good. And then this one, Virgie Tovar has said some things that are a little bit problematic in terms of like, there was a book that had come out and then a TV show based on the book. Cannot remember the name of either of them at the time, but they describe a fat liberation pool party. And Virgie Tovar was like, oh, that's plagiarism. It's taking from my own experience, where in reality, these kind of like fat lib pool parties are things that have been happening for decades. And so the scene described in the book and described in the TV show feel very similar to her experience that she has written about a lot. But it's one of those things where it's like calling those people out for plagiarizing her was probably not the right move. I digress. This is called You Have the Right to Remain Fat. And I love it a lot. Virgie Tovar, like that said, I feel the need to be like, she's said some problematic things. She also is a really great Chicana fat activist, and she studies sexuality too. So she talks about the intersections of like sexuality and being fat and all of these things. I love her a lot. While also recognizing that she is a flawed human being, So those are two of my favorites. There's a few other ones. The Body is Not an Apology is another one. I don't have the physical book. I have the audio book. There's a few more that I love, but those are the two that I... Shrill! Thank you, Fox. Shrill was the TV show that she was like, that fat pool party, like, that they took that idea from my writing. And again, these kinds of parties have existed since really like Fat Lib kind of started in the 1960s. So it's one of those things where it's like, it probably is very similar to your experience, but also not, probably not plagiarism. Yeah. But again, she's done some really, I like a lot of her work. I do. But yeah, part of what I like about her work is actually she goes into the history of back to the close up. She goes into the history of diet culture a lot. Okay, so the intersection of sexuality and diet culture. So diet culture, as we know it now, there's a couple of different like very like influential like pieces of history that go into it. The two that I can think of are the Kellogg brothers with cornflakes. And then the Dr. Graham with the graham cracker. In both situations, the invention of the graham cracker and the invention of cornflakes was specifically designed to control and suppress female sexuality. And so a lot of diet culture stems from a kind of like Christian view of women can't be sexual beings and we need to like tame them. And so if we control their diet, we will also suppress their sexuality. So there's a lot. I mean, again, I don't mean to go off, but going off. Yeah, there's a lot. There's nothing more revolutionary than waking up and daring to exist as you are in a world that tells you you're not allowed to be who you are, you know? Anyway, Nutella! Just kidding. What are y'all saying? Yeah, Shrill, which is a fun show. I think I watched the first season. I want to say there was a second season, but I fell off for whatever reason. For me, it's a case-by-case basis on how size affects a person. Not best to comment on this, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. I think that in general, it's one of those things where it's like, it all depends on like how you feel in your body, and for other people to tell you the way that you feel based on the way that you look is like fucked up because they don't know, right? But yeah, I appreciate that. Fox. There's a lot. We're all socially conditioned on some level to say that like fat equals unhealthy, and I just fully adamantly disagree, because what that would mean is that skinny equals healthy, and we all know that that's not true. So you know, and there's a midpoint, but to equate fatness with immorality, or to equate fatness with being unhealthy, and to equate fatness with this idea of like laziness or a choice or whatever, like all of these different things is just like a very like superficial view of things that like is based solely upon stereotypes that we have been fed in various forms for decades. Also, this idea of health and owing society at large your health is very ableist. So regardless of whether or not, you know, the health is the forefront for people attacking fat people, I don't owe you my health. Fat people don't owe their health to anyone, and people who are chronically unhealthy don't owe health to anyone. This comes back to like a very like capitalist ideal of like what you can contribute to society in terms of like being an able-bodied person, right? It gets ableist real quick. But anyway, average, and I'm not what I would call healthy. Yeah, again, like this idea of health, I think that it's possible to be healthy at any size. I also think it's possible to be unhealthy at any size. I also think that our ideas of what is healthy, health and wellness, are so subjective. It's so subjective. So to me, at the end of the day, I believe in intuitive eating. And what that means is when I eat this, I don't feel good after. Therefore, maybe I shouldn't eat as much of this. When I eat this, I feel fine. Therefore, I'm going to eat this, right? I believe in intuitive eating. I also believe in joyful movement. So doing movement for your body that feels good for your body. I think in the United States in particular, but in various places in the world, exercise is kind of this like punitive thing where it's like, I'm going to work my body out until it hurts because that's how I know I'm seeing results. And so punishing your body for existing is something I don't subscribe to. But I do subscribe to moving your body in such a way that feels good, whatever that means for you. So if that's running a marathon, that's amazing. If that's having a little dance party in your kitchen, that's amazing. And anything in between is amazing, you know? Let's see. Had to say, Albers, I love how we have many of the same soapboxes. Me too, Fun. Me too. One of the things that made me realize, like, there's so many things about you, Fun, that I was like, oh, she's one of my people. But one of the things I immediately was like, oh, Fun's one of my people, was on your Twitter bio when you're like, the BMI is bullshit. I was like, thank you, Fun. It is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit that is rooted in eugenics when we really look at the history of the BMI and how it's not scientific at all whatsoever. Fun, I love you. I think you're great. Skinny person being a sumo wrestler, big person being a runner, has some merit to argue for. But the average person, it's whatever goes for me. So I just look at it like that. Let me read that one more time. Has some merit to argue for. Totally. Average person, it's whatever goes for me. Just look at it like that. I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I just think that we can't say you're healthy based on looking at you. Really, like that kind of is the TLDR. By looking at someone, say, oh, you're healthy or you're unhealthy. I just don't think it's as simple as that. Yeah, I think it's a very nuanced conversation. And it's something I'm really passionate about. I'm really passionate about fat liberation. And it's something that is more and more common, but at the same time, it's still a very like radical ideal. So it'll be interesting to see like 20 years from now how people react to these kinds of things. But it's definitely something that like takes people aback. You know, it's funny. So I talk about it a lot because I teach English to speakers of other languages. And there are state requirements in terms of like what you can teach or what you need to teach, what needs to be included in your curriculum. And so there's always a unit on health. Generally speaking, my students are not white. And so again, this ideal of health and wellness is rooted in so much white supremacy. And our kind of like relationship with the medical system is also rooted in so many ways in white supremacy. So it's funny, little anecdotal thing. So the other day we had these like, so during the health units, there are moments where I'm able to have a like teachable moment in terms of like fat liberation, but at the same time, that's not my place in my classes. My place is to like help people learn English, right? So there are moments where we can talk about it in a way that like I can kind of like put a little bit of my like, you know, fat lib spin on things. But there are also moments where it's like, for the sake of grammar, I'm not even gonna like think about it. And so one of the examples, we're talking about like conditional sentences with the word if. So it's like, if you eat Nutella, you will become obese, right? For example. And that's not necessarily what the book said, but it's not all that off base, honestly. So there are examples kind of like that throughout our book. And so again, when I'm able to and when it seems appropriate, I kind of put my spin on things, but other times I just kind of have learned, after having taught this subject matter for like 10 years, I just kind of like ignore it for the most part. But I had a student the other day, it was really funny. A couple different conversations, two different situations. So one situation, my students who I felt really honored that they feel comfortable enough with me to talk to me about this, were like, okay, so how do you describe fat bodies, essentially, right? It's like, do you use the word fat? Do you use the word chubby? Do you use the word plus size? Do you use the word obese? What word do you use that doesn't offend people? And it's not a simple answer because everyone's on a different, you know, path with that, right? I like the word fat because it's a like reclaiming of that word. And it's one of those things that like for me, I have always existed in a fat body. And that word was used, it was weaponized against me for so many years of my life that I really like using the word fat because the reality is that it's a physical description of my being, nothing more. It doesn't indicate anything about my health. It doesn't indicate anything about my intelligence. It doesn't indicate anything about my worth as a human being. And yeah, we have been taught that fat means undesirable and fat means unhealthy and fat means blah, 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 X, Y thing. And so we're all like at the word fat. And so I kind of like using it because it like has this response in people, right? My favorite one is when people are like, but you're not fat. So it was this really interesting discussion with my students about that and just kind of the nuances of language and everything. I really hate the word obese because it's pathologizing. And it, again, ascribes like, this idea of health based on the way someone looks, and it based on the BMI, which is like total bullshit. At the end of the day, it's not scientifically founded. It's founded in eugenics. So anyway, it was a very like interesting conversation to kind of get into in terms of like, you know, some people prefer this, some people prefer that. In general, if you don't know, let's ask ourselves, when are there situations where you have to describe what someone's body looks like? At the end of the day, do you? Big versus small versus, yeah, all of these things. So it was an interesting conversation. The other conversation that I found to be fascinating was one of my students. She got there before everyone else, and she was really funny. She's like, so going back to the conditional sentences, the if then sentences. She's like, well, Miss Abby, like, you know, my example that I came up with was, if you don't eat fruits and vegetables, you will be overweight, right? And she was like, but I see, because I like have my lunch on my desk or whatever. And generally speaking, my lunch is carrots and hummus, a banana and an apple, like cheese and crackers, trail mix, something along those lines, right? Because I prefer having like little snacky foods at work. It's just like easier for me to eat. I don't know. And so she sees that and is like, you clearly eat fruits and vegetables every day, and yet you're fat. How does that work? And it was just really cute and funny, because it's like one of those things where she's like, it was clear that she's like trying to like express it in a very kind way of like, you know, clearly this is not how things work, and yet this is the example that our book has given us. And so it was funny because we kind of went on this conversation. Again, this is before class. So I was like, you know, same thing I'm saying to you guys. I think it's possible to be fat and to eat fruits and vegetables. I think it's possible to be skinny and eat macaroni and cheese. I think that, you know, the two things are not mutually exclusive. So it's I don't know. I feel like I'm in a really great position where I feel like I've done enough work and had enough time existing in a fat body that I feel very comfortable talking about those things. I think younger me would have been like, oh my God, how do I talk about this? I feel very insecure. So I feel proud of myself, and at the same time very lucky to be able to like talk about these things comfortably without being like afraid of how I'm perceived. And that's not to say that like criticism of my body or things like doesn't, you know, affect me, because it does. Like there are moments that feel bad. There was a troll that was in here a couple weeks ago that like called me a pig or whatever, and I like felt bad. But like I appreciate like being in a place in my life where I'm able to like talk about these things, because I think it's important. And I think that like, especially as a fat person, like you're taught to make yourself smaller. And then being a woman on top of that, you're taught to like make yourself smaller. And I just am out of fucks to give. Fresh out of fucks. I got none left. I don't think I ever had that many to begin with, honestly. I digress. That was a really long soapbox. Yeah, overweight. Over what weight? Mm-hmm. Scientifically, it is fat is excessive when it comes to size. So I don't really get the offense. But again, it's contextual. When we talk about the pathologizing of fat bodies, and you're talking about obesity, or, sorry, I'm not sure when exactly that comment came into play. Or do you mean just like the use of the word fat? Part of it though, excessive in regards to what? It's all part of the anti-fat socialization that we've been subjected to. Yeah. You kind of know when someone is bigger than they would be normally. Wait, what is this idea normal? Again, what do you mean normally? I have existed in a fat body my entire life. So what do you mean? Normally, what is normal, right? What are you putting your body through in order to be normal, quote unquote? It's kind of how I know I'm short compared to the average person. The use of the word fat. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So we have this idea of like, this is what an average body looks like. This is what a normal body looks like. And so, you know, depending on the like time in which you're born, or the identity in which you're born. Hi, Dark Wolf. Salute. How are you? There are certain expectations of like what you need to look like in order to then be normal, right? But when we look at, again, the history of that idea of normal, Fox, it comes from a very white, thin, imperialistic colonizer viewpoint. It is. It does. It is. That's the history of it. So, and I think too, what's hard about these conversations for some people is that they grapple with their own body identity when I bring up these things, which we all are on our own journey with that stuff. But I think for many people, it's like, well, I've worked really hard to obtain the body that I have. Therefore, if other people worked hard, they could obtain the body that they need to have in order to be normal, right? And so like there's a lot that comes up for people. It's a very like emotional topic because like these are the shells that we exist in, you know. This is the shell I'm given, and it's the shell that people get to see and therefore make judgments about me based on my shell. But yeah, this idea of normal, it really comes back to the question of like, well, who decided that was normal and why did they decide that was normal, right? Who decided that was average and why did they decide that was average? Where are we getting our information? What is that information based upon, you know? But yeah, it's impossible to know unless you've known them their whole life, honestly. And even then, maybe not. Yeah, there's no way to know. There's no way to actually know. We've just been taught that we can like immediately by looking at someone determine their health. And again, I don't owe you my health. No one owes you their health. You know what I mean? Not you, Fox, the world at large. Not like this idea of health and morality is really interesting. And it gets really ableist really quickly. Let's see. It's hard to work through, but important work. Agreed. Fun. Look at it maths-wise with the smallest to largest. Find the mean. There's basic average, but it's not good to focus on that for society. Yeah. But again, I would argue, and this is just from having done a lot of my own research on it, Fox, that this idea of average is not actually the average. It's not. It's based on a European thin ideal that is not average, and has never been average. In terms of like average for the dominant culture, perhaps during that time, perhaps, but it's not. When we talk about math, there's a lot of like pseudoscience and false science happening in order to, you know, sell to you diet culture and to, again, that so much of it is like rooted in racism. So this idea of like brown bodies and black bodies are not as good as white bodies, and the suppression of female sexuality and feminine kind of like, I don't know, power in so many ways. But yeah, I get both sides, and that's my problem. Do more research and you'll get my side more. do more research and you'll be on my side, I promise. Anyway, I'm gonna try to wrap things up, kids, because as much fun as this is, and it is a lot of fun, I want to go back to Nutella. Diet companies that shifted the BMI definitions in the 90s in order to sell more dietary supplements, $1 billion industry. So much money is made off of people's, you know, despair about their bodies. Yeah. Let's see. I'm a person who's been around. I get called short by so many people. It's weird. Yeah. And again, who's standard for short, right? Based on what? Culturally, like who decided what is short and what is tall? The expectation of when you're a man, like 5'11" is the average. Like, who decided that? Is that actually true? What culture was that based upon? Right? Yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, Nutella. Nutella is made in lots of different countries. 2 of the 4 Ferrero plants in Italy produce Nutella, in Alba, Piedmont, and Sant'Angelo de' Lombardi in Campania. In France, a production facility is located in Villers-Escales. For Eastern Europe, including Southeast Europe, Poland, Turkey, Czech Republic, and Slovakia, and South Africa, it is produced in Warsaw and Manisa. For Germany and Northern Europe, Nutella is produced at the Ferrero plant in Stantallendorf, which has been in existence since 1956. Nutella entered Russian market and has also been in production, and also has a production plant in Vladimir. Ferrero also has a plant in Poucos de Caldas, Brazil, which supplies the Brazilian market, with part of the production being exported overseas. It is also manufactured in Turkey and exported to countries like India. Global production in 2013 was about 350,000 tons. Fun, you don't have to be sorry. You're totally good. I'm just gonna rein us back in because like you said earlier, I could talk about this for days. And I also think that Fox and I are in a like circle of we're never gonna come to a conclusion that we both agree upon, and that's okay. And that's okay because we don't need to right now. You know what I mean? Let's see. Processing. Nutella is described as a chocolate and hazelnut spread, although it is mostly made of sugar and palm oil. The manufacturing process of this food item is very similar to a generic production of chocolate spread. Oh yeah. Chocolate spread is not really a thing in the United States, but I had it when I was in Europe. Nutella is made from sugar, modified palm oil, hazelnuts, cocoa powder, skimmed milk powder, whey powder, soy lecithin, and vanillin. We've read those ingredients several times over. Let's see. The process of making this spread begins with the extraction of cocoa powder from the cocoa bean. These cocoa beans are harvested from cocoa trees and are left to dry for about 10 days before being shipped for processing. Typically, cocoa beans contain approximately 50% of cocoa butter. Therefore, they must be roasted to reduce the cocoa bean into a liquid form. This step is not sufficient for turning cocoa bean into a chocolate paste because it solidifies at room temperature and would not be spreadable. Hence the palm oil, yeah? After the initial roast, the liquid paste is sent to presses, which are used to squeeze the butter out of the cocoa bean. The final product are round discs of chocolate made of pure compressed cocoa. The cocoa butter is transferred elsewhere so that it can be used in other products. The second process involves the hazelnuts. Once the hazelnuts have arrived at the processing plant, a quality control is issued to inspect to inspect the nuts so that they are suitable for processing. Jesus. A guillotine is used to chop the nuts to inspect the interior. After this process, the hazelnuts are cleaned and roasted. A second quality control is issued by a computer-controlled blast of air, which removes the bad nuts from the batch. Interesting. This ensures that each jar of Nutella is uniform in its look and taste. Approximately 50 hazelnuts can be found in each jar of Nutella, as claimed by the company. Huh. Cocoa powder is then mixed with the hazelnuts along with sugar, vanillin, and skim milk in a large tank until it becomes paste-like spread. Modified palm oil is then added to help retain the solid phase of the Nutella at room temperature, which substitutes for the butter found in the cocoa bean. See, why wouldn't they just use the butter in the cocoa bean? Insert D. Tandem, I see you. Insert D's nuts joke. How do we? Where can we insert it? Let me see. We'll find it. We'll find it. We'll find it. Where can I insert it? Also, Tantive, hi. It's good to see you. Let me just go back. I really want to find a place for it. I can't. Tantive, I can't, but insert D's nuts joke here. I see you. Where did I? You know what? We're going to start this over, and then I'm going to find a D's nuts joke. Don't worry. The cocoa powder is then mixed with hazelnuts. These nuts? Along with sugar, vanillin, and skim milk in a large tank until it becomes a paste-like spread. Modified palm oil is then added to help retain the solid phase of the Nutella at room temperature, which substitutes for the butter found in the cocoa bean. Right, that's my question. Why don't we just use cocoa butter then? You did scramble my brain. You're totally good. Which bad nuts? These nuts! There it is! When they were talking about separating out the bad nuts. Fun found it. Don't worry, Tantive. Fun is on it. My brain is scrambled for a million other reasons. You're totally good. Whey powder is then added to the mix to act as a binder for the paste. Whey powder is an additive commonly used in spreads to prevent the coagulation of the product because it stabilizes the fat emulsions. Similarly, lecithin, a form of a fatty substance found in animal and plant tissues, is added to help emulsify the paste as it promotes homogenized mixing of the different ingredients, allowing the paste to become spreadable. It also aids in the lipophilic properties of the cocoa powder, which, again, helps keep the product from separating. Vanillin is added to enhance the sweetness of the chocolate. The finished product is then packaged. Whew! That was some work. Dark Wolf, eating that popcorn? Eat that popcorn. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Storage D's nuts. Okay, sorry. That wasn't even a joke. That wasn't even clever. The label states that Nutella does not need to be refrigerated. This is because large quantity of sugar in the product acts as a preservative to prevent the growth of microorganisms. More specifically, the sugar acts as a preservative by binding the water in the product, which prevents microorganisms from growing. Refrigeration causes Nutella to harden because it contains fats from hazelnuts. When nut fats, these nut fats, I need to be stopped. When nut fats are placed in cold temperatures, they become too hard to spread. Hazelnuts contain almost 91% monosaturated fat, which are known to be liquid at room temperature and solidify at refrigerator temperatures. Room temperatures allow the products to have a smooth, spreadable consistency because the monosaturated oils from the hazelnut, Tantive, why? Why? Monosaturated oils from the hazelnut are liquid in this state. In addition, the palm oil used in Nutella does not require refrigeration because it contains high amounts of saturated fat and resists becoming rancid. The remaining ingredients in Nutella, such as cocoa, skimmed milk powder, soy lecithin, and vanillin, do not require refrigeration. Abba would be so proud, would he? Thanks, Fox. That's all I want. All I want in life is to make Abba proud. I am a horrible person and should be. You're a wonderful person. By the way, do you guys know Dark Wolf and Tanta? Do you know? Do you know World of Warcraft's cutest couple? Because if you don't, you need to go follow Dark Wolf immediately. I'm glad. It's good to see you, Tanta. It's good to see you, Dark Wolf. I'm glad you all are here. I hope you're doing well. Want to read about a lawsuit? Lawsuit these nuts. Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm not. I don't know why I'm saying sorry when I'm not. It's just a habit, you know? Anyway, class action lawsuit. In the United States, Ferrero was sued in a class action for false advertising, leading to consumer inferences. See, here we go. Here we go. This is what I was saying. I was like, it's essentially frosting. Consumer inferences that Nutella has nutritional and health benefits from advertising campaigns that Nutella was part of a nutritious breakfast. It's not part of a nutritious breakfast. It's part of a fun breakfast. In April 2012, Ferrero agreed to pay a $3 million settlement up to $4 per jar. Damn! $4 per jar for up to $4 per jar for up to 5 jars per customer. I've winked a lot this stream, probably more than I should. Probably one wink per stream is more than enough. The settlement also required Ferrero to make changes to Nutella's labeling and marketing, including television commercials and their website. Wow. Didn't you just tweet about almost saying, I did! Okay, can we talk about it? Okay, so, okay, listen. At my work, we had to do these like personality profiles. It's called the DISC profile, right? DISC. D stands for dominant. I stands for intuitors, I think, I want to say. S stands for support. C stands for... I don't remember. But you fall into one of these categories. I was a DC. DC is nuts. That wasn't even the joke. So I have apparently... Who would guess that I have a dominant personality type? And what's funny is one of the descriptions that they said of the dominant personality type is that you don't have a problem challenging authority. And all of us that were in the D group, all of us were the ones that were like, this is a waste of time. Why are we here? So something must have been accurate about it. I'm trying to think of what the specific joke was, but one of the jokes that we came up with in our little D group, first of all, there was just too many dick jokes because of the D. But the one of them was like the D is strong with this one, and then I can't remember, but I was really ready to say a D's nuts joke, and I was like, you need to stop because you've already made like 10 dick jokes and you're at work right now. I have no excuses other than I live on Twitch now, so I guess that is my excuse. Those old part of a complete breakfast commercials. Yeah, right? When the advertisement project doesn't have to be there for it to still be a complete breakfast. 100%. You guys ready for a Nutella gallery? Nutella in its pot and spread on bread. Part of a complete breakfast. Waffles with Nutella. Again, the wink. I need to stop. Crepes with Nutella. Delicious, delightful, lovely. Grilled Nutella sandwich. God damn. Nutella filling in biscotti. That sounds delightful. Amateur. I don't even know, because there were 3 of us in the like dominant group. So it's all like on a spectrum, right? So I was part of the D group, but I also was like close to the C group, which again, I don't remember what C stands for, but essentially D meaning dominant, meaning you're not afraid to like challenge authority. C is like super analytical, whatever. I forget what it was called for. So I am very analytical and I'm not afraid to challenge authority, which is a dangerous combo apparently. But one of us was more like true, just like in the middle, just like D. D is nuts. And then one of us was DI, so the part of the like the D group, but leaning towards the intuitor group. And so we were joking that we were like, we're all you need in a good D. And then, yeah, the guy that was doing the training said something about like, oh, that's a very strong D you have there. And me and my coworker, we were just 12-year-olds. We just like couldn't stop laughing. It's just, you know, straight up food porn. I know, I'm sorry. We're almost done, I swear. It is straight up food porn. Welcome. Welcome to a stream where I talk about fat liberation and then I force you to look at pictures of Nutella. This was not my intention. It's just what happened, okay? This is a Nutella custard. This is a Nutella cake. This is Nutella-filled Zeppoli. Delicious, delicious, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's D's nuts! Okay, I'm sorry, I'm done. Am I? Who knows? That's it! That's it for Nutella. That's it for D's nuts. That's it for Wikipedia with me today, gang. Y'all are fucking incredible and beautiful and amazing. Before we go, I would love one more time to just go through the art that people made for the Bob Ross paint-along. Are you all here for that? Let's look at this beautiful artwork just one more time. Just one more time. I want to celebrate these beautiful artists. And then next week, I will announce the winners, okay? So if you want to vote for your favorite Bob Ross artwork, actually, hold on, let me go back to this one real quick. Here's the link that you can vote for your favorites. So all of the winners, all of the participants are gonna get stickers of my Bob Ross emote and my Gandalf emote. And then the top 3 get a gifted sub from me. And then the number 1 winner gets this prize. They get the painting that I made. So you all get to vote and decide who gets that, basically, because I don't want to be the one that decides. So let's look at all the artwork that people made real quick. Real quick. And then, yeah, go vote for your favorite. This is Zenith's. Zenith painted on a cardboard box with his kiddo, which is really cute. We got mountains. We got trees. We got a river. It's gorgeous. It's on cardboard. Incredible. Next, this is Zenith's kiddo painting on the same cardboard box, and I love it, and I think it's so cute. Beautiful. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Next. Okay, this is strawberry shortcake. I always do this with strawberry shortcakes, but like, really, I love someone that like goes off the beaten path and like is like, you know what? I feel like sketching, but I'm gonna sketch my own thing. I fucking love it. And also, if you don't know strawberry shortcake, you are missing out on a wonderful, beautiful human being. You should go follow her. Her streams are great. But she drew this beautiful Japanese storefront, and it's so detailed and it's so lovely. And I love pencil sketches. Very into it. Next, this is by Pip. Pip has participated in all of the Bob Ross paint-alongs so far. This is a Minecraft swamp biome with Steve in the forefront, made with crayons. Absolutely phenomenal. Pip is Fenaria's kiddo. This is Fenaria's. Fenaria made a beautiful scene from Stardew Valley with the fall foraging items. Very, very beautiful. Again, crayons. Impressive beyond belief. And finally, Sliced Raven. Sliced Raven, who again, fantastic streamer. Fun is also a fantastic streamer. These are all amazing, fantastic streamers. Sliced Raven makes art on their channel almost every week. So if you want to go follow them, you should, because their artwork is fantastic and they're also an amazing human. They did this with acrylics, and this is Fran Bow, an indie horror game, which maybe I will play at some point. Go vote. Go vote for your favorite artwork. Thank you again for being here. Y'all are very sweet. I appreciate you so much. You don't even know. Next week, we will investigate things starting with the letter O, right? LMNO. Next week, we'll read about octopuses. That said, dear children, I got to find someone for us to raid. Where are we taking this party? Where are we going? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think if Air Brandy is still live, which they are, we're going to go hang out with Air Brandy, I do believe. Let me just double check and see if there's anyone else I would like to raid, but I'm pretty sure we're going to go hang out with Air Brandy. Air Brandy is amazing. Air Brandy has been doing an uncapped subathon and has been going for like 4 days now and is somehow still going. And so I want to go support her. So yeah, let's go hang out with Air Brandy. Okay. Thank you all again. I really appreciate you. You're very sweet. Have a great night. Let me get this thing going. I'll see you soon. I'll see you Wednesday for whatever I want, Saturday for Skyrim, and then next Sunday again for Wikipedia with me. If you feel so inclined, you can follow me on the social thingies. Oh my God, Fox, thank you for being here. Thank you for having those discussions with me. I love it so much. Thank you. Let me get this raid going real quick. If you don't know Air Brandy, they're awesome, and you should definitely hang out and say hi and give some support because they've been live for like 4 days, and I spelled their name wrong. So what the fuck? There we go. Okay, let's see. Aw, Dark Wolf, thank you for being here. Raven, thank you for lurking. Yeah, Fox Mulder, thank you for having these conversations with me. It means a lot. Fanaria and Linkit and Zenith was here earlier, and Marley came in with a sub, and Sloths, thank you for hydrating me. Y'all are beautiful. I will see you soon. Love you, bye, love you. Bye, love you, bye. Goodbye. Y'all are beautiful, and I really appreciate you. And I'll see you soon.